Everybody, welcome back to my channel. My name is Shelby and this is Shebby Reads. Before we start, if you say anything about my bangs, you're homophobic. I don't know what's wrong with them today. They haven't wanted to cooperate lately, ever since I moisturized them one time. This is my fault. If you're new to this channel, I am a femme for butch lesbian. I came out 13 years ago, and all we talk about on this channel is sapphic and some LGBT in general books. If you don't want to miss any of my rant reviews or any of my other videos, don't forget to like, comment, subscribe. It really helps the channel and it helps me get closer to quitting a job I really hate. Did I mention that children swear at me and call me slurs and hit me? I have also been spat on, although that was meant for someone else. Not to guilt trip, but maybe I'll make you subscribe to this channel. Today we're doing part 2 of Collateral Damage, so please head on over to the first one to check that out. I'm going to read all of the trigger warnings from Storygraph quickly. Murder, sexual content, kidnapping, violence, death, domestic abuse, police brutality, physical abuse, suicidal thoughts, child abuse, death of a parent, mental illness, injury/injury detail, emotional abuse, gore, gun violence, panic attacks/disorders, rape, self-harm, sexual assault, sexual violence, torture, toxic relationship, blood, homophobia, animal death, cursing, medical content, confinement, grief, suicide attempt, chronic illness, suicide, body horror, gaslighting. There is also briefly animal death toward the end. We'll get there. There's also some like alcohol, some vomiting. This also says classism, which I suppose I agree with, yeah. I don't agree with fire/fire injury though, because the fire doesn't actually happen. It was in part 1, so don't worry about that if that's triggering for you, okay? Okay, we're going to rapid fire through my disclaimers, okay? Number 1, this review is intended for readers. This is not intended for the author of the book, friends, family, stans, anybody who really loves this book. You might not love all the things I have to say about it. Number 2, this review will contain all the spoilers. We go chapter by chapter through these books while I tell you all about them and my thoughts / little jokes that hit or don't. I don't care. Number 3, I'm not bashing sapphic books. I believe that we deserve amazing sapphic books and like the worst literature you've ever read and everything in between. But this is my channel, and if you don't like me giving negative, or I feel like in this case it's more like nuanced but also like tee-hee-hee, you know, kind of reviews, then you shouldn't be here either. Come back, watch a different video. Number 4, this book elicits strong emotions from me. So if you can't handle that either, yeah, you know what to do. Leave. And I have one special disclaimer for this book. So in the last review I said multiple times that there was no editor, because in the version that I have there isn't one. So on my TikTok though, a follower I will call Teeny told me that in their physical copy, like the actual book, that there was an unofficial editor, which was Shassii's partner theoretically. And we like spent a long time commenting back and forth, like looking at our own books and like giving that update. But there is no editor on this book. I do secretly wonder if the book is a little bit better in the physical copy. However, I will not be purchasing one in the physical copy because I already wasted $7.99 on the ebook. Also, I just want to say I'm pretty sure switching out ebook files isn't that hard. So if you already did it for the physical copy, I don't know why you didn't just do it for the ebook, but whatever. I just wanted to put it out there that if you buy the physical copy and it does say that there's an editor, that's why. But I have scoured my copy high and low, front to back. There is no editor listed. There are only like beta readers and alpha readers listed, so I got nothing. As far as I know, this book wasn't edited. So we left off at chapter 28, which is not quite halfway in this 64 chapter book. However, there is a lot of sex scenes that I will not be going over in detail as we continue forward, so I think it will be okay. I can't do this in 3 parts. I can't. We are back with Alora, who is feeling like very sentimental suddenly about Hayden. She says some stuff about how she's in the shower and Hayden like looking away is so respectful, and it makes like her feelings kind of grow every day. And she thinks about the way that Hayden's been like cradling her at night. You're just getting feelings for your captor. It's I've never paid much attention until now, too afraid to give her that satisfaction. Keeping eye contact with her makes my eyes burn. Fear and devastation is all I feel. I run my hands against my icy flesh, looking down at myself completely bare, my heart palpitating at a rate I've never felt. It knows what I'm about to do, and maybe it's a bad idea, but I can't seem to stop myself. I weirdly want this. I want her to see me. I want to defy her in the most disrespectful way. I am curious to know the effect I have on her. That night in the woods, we haven't spoken about it, but I haven't stopped thinking about it. It sucked the sadness from me for a temporary moment. It made me feel. I want that again. I want to feel. Part of me is like, you can't even be too hard on her because she's an 18-year-old girl. But at the same time, oh, she is getting really excited about like the self-inflicted fear and feels like it's like it's addictive. I've been afraid and I have never personally felt that way, but you do you. So in case it wasn't clear, because it isn't until like a couple paragraphs later, she got in the shower completely naked for the first time and she's kind of freaking out about it, especially after the whole spanking incident. She's thinking that she's standing there naked in front of the woman who manslaughtered the only people that she had. So I would like to bring up again that I don't think this author knows anything about the criminal justice system, because manslaughter means that you didn't do it on purpose. Hayden meticulously planned to murder her parents. So like that's first degree murder. That's not manslaughter. That's not what manslaughter means. So Hayden starts to mostly undress to get in the shower with her. I can practically feel her eye fucking me, but my inner thighs are throbbing. What is this? Alora, you're crazy. ... You're literally a virgin? Casey is so right. No one would ever go anywhere near you. Okay, number one, we're talking like 2009 wasn't like peak virginity fetish hour, because it literally was. Also, she's 18. It's not that unheard of to be a virgin at 18. What are we talking about? Also, until this whole kidnapping, she assumed that she was into men only. So, again, like, men don't really care about that. They oftentimes find it hot in a creepy way. So, shh. You hear chewing. I'm sorry. That's Sesame. I'm trying to keep him active, okay? So after she's like in the shower, she like growls at her and then it says "Play Eyes Don't Lie" by Isabella Rosa. I hate that audio stuff. That's a good song, but what the hell? Hayden tells her to look at her. How can a woman have a voice I can only describe as honey smothering bark? Okay, what does that sound like though? Like, I think we're trying to say thick on something rough. I understand that, but it's not doing it for me. Because I think you'd have to listen pretty hard to hear honey on like dripping down bark. Or it's not even dripping, it's smothering bark. I think that would be hard to hear the sound that it makes. I don't know. She doesn't look at her right away, and Hayden does her usual "I don't like to repeat myself." And Alora describes this as internally jumping at her backhanded threat. So like, you are afraid of her and you're saying that self-inflicted, but I'm not sure that it is, my guy. So Alora looks at her, but Alora cannot tell what the look means. And Hayden begins obviously checking her out, but Alora is very insecure and she's like, "Does she like what she sees? Am I ugly?" I'm like, oh my god, why are you like, we know you're attractive based on like, I don't know, the cover art, and I feel like basic math, right? Because most of these kinds of books don't ever have ugly people in there. They don't. So like, what are we talking about? She thinks that Hayden is like a starved animal homing in on its prey, and she's now stalking closer to me. Yeah, you invited this. I don't, what? Like, she can smell her cologne, but I mean, like, they're in the shower. I mean, I guess if Hayden isn't getting hit by the shower, whatever. Like, I guess we're not washing our bodies, are we? Alora's angry because she's craving such a toxic form of attention. I mean, other than the dog, this is the only attention you're getting. I think all of the problematic stuff about this falls squarely on Hayden, honestly, as the person who is 29. She has never touched me inappropriately, but recently I find myself wishing she would. Does that make me sick? No, but also, that's not true. She has touched you many times, and I guess you can say a lot of it wasn't sexual, but the spanking definitely was. So you can't even say that she hasn't touched you inappropriately. And also, there is going to forever be this imbalance of kidnapper, kidnappee, murderer, victim, you know? So like, this doesn't work for me. It feels like she's just like gaslighting herself into believing that nothing bad has happened. And I'm like, that's not how that works. Oh, I was wrong. I'm sorry. She's undressing now. Whatever, I just skipped ahead a little bit. My bad, I was getting ahead of myself. There isn't an inch of her skin that isn't smothered in ink. Like, how did she afford that recently? We still don't know how she makes money. Doesn't make a whole lot of sense. I mean, whatever. And she wonders if the pain even fazed her. I'm like, well, probably. She also seems to like it because you stabbed her and she had some weird feelings. They haven't broken eye contact. It's very sexually charged. However, you just described all of the tattoos at like going down her body. So like, how have you not broken eye contact, but you're still like seeing all of them? Let me know. Her face paint has begun to haunt my dreams. Clowns used to terrify me, but they are growing on me. Or might I say, one in particular. Yeah, we know. We didn't think that you were suddenly into like John Wayne Gacy or like Pennywise. Like, I don't know why. Whatever. Okay, now she gets in the damn shower. Also, this is the longest run-on sentence, like couple of run-on sentences, but I guess I'm just gonna start reading them. I walk back to accommodate her size in the shower as she forces me against the wall with only her eyes, bearing witness to my flush complexion, catching me completely off guard as her right arm suddenly raises to rest on the tiles above my head, and all I want to do is crumble beneath her. I forgot how tall she really is until she's towering above me. I'm only 5'4", and I feel like a troll when stood beside her. It's intimidating, it's humiliating, but it's also strongly assuring of her ability to keep me safe. Not that she needs to save me from anyone but herself. That was a lot of words to say. Hayden big. Me widow baby. And just like last time, why do you assume you're the smallest in the room? I'm 5'3". I'm shorter than you. Shut up. But also, I was gonna say, yeah, she's the only one who's hurt you. So this whole like, she could protect me, not from herself apparently. So Hayden kind of leans in and Alora feels like something about this, and she just is grabbing the shower gel, apparently. She tells Alora to turn around and Alora does. She starts washing Alora's body. If I had a nickel. Do you guys remember Captive in the Underworld? Yeah, there was like a bathing someone who doesn't want to be bathed scene in that. I mean, I guess Alora does want to, but the problem is that she doesn't know what she wants. She doesn't know enough about sex or like life to know that she wants this. Like, whatever. This is where stuff starts to get stupid. It was already stupid. What am I talking about? But like, it gets worse. She's inches from my flower, and my heart is trying to claw its way out of my chest. I find my breath quicken, and my eyes are fighting for focus ahead of me as she pulls my hips into her abdominal area. Her boxers are soaked against my ass, and it feels far too good for my liking. ... This is vile. I'm a virgin. Alora, you're a virgin, and she's nefarious. This is all types of sin, but I love how she feels against my skin. This twinge between my legs is physically, it's spelled really weird. Physically, see, it's spelled like psych, so it's whatever. Physically painful. Screaming to be touched as both her hands ride up my front to shape my breasts, and I can feel my head limping back. Get a grip, Alora, focus. Okay, so I understand the appeal, right? Sort of. Not completely, but I kind of do. At this point, I really would like a big butch to kidnap me and do all my life stuff for me, honestly. Then I could just make YouTube videos. But my flower is weird. It's weird. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. And I feel like it just kind of goes with the whole, we're really infantilizing her, and like we can't have it both ways. I know that DDLG is like a kink. However, she doesn't know enough about that to be consenting to any of that. So it really just feels like we're infantilizing her when we're also sexualizing her, which is like really disgusting. It's really disgusting and kind of despicable. I can't lie to you guys, like, ugh. There's more touching, you know? It's not like, there's nothing overtly like, I mean, it's sexual, but is it sex? No. Nothing like that really happens. It's just like feeling up the body and then that's it. Alora like braces her hands against the shower to like stay up because this is too horny for her. And she can see the face paint like running off of Hayden's face. I would be freaking out about this because this means that she probably means she's probably gonna kill me because I can identify her now. Like, I would be losing it. Is this lust where your body yearns to feel human contact? Because fuck, this is what I can imagine ecstasy to feel like. I've never taken any substance, but I feel like I'm drowning in its effects when I'm around her. See, we're way too inexperienced. I know that's part of the kink. Again, this is an erotic thriller, so it's not like a dark romance, and I don't have to like it, and I don't. But like, I just wish she had been aged up even like a couple of years, you know, like 21, 22 at least. I don't know. Also, we can still play pretend when we're like in our 30s and 40s. I just gotta say that, okay? Hayden is closer in age to me than she is to Alora, so I don't want to hear it. Hayden tells Alora to breathe. Alora does not know how to contextualize any of this and says things like, I feel like I'm dying, like in her head. Hayden lightly chokes her a little bit, which again, is the consent in the room? No. But here we are. Alora kind of tries to hold her hand and Hayden says hands on the wall, and then she like gets more shower gel and she does the butt and like she kneels down kind of close to like looking at stuff. I know she's enjoying this far too much. I'm practically a puddle, and the urge to turn around just to see her looking up at me with those devilish eyes is driving me beyond insanity. 3 months ago, I was nervous to hold a boy's hand, and now a killer is kneeling between my legs. You can't make this shit up. No, I guess not. No. Chapter 29, we're back with Hayden. I think I'm just gonna read these 2 paragraphs because they're both insane. She's aching, mourning for my touch. She willingly chose to give her body to me, and I will take it like my life depends on it. For months, I've pictured the dimples in her back, her center line framing her petite little body, the way her hair brings out her eyes when it's wet. She's a quivering mess as I lean to meet those gorgeous lips, inches from my mouth, tempting her with the touch of my breath. She has no idea what she's done. I've rubbed my sins into her pure novice skin, drowning in the smell of palpable lust. I will stop at nothing until my tongue is buried deep inside her, but not yet. Not right now. I want to smash my little dolly first, so she has no structure left, no walls. Only pieces for me to build beneath me. She's succumbing to this loneliness we are both trapped in, and I have become her stability, but I'm too wrapped up in her hair to protect this newfound comfort, this dynamic we have, this black without white. It's tangible. My innocence, my plaything, mine. You know who, like, sometimes in these paragraphs, because I have said that in some sections, Hayden is sexy, right? I wish we were never in her head though, because it makes her so unsexy so quickly. I have said before that like being in her head is kind of like torture. I stand by that. Also, it reminds me specifically of Zaid from Haunting Adeline, and I hate that guy. I've watched all of Weirdo Book Club's Reddit reviews about all of those, and let me tell you, I hate that man. So I don't want to emulate it in here. There's also this line, and as much as I want to feel her insides, I will stay modest. Like, what? This isn't modest, but okay. She also says minding her delicate flowers. Are we talking about flowers? Okay, well, flowers. She also says that she continues washing her auburn hair. I didn't think Alora had auburn hair. And if you look at the second cover, because there's like a special Alora cover, it doesn't look like she has auburn hair either. So I don't know. Hayden's face paint is all gone, and she tells Alora to close her eyes and turn around, and she like tugs her out of the shower head into her chest, which is like pretty presumptuous, but okay. She sucks in a breath being this close to me, and this time there are no drugs or heavy traumas involved. It's just us, and she can feel everything. So she guides Alora's hands up to her face, and she's like tracing all over, you know. But don't worry, Hayden is very focused on her freckles. Yes, this also annoys me. It's not just Weirdo Book Club, just to put it out there. I feel like it's usually paired with like this innocence crap, and I don't like it. Hayden says she opens her eyes without consent. I don't think you give a shit about consent. I don't think you care. And that's another thing that kind of annoys me about this book, is it will, as we continue, try to frame Hayden as caring about consent. She doesn't, in my opinion. Anyway, Hayden like melts into her gaze. Alora tries to do the "who did this to you" about her face, and Hayden's not having any of that. She shushes her. I'm not about to go into this shit. She just needs to take this appearance in. My force presses her against the cold tiles, causing her to yelp out, letting her mouth hang open, and the water running against the pink complexion of her lips is niggling at me to put my mouth on them to shut her up. Don't be ridiculous, Hayes. Okay, see, we don't care about consent because she's like really rough throughout this whole thing, and we learn that Alora really likes it, but other than the spanking incident, there has been no proof that she would. Don't know why we're doing this. Again, it's an erotic thriller. Hayden doesn't actually have to care about consent. I mean, it makes it better for me to read personally, but like, what are we talking about? Does she want to make it any more obvious that she's horrified by the gouged out chunk in my face? She's staring at it, observing its features, and she looks like she's about to cry. She dares, and I will give her a reason to cry. Why are we doing? What are you doing? You wanted to show her your face and get her used to your actual face, and now you're complaining that she's upset that somebody hurt you. I don't understand this stupidity. She just says we don't talk about it. Laura nods. She says you're nothing like I pictured. Her voice is so soft against the water I can barely hear her as I raise my brow, intrigued to know what she envisioned when she pictured the monster beneath the mask. Also, like, she wears a mask but also like has been walking around in clown paint. You can't tell me that you didn't see the giant hole in her face with the clown paint on. That doesn't make any sense. It's still a hole. She says, what did you picture? And she was like, I thought you would be hideous. Fair enough. It's cute, but she doesn't get to walk away from a comment like that. My hand pulls at her hair, hugging her closely to me, playing with her ear against my lip. You're letting your guard down, princess. Need I remind you the devil was once an angel? What are we doing? Is this how low I've sunken? reading this on the internet. And then she claps back with another biblical thing. And the devil was also misunderstood and cast out for rebelling against God. Lucifer was just a freedom fighter. What? Okay, granted, my grasp on the Bible, not great. Can't lie to you, not amazing. However, it was clearly for like questioning God and like that kind of stuff. But like a freedom fighter, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Let me know in the comments. As long as you're not quoting Leviticus at me, I don't care. My jaw hangs heavy. She's using metaphors to plot out the story of my life. I rebelled against a society and a broken system, which landed me in a cell for trying to do the right thing. Clever bitch, ... Okay, we're saying that you rebelled against a corrupt system. However, you were just like killing your dad. So I guess if you mean CPS, I don't really see how, because it's not apparent that CPS was ever called. Which again, CPS is a United States thing. I'm sure Britain has its own version of CPS or whatever. However, you weren't rebelling against cops when you killed your dad either. I think it's weird to frame it as you were fighting against the system. Like, yes, the system wronged you and didn't help you and didn't save you at any point. However, that doesn't mean that you were doing it to rebel against the system. You know what I'm saying? Keep up that smart mouth and I'll give it another use. We're talking about caring about consent, but I don't think we do. I don't think we do. I don't think it's in the room with us. I wouldn't care about the like not caring about consent, because again, this is supposed to be an erotic thriller. It's not necessarily, like, I would say it's closer to horror than romance, obviously, right? However, I hate the hypocritical nature of this. I hate that in her head there are many horrible things happening, and at the same time she's like, I care about consent, but then she does all these things where it's clear she doesn't care about consent. And if this had been either pre-established or like we were making a bigger commentary on why she's not like more consistent in her own rhetoric, right? That would be fine, but we're not. I promise we're not. I've read this whole book. It feels like 4 times for this video at this point. No. And Alora's like, only because you know I'm right. And Hayden like uses her thumb on Alora's bottom lip. Let's just read it. It's so much. Okay, I will say this is an odd thing to say, I guess, in the middle, but I don't really care. The sex scenes are oddly written better and line for line more intelligible, I suppose, than the rest of the scenes overall. Like, I think we've gone over the very odd language choices over and over and over. However, that doesn't mean I think that these are good. And the sad thing is I think they could have been, but they're not. So we're gonna go over it. My thumb finds her bottom lip in the dim light, staring at Venus in space as it slowly enters her mouth. Okay, so I know what we were trying to say. We're gonna continue with the paragraph in a second, but like, you were trying to say the thumb slowly enters her mouth, right? However, because of the way some of the commas are, it made me think for a hot second that Venus in space was entering her mouth, and I think we needed help. Anyway, she doesn't fight, opening it wider for me, and I can't ignore the pulse between my legs as I run it along the crevice of her wet tongue, imagining her insides around my fingers, reveling in the sensation, fighting everything inside me not to pin her against this wall and claim every inch of her perfect, untouched little body, mine. She smart mouths me, but deep down I love it, purely so I can put her on her ass when she eventually lets me in. See, again, being in her head is torture. It's torture because there are things that she does that I kind of find sexy sometimes. And again, I love the idea of like a hot butch giving you, you know, the nice, good stuff, you know? But I don't like her thoughts. I don't like her voice. She just feels like an edgelord from any other book that's like dark romance adjacent, you know? Like, it just feels too haunting Adeline-y, and I feel like we're supposed to like this character. One of my followers on TikTok brought this up, that this book has like a really loyal fan base. I'm not trying to make them mad because I did somewhat enjoy this book. However, we can't pretend like it's not incredibly like cringe, right? Like, it's rough. It's rough. Now, I say embrace the cringe. Again, I gave this book a pretty high rating for this, and a lot of it was like unintelligible. There's a lot of mistakes, like some gross things. Again, like, I don't love the word crevice. That's just personal opinion though. If you like it, good for you. I also find it a little icky to be like her perfect untouched little body, and I'm like, oh, I don't like how we're talking about virginity. Now, do I feel like this is kind of par for the course of the year that this takes place in, 2009? A little bit. I think it was starting to kind of fade by 2009-ish, but it was still prevalent enough up here in New Hampshire that I think you can make the argument that it's still a big deal. However, doesn't mean I really like it. Hayden is like, if she keeps looking at me like that, I don't know if I'll be able to keep the intrusive thoughts at bay. You haven't been able to keep any intrusive thoughts at bay. Not a singular one have you kept at bay. So I'm scared what else you're thinking if you actually have been keeping them at bay. What are we talking about? Anyway, she removes her thumb from Alora's mouth. Yay. Keep it up, puppet. Next time, my fingers won't be in your mouth. There is more than one way to shut you up. I mean, if you're doing it right, is she gonna be that quiet? I guess it depends on the person, but actually, as we go through the sex scenes a little bit, which we'll just be doing the briefest of recaps, maybe we should like see how many times Alora is like loud. Let's just think about it. Just keep that in mind, maybe. Also, again, as someone who says they care about consent, but then like continuously is now like hitting on her in a very sexual manner, I don't think you care that much about consent because you haven't tried to get any. So she has this new lease of confidence, but underneath it all, she is still innocent. That's capitalized. I don't know why. And she still has no idea how to handle my crude comments. She shies away, pulling herself away from my touch, hopping out of the shower like a sassy minx. Okay, maybe she was just getting out of the shower. Why does it have to be like a saucy minx? She doesn't know what she's doing, so if she is doing anything sexy, it's not on purpose. Now that she knows what I look like, I'm in two minds to let her walk free. And I'm in two minds? What does that mean? Over here we say things like, I have half a mind to, or like maybe in other parts of the US we say two minds? I don't know. Sound off in the comments if you use that. I've just never heard that before. We'll ignore it this one time. She now knows everything, where I live, who's involved, who my parents are, how many people I've killed, and my face. But weirdly enough, I trust she won't put me behind bars. Maybe I'm being naive. Maybe this is all just a ploy to let her go, but that is not happening. We are too deep in this now to let her walk over my dead body. Okay, so number one, I don't think she knows your address. Yeah, she knows like your first and last name, your parents' names, whatever. But she doesn't know the address of the place where you literally kidnapped her to, unless you showed it to her. But we didn't see any of that, so I don't know why she would know that. Anyway, Hayes follows her out of the shower, and she doesn't want Hayes still staring at her naked, and Hayes is like, you've got to be kidding me. You were just naked in front of me. Yeah, well, consent can be revoked at any time. For somebody who keeps saying they care about consent, again, if you didn't care, it would be one thing, but you do care, allegedly. So like, you should actually give a shit. Whatever. She does turn around though. You do realize I can't let you go now. I fiddle with my fingers hanging on her reply. Didn't look like you were going to anyway. Ouch. I was going to, but she's ruined that now. She's gotten too close, and I'm not the one who stripped naked. Where were we thinking? England, Spain. I play with her a little, winding her up, but I'm sure she wouldn't pass up a vacation. You're crazy. Never mind. And you're mine. That slips from my mouth, and I even surprise myself. I've never called anyone mine, but I don't mean love, capital L. I mean possession, capital P. I want to possess and corrupt every part of her. I turn to face her, and she's adjusting her top, pulling it over her perky little breasts in just white knickers, completely unaware of her personal invasion, and I can't tell whether I prefer her with or without clothes. I grin to myself as I fuck her beautiful frame, still damp with loose wet hair falling against her sticky skin. Why do you want her skin to be sticky? I'm not trying to be a douche, but what are we doing? Also, that was a lot. It was a lot. I'm like, what are we talking about here? I know I keep saying that, but I'm just like, these are the parts that lost me, were the parts where we're in Hayes' POV. I really think this should have been an Alora only book, and I understand that like Hayes having a POV helps fill in some blanks about some things, but at the same time I'm like, I think it would be better if there was more mystery. I think it would be better if we saw Hayes only as Alora sees Hayes, which is like mysterious and hot and like crazy, right? But instead we have to be trapped inside Hayes' brain for all of these like very perverse, kind of creepy thoughts that are very hypocritical, and also are for an 18-year-old, which to me is still really close to being a child. So like, I don't want to hear it. Would never be with an 18-year-old. I wouldn't have even been with an 18-year-old when I was like 21. No. And Alora is like, Hayes, oh my god, I barely even know you. I'm like, you decided to get naked. I'm not trying to victim blame. You should be able to shower without clothes on, but like, you knew what this was about. I feel like, especially after the spanking, how are you going to lie and pretend like you don't know what you're doing? She's not wrong. The small talk we should have had was overridden with trauma and pain, but I've also never felt the need to share my past with anyone. Not until now anyway. She knows things people don't usually learn until they are half a year into a relationship. Okay. And Hayes is like, well then get to know me besides the, you know. And Alora is like, was that your attempt at flirting? And I'm like, Was it? And Hazel's like, I could flirt with her if she wants me to. She's like, I think we're past that, don't you? And she's like, okay, why don't you like me calling you by your birth name then? And I'm like, okay. And Hazel's like, because I changed it for personal reasons. Hayden thinks one day she'll like tell her about all the awful stuff from the basement and all that shit, but not today. She's like, oh, what did you change it to? And she says Hayden, which is what I have been calling her this whole time because that's her damn name and I'm gonna say it. Chapter 30, we're still with Hayden. They're trying to kill me. Is that why you're all macho? I mean, she's not wrong. She's clearly never met a dyke before. You mean gay? I pull a pair of black joggers and a clean tank top from my drawers before heading to the bathroom to change, hearing her raise her voice through the doors. Yeah, that name is pretty gay. She continues to insult me, but she doesn't realize I get off on that shit. You won't be saying that when I make you scream it. In your dreams. My foot breaches the bedroom door, making her jump. Aloe, I'm serious. Go ahead, ask me anything. We have all the time in the world. Yay, we have even more nicknames. Huzzah! So she asks her what her favorite color is. She's like, you could ask me anything and that's what you want to ask me. And I kind of agree, but whatever. I don't know why we're like talking about this like this is a regular date. She's like, I suck at this, okay? And Hayes thinks her and me both. But they start giggling and I don't really get it, but maybe you had to be there. She's like, it's black like my soul. Are you telling me she's emo? Because this is what we were all like in 2009, except the difference was I was 15 and not 29. She's like, did I ever tell you you're an A-star comedian? She was like, I was kidding, it's orange. What's yours? I'm like, oh, orange, the other Halloween color. I can't say anything. Like, if you guys ever want a room tour, let me know. It's not quite done yet, but like, and I might be moving because life problems, but who knows if I can even manage that. So if you want a tour, let me know, I guess. Will give me an excuse to clean my room also. And she's like, yellows and like pastels mostly. And Hayes is like, yellow is hideous. I think it depends on the yellow. I mostly agree. But like, you shouldn't ask someone's favorite color and then shit on them for saying an answer. And Hayes is like, this conversation needs a beer because she has no coping mechanisms. So she goes to get one. She's like, you clearly suck at this too. What's the difference between yellow and orange? Well, yellow is a primary color and orange is a mix of red and yellow. You're welcome. It's a secondary color. You can tell I went to art school twice. We actually didn't have color theory, which is BS, but whatever. And she's like, anyway, next. And she's like, what's your favorite food? Like, it's a lot of small talking. She's like, takeout, quick and easy. She's like, takeout, you don't have a favorite meal? She's like, does pussy count? And I want to die. And Alora's like, ew, gross. And I'm like, okay, you don't have to be weird about it. You have one. She has one. Like, it's okay if you want to be a pillow princess, like that's totally fine. Just like being Stone Top or Stone Butch is totally fine. But like, you can't then be like, ew, vagina. Like, what do you think? What? And then Laura tells her that her favorite meal is spaghetti bolognese, which again, maybe it's because I hate pasta. Don't come for me, okay? I only like orzo. I don't know why. I have ARFID. Leave me alone. I've tried to fix it. I've tried different ways of eating it. I don't like it. It's a texture thing. It's partially a taste thing. It's gross. Anyway, and I don't know why they start teasing each other. It kind of doesn't like make sense. And she's like, I'll have you know I'm an outstanding chef. And I'm like, okay, but you just said you never cook, so I don't really understand why we're doing that. She's like, oh yeah, did they give you cooking lessons in prison? I like when she's sassy, I can't lie. She's like, you're underestimating me again. But that's like not an answer. And then she's like, what's your body count? Did we say that back then? I mean, I guess, again, I wasn't really dialed into like mainstream whatever. So please don't like be mean to me in the comments about how I don't know this. Like, maybe it was like someone in the last one brought up a really good point that one of the things that I didn't remember hearing was AAVE, which that's totally fair. And I also brought up that like, yeah, I also wouldn't have known that because I went to a school in New Hampshire where there were like maybe 2 kids of color, maybe, at least until my brother's grade got in the high school, and I didn't really know them because they were so much younger than me. And the 2 that were in my grade that I can think of, one of them wasn't black, so like that wouldn't have come up to me, you know? She's like, you're charming, you know that? Why would I tell you that? And she's like, what is it? And she's like, a few. It was great. And then Hayes thinks that she's lying immediately. It's like, oh yeah? And then she goes to like sit on the sofa next to Alora. And she's like, how old are you? I think you should have been asking that question a lot sooner. It's revealed that she's been kidnapped for like almost 4 months and that Alora has never commented on her age. Yeah, you're her kidnapper. Why does that matter to her? She's like, I have scars older than you. I'm like, that's not an answer. She's like, I'm serious, Hayden. She's like, why? Nervous? She thins her lips, having a mini tantrum, trying to hide the fact that I think she low-key finds it attractive I'm a decade older than her. I'm sure that's true. However, you were the more adulty adult and it was your job to prevent this shit from happening, but instead you are literally making it happen. Whatever. Again, erotic thriller. I care less. It's just the hypocrisy, I guess, is the problem. She's like, just tell me. And she's like half of 58. I'm like, why are you making her do math? You took her out of college, which by the way, those bills are gonna be insane because it's not like she could drop out like a normal way. I don't know what happens if you're in college and you get kidnapped. I don't know if you get any kind of refund or like get the next year for free. I don't know what that's like. But why are you making her do math? She's like, you're 29. She's like, you probably should have asked that before you stripped in front of me, puppet. And I'm like, why? I mean, you're her kidnapper either way. What does it even matter? My turn. What's your birthday? And she's like, I'm not telling you my birthday. I hate my birthday. And Hayden thought as much, which like, okay, whatever. She's like, and just for that, she's gonna wish she had told me. Hi, why are you making everything a big thing? Whatever. We're here for the fun ride. We're not here for it to make sense. Page break. What do you even buy a girl you have held captive in your house for her birthday? I stroll through the supermarket grabbing bits and bobs. Bits and bobs! Hell, we don't say that over here, but whatever. And my shops have been exceedingly pricey since she came into my life. Rinsing my damn wallet. Typical woman. What is the misogyny? What is the misogyny? I'm not saying that lesbians can't perpetrate misogyny against other women. It happens less often, I would say, overall, right? I don't know. Whatever. Weird. Or she grabs ingredients for the dinner and a tiny cake because I never said I was good at baking. It's like, okay, damn. She also thinks about how her mom would have loved her little innocence. And I'm like, I think your mom would be deeply concerned about all of this. If there is an afterlife, she is looking hopefully down. Very concerned. She finds a yellow dress and she's like, you know what? I'm gonna get that for Alora, which is kind of cute. Can't lie. She asks if they have any more in stock and the guy at the store thinks that she's a man. It's like, yes, sir. What size are you looking for? She's like, shit, I didn't think about that. I'm like, yeah, because like, she's like, can I get a small and medium? This is why your wallet is dying. This is why. It has nothing to do with whatever. You should have thought about all that before you kidnap somebody. You have to pay the bill when you're kidnapping.
Imagine.
You could cover and I'll get you back. You want to do that?
Of course. Why wouldn't I pay for my own kidnapping lunch?
And, you know, she gets the dresses and they're like, who's the lucky lady? And she's like, just a friend. I'm like, yeah, you have to say that because you kidnapped somebody. She's like, I suppose we are friends now. And I'm like, why do you suppose that? That's kind of a crazy thought. Why are you supposing that? She tries to speed through the checkout because she doesn't want to answer any more questions. Fair. Chapter 31, we're finally back with Alora. Thank God. And she wakes up with like the smell of bacon and she has like spit, like drool like going down her arm, but again we're calling it dribble, which I do think is a British thing. And she's like, did she even go to bed? Like, I don't remember her getting up. And I'm like, okay, but you said your insulin knocked you out, so why do you think you would remember anything? Just ask him. Morning little dreamer. I'm like, stop it. Stop with the 70 million nicknames where none of them go together. I'm begging you. Straight people have been begging for the nicknames to stop in their romances, especially their dark romances. I'm begging the lesbian and queer women authors to stop doing it also. I've had it. I'm sick of it. Anyway, she made a stack of pancakes and has syrup and is like smiling, and Alora finds this oddly comforting. Yeah, since we're only halfway through this book, I do think that's a little crazy. And she also realizes that Hayden hasn't been working, aka killing people, for weeks now. She's like, maybe she's doing it to keep me company, but that's too optimistic. I'm like, is it? Because I think that's exactly what's happening. She thinks about the whole thumb in her mouth thing and thinks that she should feel disgusted, but I don't. Not to mention the fact she is a woman. Aren't I meant to like boys? Maybe I really am losing it. See, we have someone who's so deep in the closet they're finding Christmas ornaments in probably the worst sexual awakening scenario possible. So because it's just a nightmare. Just a nightmare. And she thinks that a lot has changed between them, but she doesn't really know what. I've not forgotten what she's done to me, and I never will. But I guess the empath inside of me can now see the damaged parts of her that tear at my heart. We have both suffered great loss, and she's been through far worse than I have, but she's never disregarded my grief. She's only ever pushed me to fight, to find that strength in myself to move on, just as she did. She didn't have to hold me that night or cradle me in her arms. She didn't have to do a lot of things, but she chose to open up to me even when she had no idea of my intentions. See, I can't blame Alora that much for like bending over backwards to try and like figure out a way to make this okay, right? Like, I understand that she's going through it. However, I'm deeply concerned. Also, empath, really? Okay, Shane Dawson, calm down. She's like, are you hungry? I made pancakes. Like, I can see it smells delicious. I'm like, okay, good for you guys. She's like, I also made bacon. Wasn't sure if you wanted any. Who in God's green earth doesn't like bacon? Laura thinks. And I'm like, well, someone. That's honestly, let's have a weird little story time. I think you guys like getting to know me, right? So I have ARFID, which is like avoidant restrictive food intake disorder. Again, I think it goes with the undiagnosed autism that I probably definitely have. Anywho, a lot of foods, tastes and textures, smells, a lot of any of it, right? Like how it feels, like can disgust me. So I really like chicken, not all chicken, like white meat is kind of gross to me. However, my family always acted like this when I don't like turkey, and I've never liked turkey. I've tried turkey many different ways by many different people, and like it's still gross to me. And I have tried the dark meat because I know I prefer dark meat, and also no, it doesn't do anything for me. I don't know. I have seen some like black people doing Thanksgiving stuff on TikTok where it looks way better because they do like insane like rubs with like spices and seasonings and all this other stuff, but like I still just don't think it's gonna change the texture for me. Maybe it is. Maybe they're cooking it in a way that I don't understand because I've never cooked a turkey. I wouldn't know. I cooked the most banging chicken ever once, but like I don't know. Anyway, stop judging people for not liking certain foods, okay? It's like, are you kidding? I love bacon. Are you showing off your chef skills to me? And I'm like, girl, stop it. She's like, just be quiet and eat the damn pancakes. I fucking agree. She's like, don't forget to take your insulin. I feel so rude, but I can't stop pining over her architectural facial structure. How her battered skin hoards so much torment. Every pore, crease, and scar holds their own story. And 3 months ago, I would have been terrified. She was most likely expecting me to be, but it doesn't scare me at all. I just want to nurse it back to health with a kiss. I don't know what that says about me. I've never been one for the villain, but I have always understood the broken. She's the villain in her own story, a reflection of her own downfall. I'm just like, this is when I start to think that Alora's really losing it. I mean, she's losing it the rest of the book. I can't even lie to you, which sucks because she was fighting so well in the first half, like kind of splitting between fighting and giving up, fighting and giving up. But like now she's just like romanticizing the hell out of this. And I mean, whatever your brain has to do to survive, I get it. But at the same time, like, where is the voice being like, oh, what are we doing? Like sometimes it's here and then sometimes she's like, oh, and I'm like, oh. She takes her insulin and she looks at the clock that Hayes did put batteries in finally to see like what time it is. It's still really early. Laura's like, hey, I'm gonna shower, and Hayes just nods like, yeah, go do it by yourself for once, which is a little bit crazy. She's like, are you not coming? And she's like not moving. She's like, run along before I change my mind. This is a huge step and I'm left speechless. My eyes sink slightly, a little disappointed that she isn't joining me, and I feel so silly. Should be normal to shower on my own. She's finally giving me some freedom. I mean, you should be excited about the freedom, but at the same time, like, it's been 4 months of her watching you shower and you not being able to have like a normal routine, so that actually feels normal. So like that's why you feel weird, is because the routine is suddenly changed up, you know? She thinks that the bathroom feels empty as she takes a shower. That's super weird. She takes a 10-minute shower. God, it must be so nice to have straight hair. I used to when I was a kid, and then I hit like 10 and it was like, no. I was like, oh, thanks hair. I'm going to Florida the end of this week. I'm trying to pre-film too so that you guys will have a video for next week too, but I'm worried about what curly hair products I'm gonna take because like I can't take that much on the plane. So like, anyway, wish me luck in Florida. I hate Florida, but I'm going to see my mom. Yeah, this breakup is so bad that I made up with my mom. Crazy time. But she's taking me to Universal so I can see the dinosaurs, and I'm also gonna get to see the manatees, so I don't really care. Free manatees, free Jurassic World, huzzah. Hayes is just still sitting and watching TV, and she's like, she looks so comfortable. This is a weird sentence, let's read it. The door opens and I shut it behind me before my eyes pulsate and the air is taken from my lungs. Your eyes are pulsating. She needs to get you to a doctor, or maybe she just needs to kidnap a doctor. I don't know. I'd prefer that, kidnap a doctor. That would just be Saw 2. No, is that Saw 2? Saw 2 or 3? I don't remember. There's too many saws. Anyway, Laura is looking at the two dresses and there's just a note on it. It's a sticky note in the actual file. It says, I didn't know what size you were, so I got both. And I'm like, okie doke. But she's the tiniest woman to ever be tiny, so she must be a small. right? Just reminds me of 2009 because I was very tiny. I was like 105 to 110 pounds maybe, and I was mad that I couldn't be a size 0. It's crazy town. Alora admires the dresses. They're so pretty. I tiptoe out of the room feeling nervous as hell, and I haven't a clue why, but there are butterflies rattling in my stomach trying to fly away, and I bloody wish I could fly away right now. This is so embarrassing. Rattling like a jar of pennies? Like the butterflies are in you rattling like a jar of pennies? What are we talking about? She's like, are you gonna tell me what this is for? She's like, I thought you hated yellow. And she's like, I think I can make an exception this one time. She's like, you're ridiculous. I can't believe you bought 2. She's like, well, what if it didn't fit? Hot. Hot. Plus she can just go return the other one. Like, I mean, she probably won't because she's weird, but like she could. She's like, I am literally the size of an ant. Again, I'm shorter than you. I'm fatter than you for sure, but I am shorter than you. When are you gonna stop assuming you're the smallest in the room? And Hayes is like, I know you're the size of an ant, so that means I can do this. She's like heading straight for her, and Alora's like, I am not about to be thrown in this dress. She's like, Hayden. She's like, Hayes, no. But she's like giggling. She's really happy about it. I don't know. She hoists her over her shoulder, drags her to the bedroom without my consent. Yeah, that's the theme of this book. Anyway, as the dog follows, because he's like, what's going on? Hayden, put me down. And she like hits the bed. She's like nearly breaking it on impact. I thought you were small. Which is it? Which is it? She's like, you're gonna plant your ass on this bed and you're not gonna leave until I say so. She's like, I don't want to stay here all day. She's like, are you gonna tell me what's going on? And she's like, nope. She's like, write in your journal or something. And it like opens and she like slams it shut really really quickly, and Hayes is like, oh, I guess I really do need to get you a lock and key, huh? It's like, yeah, because you're reading this abysmal book. Sorry, I shouldn't be so mean. Like, again, I did enjoy it. I think you're all gonna be surprised at the rating I gave this, but still. It's like, I don't want her to see, but I've written especially about her. I'm like, yeah, she'll know you're horny, and then maybe you could actually have a consensual thing, except, I mean, can it even be consensual because you are imprisoned? I don't think so. She's like, fine. Well, she just leaves with Shep staying to like snuggle Alora, and she thinks that Hayes is an asshole. Page break. She doesn't know how long it's been. She's been really engrossed in writing that she lost track of the time, but she has heard like the pots and pans in the kitchen going on. And she's like, I'm now cuddleless because Shep went to have his dinner. Then finally the door opens and she like leaps off the bed. She's like ready to beat her ass, which I don't understand. I guess it's that fight or flight finally coming back from vacation. But she exits the room and it smells great, and there's like candles and flowers, including sunflowers, which is cute, and it makes her eyes tear up a little bit, and she's like, oh my god, it's Valentine's Day. I'm like, oh, I thought it was your birthday. Actually, you know, despite how many times I've read this, maybe her birthday is on Valentine's Day. Can't remember. We'll find out together. Chapter 32, we're still with Alora, thank god. Like my most resented day of the year. So yeah, I'm pretty sure it is her birthday. I feel completely foolish with little to no makeup on. What do you mean little to no? She didn't buy you makeup. There's no makeup. What are we talking about? Whatever. She's like, she looks nice. And I'm like, she's got a t-shirt and jeans and boots on. I'm sure she looks hot. Does she look Valentine's dinner ready? I mean, I guess it's at the house, so yeah, but like if you were actually going out, no. Well, I mean, unless she's kind of a loser and she takes you like somewhere dumb, but like, I don't know. She has her hair slicked back, and Alora loves this. Okie doke. I was never one for the bad boys, but I'm swooning like an idiot right now. I'm like, yeah, we know. Also, you already said you weren't into villains. I don't know why we have to keep adding this. It's very similar. You know, I feel like it was just to hit a page count. Why is this almost 600 pages? And you're like, Shelby, you're lying. It's 579 pages. I'm not even kidding. Not even kidding. Anyway, she's like, what is all this? It's dinner. Duh. She's like, well, I thought I couldn't take you out for like a Valentine's date, but I'd bring Valentine's to you. It's like, we aren't even dating. She's like, does it matter? And I'm like, well, I mean, she's 18, so probably yeah. It's 2009, so probably yeah. And she thinks to herself, no, but I hope she doesn't think we're dating. And I'm like, okay. She just said that she doesn't think that, so whatever. She's like, I never took you for the romantic type. A scary serial killer making me pancakes and doing a Valentine's dinner is definitely not how I saw this turning out 3 months ago. I'll be honest, I thought I would be dead by now, if not from my own idiocy, than her getting sick of me. Yeah, I mean, I think that's how a lot of this kind of stuff goes, but Hayes is a pervert, so I feel bad, but it's true. I mean, Alora likes it, I guess, so Good for her. I like it in places too. I can't lie. She's like, I don't know what to say. And she's like getting all teary-eyed. She imagines every birthday being like this, but having no one left to share it with, and that's really sad. Anyway, Hayes is like, you don't have to say anything, just sit. She's like, are you cooking what I think you're cooking? She's like, I told you I'm a jack of all trades. You don't have to do all of this. It's too much. Girl, she kidnapped you. What do you mean? What are we talking about? She's like, trust me, if it was up to me, I wouldn't have, but you deserve this. You deserve some normality, Alora. Her words bleed into my lifeless bones, giving them strength again. Used to hate it when she said my name, but now it makes me swoon. It sounds so gentle from her mouth. Like, girl, I know we're all thirsty. Okay? In a year, probably a little less, like next November, I'm gonna be thirsty as hell. Okay? But this is too much. Also, you're 18. There are plenty of butches in the sea. I mean, there aren't. I've been depressed about that lately, actually. Anyway. Anyway, Hayes is like, we're going to break your virginity, your alcohol virginity or whatever. She's like, how does she know I've never drunk alcohol? And she's like, no, absolutely not. And she thinks that her mom would be turning in her grave. And she's like, come on, one drink won't hurt. You've been kidnapped. I don't see why one beer is gonna kill you. I would have been asking for beer before this. I was always told it was dangerous. And she thinks that it was a no-go for multiple reasons. She's like, I never said it wasn't, but you also want to live? Question mark. Do you not? And I'm like, okay. And she was like, what does living have to do with consuming alcohol in her own brain? And I agree. I think that's to numb the harsh reality of life. I don't drink though, because my dad is an alcoholic and he now has liver cancer. Karma. I just do edibles. So, get that you don't believe in freedom. And she's like, I don't. But this is what your clouds up here are for, little dreamer. And she like taps her forehead.
Maybe some other time.
And I'm like, are we Itachi from Naruto now? Is she trying to tell me that freedom lives inside of me? I don't think so, but okay. I mean, you're literally kidnapped against your will. So like, I really don't think that whatever. And she's like, how do I know you didn't drug it? I'm like, why wouldn't she just drug all your food or your insulin? I don't wanna. And she's like, you don't. And I'm like, why are we trying to make this even edgier? She's already kidnapped. She's already getting the hots for Hayes for who knows what reason. I mean, I've seen the art for Hayes. Hot. So hot. And I think that's part of what makes me like this book a little bit, because I'm like, this is terrible, but at least a hot person's doing it. She's just like, you're not funny. She's like, as you keep saying, and she crosses her arms. Like, this is just some of the same shit on repeat or whatever. She decides to like swallow some. A lot of this is described weird. We'll go over it. We can't go over all of these things. I think you just need to know going forward after this that the descriptions are weird. And I will try to include as many as possible, but at the same time I'm like, it will be here all day. I sip it, squinting as the bitter taste hits the back of my throat, swallowing its coarseness. It's definitely different, but if it does help me chase some freedom, then why not? She's staring at me with achievement, and it's making me want to drink more. What even is that? Validation? Praise? Okay, so we're just gonna go over it quick because again, we'll be here forever. Why would beer feel coarse? It's a liquid. Asking for a friend. I have had beer, I don't like it, but I know that it's not coarse. Also, staring at me with achievement. I mean, I guess I kind of get what you're trying to say. It's just all of this is worded so oddly. Anywho, it's like, why did you get sunflowers? That doesn't scream Valentine's Day. She's like, they match your eyes. No, they don't. She's not Gideon Nav. Get out of here. The smell of spaghetti bolognese has never been more orgasmic as I sit here drooling, getting the munchies. She's a virgin who doesn't know anything, but she knows what an orgasm is, but she's never touched herself. I don't believe that. So to get into TMI, because I don't care anymore, I'm going through like the worst period of my life. Don't give a shit. Anywho, I didn't do that either until I was 18 years old. I did have sex with a guy. It was awful. But I thought it was supposed to be awful. You know, I was like, well, everyone pictures women while they have sex with men. That just makes sense. No, this is not true. Anywho. But I didn't do any of that because I didn't know how it worked either. I didn't know where your clit was. I didn't know any of that stuff because I was very sheltered from, like, I would say queer sex. I do think that my parents were very sexually inappropriate around me, but that doesn't necessarily mean that like I understood the actual mechanics, because I didn't. So like, I don't believe that she knows what like women finishing is in this time period when I was like 15 in this time period. And like, I knew there was something that was supposed to happen, but the overwhelming majority of my friends, and then I started having sex like at 16, were like, it never happens. Don't count on it. And I was like, okay, I won't. And I didn't. So Anyway, it takes like 50 minutes to finish cooking, which I'm like, okay, you let her out way too early, I guess, but whatever. And she's thinking that this is probably the first proper meal she's had that weren't like fast food or snacks, some kind of takeout. Apparently it looks fucking fantastic, and who knew she had it in her? I mean, she kept telling you she did, but whatever. Also, cooking is just like instructions and math, so why am I arguing? This is dumb. She's thinking that she feels a little bit weird after the beer because like she's never been drunk before and she feels like more content, like easier going. I'm glad that does that for you. That doesn't do that for everybody. It does do that for me, but I still am just overly cautious because there's so much alcoholism in my family. Like it's not worth the risk, honestly. She thinks how she saw Casey like slightly drunk and it was a little bit terrifying. She's like, if she could see me now, minus the serial killer who ruined my life. And I'm like, no, I think she might be interested in that because this is like the first interesting thing that's ever happened to you. So should be nicer, but like damn. Anyway, Hayes is just admiring her from across the table, you know, like you do when you kidnap somebody and you are into them even though they're 10 years younger than you. Hayes raises her beer and she's like, happy doomsday, Alora, like obviously referring to her birthday. So she has the same birthday as my dog, Aaliyah. I don't know exactly when Aaliyah was born in February, so we just picked Valentine's Day because like, she's such a lovey girl. It just feels appropriate. She was in my last video. You should check her out in my reading wrap up because she was really cute. She's like, how did you? I never told you. And then she figures out that Hayes like took her calendar and I'm like, yeah, no shit. It's like, you read my calendar, nothing's safe from you, is it? And she decides to chug some more beer, which, ew, no thank you. And she thinks to herself, another year older and I'm on a date with a murderer. Not quite how I pictured my first date. And I'm like, well, I would hope not, because that would say a lot about you. She's like, are you dead yet? And like, she hasn't been eating her food. She's just been staring at Alora, which is like so creepy. And Alora thinks it's like she's been eating me from the inside out and now she's inside of me. I'm like, this is so gross. Why are we? What? I'm like, I don't want to think about her hollowing you out and crawling and you're too small for her skin, okay? With her little legs hanging out of the bottom. Stop it. She's like, no. And then her teeth graze her bottom lip or whatever. She's like, then I'd say you're pretty safe, wouldn't you? And I'm like, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't. And Alora thinks to herself while she's clenching her thighs under the table like a weirdo, I'm safer here with her than I ever was at home. I mean, well, maybe, but not for the same reasons. Like your parents were definitely isolating you for the wrong reasons. I mean, I don't think her mom knew, so like that's not really fair, but she was perfectly fine with sheltering her kid beyond all measure, so we can't really give the mom too much credit either. She's like, how long have you known? And she's like trying to shovel the food into her face. And she's like, since we met. And then she like remembers the hypo pen is like, oh, she must have gone back home, but why? I'm like, you literal dumbass. You know the reason. Also, why didn't you think about this way earlier? Did you think she just like stole a hypo pen from like a gas station? That's not how that works. She went to your house. And then Hayes tells her to close her eyes. And she's like, hey then. And it's literally spelled like that. Enough surprises. She's thinking, I literally hate surprises. I'm like, well, me too mostly, but I get it. Unless a really hot butch in like a year again wants to like make a really cute picnic with only fruit I like and only cheese I like, and the only cheeses I really like are like goat. So also, if any hot butch ever watches this and is actually into me for some reason, I'm giving you a play-by-play on how to romance me. Buy me an Indominus Rex figure, tell me how much you like the Locked Tomb and Arcane, and give me a picnic with like appropriate fruit and goat cheese, specifically the ones that have like herbs and shit in it, or boursin. Boursin's good too. I think it just has to be like soft and not taste bad. I can't explain why cow cheese tastes so bad to me, but it does. So I know I'm high maintenance. Maybe I should try sheep. I've never done that. I'm too scared. I'll think about it. Maybe someday. And she's like, you'll like this surprise. And then she like is like open and it's her bass guitar. Did we forget Alora plays bass guitar? Me too, because I've never seen her play it. I don't think she does in this entire book. She's like, do you play? And Hayes is like, I used to, but I'm more of a traditional player myself. And Alora's like, oh my god, she plays guitar? I'm like, a lot of people play guitar. Girl, she's gonna play Wonderwall for you. And then you'll be like, wow, because this was 2009 and I guess that was the height of romance. I don't know. She's like, you play acoustic? And Hayes is like, you sound surprised. She's like, you're just full of surprises. It's nice. You just said you hate surprises, but okay. She's like, learning more about you. And Hayes is like, you said you wanted to know more about me. Here we are. Okay, anyway, chapter 33, Hayden. So she's really focused on Alora's irises for some reason. I don't know. And then Alora's like, what kind of music do you like? And Hayden says, Linkin Park and Eminem. This is so aggressively 2009. But also, Those are two very different bands. Whatever. Like a band and a guy. Like they're very different. But whatever. But it makes sense. Both of those make sense. She's like, Eminem, who's that? And Hayden's like, the blasphemy. I'm like, yeah, my family kept Eminem from me as long as humanly possible. And I do understand why. Because I was in about high school when I actually started to listen to it, you know, when I had more critical thinking skills, and I was like, oh, I get why you wouldn't want small children to listen to this. I do understand that, yeah. And she's like, I'm sorry, did you just say who's that? And she's like, I'm serious, who's that? And she has like cute dimples right now, I guess. I don't know. She's like, he's only the most iconic rapper in history. Yeah, this is how you can tell that this was written by a white person whose only rap knowledge is Eminem. Yikes. Yikes. Like, you couldn't even like be a little more cliche of like a white person being like Tupac or Biggie Smalls or something, which like they're great. It's not about them. It's about like how little white people know about literally anything. That's my point. She's like, I've never heard of him. He can't be that good. She's like, you want to bet? I'll play a CD right now. Tell me you don't love it. I'm like, I don't think she's gonna like it. And she's like, you know what? Music actually sounds like a great idea. And Hayden is like, maybe we should have her lay off the beer a little. And I'm like, yeah, maybe. Surprised you haven't given her an edible though. Rude. I didn't have one of those until I was like an adult when I got my medical marijuana card. But it really helped my chronic pain, I can tell you that for free. Anyway, she plays the real Slim Shady. Like, I can't get over this. I can't get over that she's trying to romance this teenager she kidnapped. And she's playing the real Slim Shady. And she's like, you really are full of surprises. I'm like, are you? Is she Alora? Because I think that Eminem, being one of her favorite artists, is very predictable. But I've been alive a lot longer than you, so I suppose that makes sense. So they look at all these CDs that Hayes has and starts like shuffling. This is a really, really interesting list because it's like Shania Twain, Celine Dion, Bon Jovi, Aerosmith, Black Eyed Peas, Pink, Coldplay, Linkin Park, and Florence and the Machine. I'm like, these are very different from one another. I'm not saying you can't like all of them. Obviously you can. I have a very diverse music taste overall. Holy shit. And she plays something from the CD and Hayes has like flashbacks of her mom like prancing around to these songs and she just like swallows the memories and now she's present with Laura. Good for you. She's like leaping around. She grabs Hayes' beer and tries to like drink it and Hayes is like, I gotta take that back. And I'm like, I don't know if you should have given her any to begin with. She's just like jumping all around and Hayes is like my beacon of light. And I'm like, I think your life was really sad if this is what does it for you. I can make your life a whole lot more whimsical real fast, okay? Just pay all my bills and stop me from going out in public also. Oh, and let me have my dogs. She's like, come on, dance with me. And Hayes is like, do I look like a dancer? I'm not gonna dance. But she's like grabbing her wrist and like trying to get her to dance, but she won't. And she's like, but I'll dance on my own. I'm like, oh my god. Like, not the first drunk girl dancing. She keeps chugging the beer because what the fuck? Hayes thinks this crazy shit, so we'll just read it. She chugs the bottle, her arms intertwining with the rhythm filling the room, and I think I finally understand what beauty is. Beauty is capitalized. It's her. She's beautiful. Beautiful is not capitalized. I don't know why. She's that flower in a storm that survived its wrath and kept growing, blooming, strong enough to withstand Mother Nature and all its pain, standing out against the rest, standing out to me. Okay. Like, I get like why some people would really like this because the intensity feels nice, right? You have somebody who's like so insanely intensely obsessed with you. However, in real life, this is severely a red flag. It's very scary. You shouldn't do that. Although, I'm kind of at the point where I'm like, all right, just make me not have problems. That would be nice. Feed my dogs their very expensive prescription food for me. Thank you. 2 out of 3 are on very expensive prescription food. Also, my house is like a pharmacy. My 2 little ones take all kinds of meds every single day, all day, every day. And my big dog only takes a hip and joint chew. That's it. Because she's good like that. She did have cancer though. It's gone. Don't worry. It was on her like elbow. Very dumb. Was it still $800? You bet your ass it was. But I found it. No, I was right. Hayes is starting to get worried about her because she's brand new to drinking. She's kind of a lightweight. Yeah, you probably should have thought about that before all of this started. And she almost drops the bottle and Hayes grabs it. It's like, easy, love, I got you. Love is capital. Who, I can't keep putting it out every time, but I want to because I'm like, why? Anyway, she's trying to use Hayes to correct her balance and Hayes grabs her waist and she's looking up at Hayes like a lovesick puppy. Great. My jaw clenches until it hurts, fighting all the reasons I shouldn't crush my lips against hers right now. She's intoxicated. This desperation to devour every part of her and strip her of her pure and happy little heart that is beating in sync with mine. This cracked dolly just waiting to be dropped. She is searching for love, capital, in the wrong place as she drowns in my eyes, hypnotized by her balls of fire, burning to feel everything. I will break her, burn her, tear her apart. I will be the death of her, and I don't think I'd want to breathe the same air as her if I ruin her life again. The balls of fire is insane. What are we talking about with the eye stuff? The eye stuff keeps getting more nonsensical. Eyes are just eyes, guys. Like, hey, Dad. And her saying her name is Ecstasy, apparently. Pulling me closer without consent, placing my finger against her lips, and I don't know who that was for. And I'm like, neither of you care about consent, so I don't know why we keep talking about it. I wish we didn't even say that word. I wish we didn't even say it so that it wasn't so hypocritical. And she's like, tell me tomorrow, because she's terrified of what she's gonna say. She's like, let's get you to bed. And she's like, oh my God, she's had 3 beers. I can't believe she's gonna pass out. I'm like, not all of us can handle alcohol that well, okay? I have 1 mixed drink and I'm done. The most I've ever done is like 2. And I was like, oh, that was too much, damn. And Hayes has to like help her, and she's like, this doesn't bode well, me playing the hero. I'm like, well then stop doing it. You're the one who keeps doing it. She's not holding you at gunpoint. She didn't kidnap you. Why are you doing it then? She's like, I wrap her up, tending to her like a wounded doe. And I'm like, I can't imagine you taking care of a deer, honestly. God, imagine if she had been a serial killer, but she had had a pet deer instead of a dog. That would have been really funny. She just named it Doe, and she's like, I couldn't think of a freaking name. All right then. Anyway, she gets her all cozy under the blanket, and she's drunk, and she's like, you're not a monster. She mumbles it against the pillow and is holding Hayes's fingers. And I wish she was right, but she's not. And this is the alcohol talking. Tomorrow she will see me like she's meant to. But for right now, I sit back down next to her, inhaling my anticipated regret before sliding in beside her, holding her dead weight as my chest becomes her pillow, completely unfazed by the idea as she delicately plays with the fabric of my shirt. That was all 1 sentence. Holy Lord, whatever. It's like, it looks like a paragraph. There's only 2 sentences in that. Whatever. She's like, do you want to know why you're wrong, little dreamer? I'm like, why? She's like, because I'm the daughter of the devil, in a sense. A bad man. I'm like, well, by that logic, she's the devil also, right? Like, by that logic, Allura is also the devil. So I don't know what you're talking about. And she, like, says all this stuff about like pain no child should ever experience, and cut off all of my hair for liking the wrong gender. She doesn't like say everything bad, but she is like starting to open up. I'm a monster because if I'm not, I have nothing left. But Allura like fell asleep during this because this was a really dumb conversation to be having, but what have you, whatever. I peer down at her peaceful state, now fallen into a heavy sleep, her breathing soft but deep with exhaustion, knowing that she most likely heard none of that, but maybe that was the point. And these tears can fuck off. Oh no, guys, crying is wrong. She ends the chapter by thinking her life is laying in my hands and this has never felt so right. Good for you. I don't think any of this feels right. I think all of this feels like a Forensic Files episode, but whatever. Chapter 34, we're back with Allura. And she's like, I don't know what hurts more, my body or my head. I'm like, yeah, because you drank, but whatever. And she's like, how's your head treating you, puppet? She's like, never let me drink again. She's like, but weren't you having so much fun? And Allura's like, I feel like a 90-year-old woman. I'm like, how would you even know? You just feel like shit. You don't feel that old. She's in her pajama tops and bottoms and she's like, did you? And Hayden's like, nothing I've never seen before. Again, the consent, where is it? Just because I stripped in front of her doesn't give her permission to look at me without my consent. Her cocky grin is so smackable. Yeah, no one in this cares about consent. No one. So I don't know why we keep talking about it. Hayden. And she was like, you were trying to strip right in front of me. She's like, I really am never drinking again. And she's like all embarrassed. And she was like, calm down, love. I kept your underwear on. I'm like, I don't think that's the point. But okay. We then come to this. I told you I won't touch you. I swallow my deceit because for some reason that doesn't comfort me anymore. I'm craving her touch like a flower craves the sun to grow. My thoughts take on a mind of their own. Sickening sin flashes before me, picturing her using my vulnerable body, and I close my legs underneath the duvet to try and ease my disturbed discomfort. She could have had me, but she didn't. She doesn't think I see how she looks at me, how she undresses me with her eyes peeling away at my purity like a disease. There's a lot going on there. So, she could have had me, but she didn't. Yeah, that's called rape, okay? Like, that's what that's called. And, I mean, that's also somnophilia, but Oh, that's neither here nor there. And then the peeling away at my purity like a disease. I don't know any disease that you peel. I don't know any disease that you peel, honey. All right. Didn't expect her to be smart. She's not even got through college yet, so whatever. Anyway, she gives her some painkillers and insulin. She's like, hurry up, I want to show you something. And Laura's like, if you promise not to make me drink again. I mean, she didn't make you. You still just did it on your own. I know that there was some pressure from your kidnapper, but she wasn't actually being threatening in that moment, so I don't really know why we did it, but whatever. She's like, you'll be begging for it when I'm done with you, puppet. What the hell is that supposed to mean? I'm like, yeah, I don't really get it, because like we were talking about drinking, and now I feel that we're talking about sex. And I don't know why. Anyway, there's a giant leather bag near the sofa. Is that what I think it is? And it's an acoustic guitar. Why did I forget about all this guitar stuff? Probably because it doesn't matter that much, honestly. And then she's like, you're only getting this once, and she's gonna play for her, which is like a little bit I forgot about this. I made that Wonderwall joke, and she fucking plays Wonderwall. You can't make this shit up. You can't make this up. Not the fucking Wonderwall. Also, Alora has never heard Wonderwall before. What do you mean? And then there's just like the lyrics of some of Wonderwall like copy and pasted in here. She's like, she's trying to give me normalcy through reluctant kindness. I'm like, oh my god. She's just playing Wonderwall like a loser. I don't know. We don't like it when men do this. Why would I like it when a butch does this? I mean, I guess I haven't tried it out. I guess the next butch can try, but you should probably have a backup song, because I'm probably gonna start laughing and talking about this book. Like, nothing in this moment matters more than this moment. Oh, it's just a girl playing Wonderwall. It's like, she looks ethereal, and Hayes apparently has olive skin. I don't know how I feel about that. I don't know how I feel about that. Particularly because nothing about race was talked about at all with the police corruption that we're going to get to later in this chapter, okay? Da-da-da, guitar, guitar, guitar. Oh, Alora thinks she's all I have left, and I'm like, oh. I mean, yeah, that's... Oh. And Hayes is like, did you even know that song? She's like, I didn't. What's it about? Just never heard Wonderwall. She's like, the person you constantly find yourself thinking about. And I'm like, okay, all right. She rolls herself a cigarette now too. Hayes does, but whatever. And Laura's like, it's beautiful. I just can't get over that it's Wonderwall. Somebody's Navy. Yeah, so Alora feels like she should take a cold shower because of like whatever. She thinks about how she murders bad men for a living. I'm like, is that really such a deal breaker? I gotta be honest, I don't think it would be for me. Like, just don't like track blood in anywhere, and like don't get caught. And like, I mean, if they're like rapists or PDF files, or I hate saying this shit, but I know that YouTube does flag stuff because of like transcripts and whatever. If that was what was happening, I'd be like, okay, honey, but how is this gonna bring us money? Like, I'm fine with it, but like, make money though. I've never met anyone like her. She's a damaged engine that needs the right parts to bring her back to life. Yeah, we wanna do this again. Anyway, page break. So they spent the entire day going through Hayes' old things. She found one of her old high school sweatshirts among some of the things she kept, and she apparently played for their soccer team. It has like Chicago 13 and more on it. Interesting. I don't like sports. I was really good at tennis. That was about it. I did like tennis, but I don't like watching tennis. I have ADHD. It's too boring. All sports are too boring for me to watch. You know? Like, I don't know how else to explain it. Gymnastics though, not true. Amazing. I don't know why. Ice skating's okay too. Do I want to watch them all the time? No, but like, they're fine. Anybody else watch Yuri on Ice? I love that shit. I'm sad about the movie. Hayes gives her the sweatshirt to wear. I hope that got washed like recently, because she got arrested in 1999, so it's been probably more than 10 years since that shit's gone washed. It smells like nostalgia. I mean, I think it smells like mothballs. She told me lots of funny stories to try and cover up the pain she also endured during school. I know, because we have that in common. She doesn't have to tell me. I can see it in her eyes. I don't think your childhood can be compared to hers. I don't think that's a thing that should be happening. No. I don't think you got physically tortured. Like, your parents were isolating you, and that is a kind of trauma. I'm not gonna pretend it's not. However, it's not the same. They have like low music going on as they're going through like all of these CDs. I miss having like a 5-disc CD player, I can't lie, but now we have streaming, so it's whatever. And she thinks she's never seen Hayes so normal. She looks like your typical teenager if you ignore her age. Like a giant in a hobbit house as she walks around, and her size still makes me nervous. What? Okay, first of all, she doesn't look like a teenager then, because you can't ignore her age. Whatever. She thinks about how Hayes could pass as a man because of her build or whatever. I don't know. Interesting. There is something so humbling about a woman of her strength removing sickness from this world. Sickness that lies in power. Cowards hiding behind screens and paper. The government, people like my father. I've had weeks to get my head around her work, and the more I think about it, the more I understand. She was let down by a system meant to protect her, and as vengeance, she's taken it upon herself to become their enemy. It makes perfect sense. I mean, I guess, but I do think that we are trying to rationalize something that we probably shouldn't. However, I also think it's hot. Sue me. Sue me. I think that butch power taking out creepy ass men who are evading the system that they created. A little bit hot. A little bit hot. Anyway, she opens the garage door, makes her way outside, but then a little four-legged friend runs out into the garage. It's a cat. I gotta be real. I was a little nervous because I know a lot of things about certain shepherds and cats. This is like a personal thing. This isn't like there's a mass countrywide issue of German shepherds killing cats or something. Like, I'm not saying that. This is like a very specific thing to me that I know about multiple things. So like, that's just New Hampshire, I guess. It's not even all of New Hampshire. So actually, I don't even think she was in New Hampshire, but I know about her. Anyway, not important. She's like, yay, a kitty. And Hayes explains that she's a stray who comes and goes, sometimes for like months at a time. And she's like, that explains the cat food I saw under the sink. Like, she thinks to herself, and I'm like, yeah, are you dumb? I mean, the answer is yes, but oh my god. She's like, does she have a name? She's like, Whiskas. Again, with the originality, Alora thinks. So I'm like, yeah, she's really bad at naming things. And she's like, what? The cat looked like the box. She's so simple, it pains me. Sometimes I wonder if she was a man born into the wrong body. I feel like this should maybe be put under transphobia too. I feel like this is also a very specific butch phobia. Butches aren't men. Some lean more towards that side of things. It's complicated. Trans mask butches, I'm not talking about you. He, him butches, I'm not talking about you. I'm just saying, like, it's weird. Oh, it's telling me to take my meds. No thanks. Anyway, like, no thank you. Like, what we're talking about now, weird. Don't like it. Also, like, a lot of butches have a really complicated relationship with gender. I'd also argue that a lot of femmes do too, because I don't know what's going on with my gender. Don't know. Don't care. Anyway, and she's like, where did she come from and where does she go when she's not here? And Hayes is like, I don't know. I'm not usually home a lot. And like, her food and water, outside, and she rarely comes inside. She claims she doesn't care about anything, but someone like that wouldn't show acts of kindness towards an animal that's not even hers. She puts up this front, but deep down I'm realizing her heart is far bigger than I thought. I mean, I think just because you're kind to animals doesn't mean you're like a good person. I think like, it reminds me of that clip that's like,
I can excuse racism, but I draw the line at animal cruelty.
You can excuse racism. So, what?
yeah, I don't know about that. Hayes is like, she must really like you. It's like jealous because the cat's like, pay attention to me, Alora. I'm like, yeah, probably because she can sense that Alora's not nuts. Chapter 35, we're still with Alora, thank God. Okay, so this is where shit starts to go downhill real fast, okay? She's starting to have like she has like a sex dream about Hayes. She dreams Hayes saying, good girl puppet, spread your petals for me. No, thank you. No. I hate the flower metaphors. I don't know. Anyway, she wakes up and is like glaring at the ceiling. She's kind of disgusted with herself and rubbing her thighs together because she can feel like the wetness there. And Hayden is there just staring at her and is like, what were you dreaming about? No thanks. And she's like, Jesus, Hayden, you scared me, which is like totally fair. She's like, don't avoid the question, puppet. She's like, I wasn't. And she's like, liar. It's like, I can't remember. It's like, yeah. Okay. And then she's like staring at Hayes's pants hanging low, exposing the V line. Okay, you're really whatever. She's like, don't lie to me, innocence. She's like, she knows. She's like, why weren't you watching me sleep? That is a great question. I went to move, cover myself from her dirty glare that's stripping me of all my innocence, capital I. Feeling entirely too vulnerable in my little white shorts and crop top that feel entirely too tight around my body. But it's because they are stuck to my skin and I'm sure my nipples are pinching the fabric right now. How can they pinch? I think you mean that like the peaks can be seen through the fabric. Nipples can't pinch. So this is like a fascinating study of odd word choices. She's like, it's fascinating, your soft little whimpers. She's like, I don't know what you're talking about. And then this kind of devolves into sex stuff. So we're just gonna kind of like hurry it up. But here we go. Before we even start, we have Allura being like, my flower is pulsating, aching to be watered. Ew, weird. Also, it waters itself. So what are you talking about? Whatever. It waters itself. Hayden like traps her up against the bed frame, which is kind of like weird because again, we don't care about consent. I get it's an erotic thriller. I wouldn't care. I wouldn't care if it wasn't so hypocritical. She's just like, I was dreaming about you, and she's like, and I was doing what? And she's like, thinks to herself, fornication. Why do you know that word? That's a gross word. I hate that word. She's like, you touched me. And then she thinks, I have never touched myself. I've never understood it or felt a need to explore it. Fornication, sex has always been a myth to me. Something people indulge in out of boredom. But as she sits between my legs, I realize it's much more than that. It's intimacy, lust, submission, the way I submitted to her in the woods. That same feeling is throbbing against her knee because her knee is like in between her legs. Yeah, so, oh. Okay, so the word fornication being used. Oh my god. But also, as someone who didn't do that, I also kind of didn't really get the point because, again, I didn't know that most people need outside stuff. I didn't know where the outside stuff was. I'm legit not lying. So I was like, yeah, it's not as good as everyone says it is. It's not really that great. And you also have to pretend it's a woman. So, but yeah, yeah, I get it. I get why she was like, it was just kind of a myth to me. And I'm like, yeah. Now, was I horny as all get out that whole time? Yes. Yes, I was. Because I was basically edging myself in my own brain for like years. Poor me. And Hayes is like, where? Show me. And then Hayes is all like, you've never touched yourself, have you? And I'm like, this is so icky. Something most likely naive inside of me is telling me I can trust her. Girl, that part is naive and stupid. Run. She has Allura like touch herself with her hand over her hand. Yeah. Oh, remember when we talked about the sound counters? Yeah, she's being loud. Whatever. I mean, it just keeps going. Trying to find out. I should say it. Okay, but then she also says running rings around my clit. I don't know. I don't know how you know what that is. You don't masturbate, you don't know anything about sex, but you do know what that is. And I guess it's just the hypocrisy of this book. Like, it flip-flops back and forth. It cannot make up its mind. It cannot decide. Because like, if she heard about some things about sex but still kind of saw it as a myth, you know, that would be one thing, but it doesn't feel like that at all. It could have been okay if they had been like, yeah, I learned about all this stuff from Casey, but I find it gross because I'm not attracted to men, which she isn't, by the way. But that's not what's happening. It just feels like this never-ending flip-flopping throughout this book. So it's feeling great, but she also says, I feel disgusting, but I also feel relieved until she removes my fingers. I'm like, okay. And Allura's like, why did you stop? Because she was having a good time, you know. And Hayden says, when you're ready. I'm like, I think that this was as much as of a green light as we were gonna get. I mean, it wasn't ever an explicit please do this to me. However, still weird. Still weirdo behavior. I don't know. She's right. I don't know if I am ready. I don't know what the hell just happened, but I feel violated, unfulfilled, and unsatisfied. Okay, so let's stop for a second. Okay, so this is why the whole consent thing bothers me. Again, if this was just being an erotic thriller and like we were exploring a little bit how like traumatic experiences that aren't consensual or that have like insane power dynamics and therefore cannot be consensual, how that affects people, that would be one thing. However, it's not. This goes away so fast and it's so hypocritical. It keeps going back and forth. It's really stupid and it's really annoying. Like, I want you to commit. Be evil or don't. And then Hayes is like, do you want coffee? She like gets out of the bed just like totally nonchalant. And Allura doesn't know if she's relieved or annoyed. And she's also worried that it didn't mean anything to Hayes. Again, like when you have a relationship of any kind, you should be communicating. You should be talking to one another. Anyway, and she's like, she kept her word. She still hasn't touched me. I know that technically, okay, first of all, the spanking is touching, but whatever. Technically, she used your hand to do the things, but that doesn't mean she wasn't doing the thing. So I don't understand why, again, a lot of these books have really arbitrary lines for what they decide sex is. And Hayes, I feel, has like a really weird thing where she decides that sex is just like mouth stuff, you know, going to the buffet, or strap stuff, but like other stuff doesn't count. I feel like this counts. I don't know. That's my opinion, but Allura is really irritated. And that's how we end the chapter. Chapter 36. Hayden. Oh, here we go again. I can still hear her singing in my ear, and it took everything inside me to hold myself from destroying her sweet little flower. Unable to touch what is mine proved to be highly difficult, but she will not be able to resist me much longer. I've given her just enough to let her deteriorate, pining for me inside her. She will scream for me, and I will happily suck out all her insecurities. She has nothing to be ashamed of. She's the definition of perfect, and I intend to ruin that. See, like, again, being in Hayden's POV, I'm not trying to be serious, I promise. Like, again, I did mostly enjoy this, but I don't even know if I did. I can't tell you. I'm not trying to like morally grandstand or anything. I'm not trying to be like, if you enjoyed this, you're a terrible person. I understand that there is a desire for this. I'm one of those people who desires this kind of stuff, actually, just so you know. Let's just put all the cards out there. However, I have yet to find a well-written dark romance, and I guess this is my first erotic thriller. However, that doesn't mean it's good. Please somebody write a good one. The best score I've given to any of these is Captive in the Underworld. I still don't think that was like, I don't know. I'm just like, why? Why do we have to do this? Like, again, I think if we hadn't been in her thoughts at all, we didn't know she was thinking this awful edgelord shit where she's being manipulative and weird, I think it would have been fine. Anyway, there's a lot more about like succumbing to this darkness and that like edgelord crap. Anyway, but let's keep going because I don't want to. It's just edgelord nonsense. We can't stay here all day. We're only at 51%. I'm dying. Anywho, I've left her to her own devices, letting her imagination run wild. I saw an opportunity and I took it. She shouldn't have been moaning my name in her sleep like a needy little whore. Why are we shaming her for wanting something that you also want? I literally thought you just said she has nothing to be ashamed of. Does she or doesn't she? Make up your mind. Anyway, she's bringing out an animal in me I didn't even know I had. Okay. Like, she's had sex with other women like Hayes has in prison. But Alora, who is barely 19, is just so much better than the rest of the women. I don't know. She is the noose around my neck, and I am terrified that if she said jump, I would. I'm like, well, we can all hope so that I don't have to listen to this anymore. Like, look, again, so many parts I love of this book. I mean, I don't know if I love that. I enjoyed them, right? But like, her being in her head, torturous. Anyway, we just keep going. She's been in somewhere for 30 minutes. I think it's still the bedroom. And the door opens and Alora's just wearing some little lacy knickers and a crop top. She doesn't like being left unsatisfied. Now she's dangling herself in front of me so that I give her what she wants. Clever girl.
Clever girl.
But she's going to have to try harder than that. Aren't any of y'all tired? Oh, then there's this other line in this. Again, this is so much nonsense, so much chicanery. You should read this if you want to read something ridiculous. Her back is to me, so I have a perfect view of her peachy fucking ass, and if she's not careful, I'll bite a chunk out of it next time. A whole chunk out of her ass? No thank you. That's insane. Anyway, Alora's like clawing at a glass from the shelf, and she's like glaring at her with mischief. She's like, I dare you, Alora. And then she like smashes it on the tile because she's a brat. It's how she is. So Hayes storms over there because she's not normal. But Hayes is excited about this because she's like, she's finally grown some balls and my plan is working, but she's asking for something her fragile little mind can't handle yet. I'm like, why are you the person who gets to decide that? Her life is already over. If she wants the good. Look, I am unfortunately Team Alora because she's been through it. I don't think that this is right, but if she wants it, you should be given it any hour she wants, honestly. So you shouldn't have done that. I'm like, okay. The way I spoke must have been of a different nature because her eyes explode at my statement. Damn, she has no eyes anymore. What? Anyway, she picks up a piece of broken glass off the floor. Hayes does. And yeah, she's like running it like along her panty line, and then we're just gonna skip most of this. She's like, do you trust me, Alora? I'm like, I don't know why you should. And she's like, I need an answer with words. And I'm like, okay. I get how that could be attractive, but again, we're doing that like, you're a kid, I'm not thing, and I'm not into it. And she grazes the sharp side of the glass against her inner thigh, and she's like, she doesn't fight, she wants this. I'm like, I don't think that means that, but Alora says yes, so I guess it's fine. Maybe you had to be there. I don't know, with a SWAT team, honestly. And she cuts Alora, and she just leaves a little bit of blood on the surface. Here's also what I don't understand. Okay, so she's kneeling, presumably, maybe? I guess not, maybe. I don't know. See, that it's confusing where everyone is and where they aren't. But she takes Alora's chin and forces her to watch as so she has to be kneeling. So like, are your arms the longest arms to ever arm? And she takes the wound in her mouth. Freak behavior. Again, if this was like safe, sane, and consensual, I'd be more on board. I do understand, again, like the need for this literature. I'm trying not to be a Debbie Downer, but I'm also like, this is nuts. This is nuts. Okay, and then she's like, back up, but it doesn't say that because it says like, okay, first of all, her teeth are chattering, which is weird. Like, oh. Have you ever seen a dog do that? No, thank you. God, here we go. Then she like pulls Alora's groin to hers, which again, there's no indication of standing. So it just makes it feel like a crazy game of Twister where I'm trying to figure out who's where. You should map it out before you write it. But then she takes the wound in her mouth again. So she's back down. At least this time it says I crawl down her frame. Okay, fine. Fine, we'll give it to you this one time. She flattens the tongue against the cut, which remember is a split tongue. And she also has both sides pierced and they're indenting her skin. Ow. Now there's more like blood drinking and she thinks such a good little blood bag. No. She also thinks about how this is great because she hasn't killed in weeks. And I'm like, I still can't believe a butch lesbian who was alive for part of the 80s would engage in such like dangerous activity with blood, because it's not like it's just Alora who's never been with anyone, although you can still have diseases if you've never been with anyone, but it's the guys she kills. She like puts their blood on her face. I'm like, I just don't believe this. This is unreal. Like, obviously the whole book is unrealistic. We'll get to all of it. But at the same time, hot damn. There's more sucking on the wound. And she was on the counter at one point, but I don't remember her ever being on the counter. I'm not going back, guys. I can't do it. I'm too tired. She's visibly dripping, Alora, which is something else. Okay, thank you for telling me that. But Hayes restrains herself and just does like touching the inner thigh barely, and then getting up to the outside of her sensitive little rose. Stop it. Stop with the flowers. Stop. Anyway, she thinks it's great. It just keeps going. There's no like actual sex yet. Also, there's more spanking. I'm not gonna go over the whole thing. And then near the end of that part, Hayes is like, why did you lie to me, puppet, about like how many people she's been with or whatever. And Hayes is like, I didn't want you to laugh. Being a virgin at 19 seems to be forbidden, like a sin in itself, purely because you're careful with who you hand your diamonds over to. But she's a good girl, sensible. Except now she's gonna let you do her. So what does that say about her judgment, honestly? She's like, why would I laugh at their misfortune, maybe? I'm like, okay, we need to like shush. Maybe I'm not worthy of her body, but I'm greedy and selfish. She weeps for me in ways that have me shaking. I don't know what we're doing. At least she knows she's not worthy of her. I guess there's that. And Alora's like, are you gonna fuck me now? And she's like, no. She huffs in disappointment, but I will not fuck her purely to fulfill a ridiculous high school requirement. I will fuck her when she realizes her worth and gives that privilege to me. Virginity is to be tended to with care. It's not something you rip away like you do with someone's miserable life. She will learn to use her words. She's not a slut, and I won't treat her like one until she's begging for me to fill her up when she chooses. Only then will I rip that clarity from inside of her and fill her with my monsters. Do you ever wonder if my neighbors can hear me through the walls? God, I hope not. I'm so sorry, neighbors. Goddamn. She's like, is it because I'm untouched? I'm not experienced. She's like, no, because you're not an object. I mean, you've kind of been objectifying her. You've kind of been putting her on this weird pedestal where all of your wants and desires and hopes and dreams are kind of on. So like, I don't know if I agree with that. And she's like, if you want me to, I will, when and only when you are ready. Do you understand me? But like, at the same time, this is framed as like she's being a good person. But to me, it's like, well, you've been doing this weird manipulative mind game to try and get her to sleep with you, so it doesn't really match up with reality. It is all I'm saying. And she's like, I need you to tell me you understand, Alora. And Alora's like, yeah. And she's like, she doesn't know what she wants. She has to go and figure it out on her own, and then tells her to like go clean herself up or whatever. Okay. Chapter 37, Alora. She's like, it's been a week and all I can think about are those words she said. Then it repeats the words. I was just there. I don't need you to do that, but okay. I practically threw myself at her, and thinking about it, all I've done is throw myself at her, but she's rejected me. Maybe she's lying to save her from hurting my feelings. She said I wasn't an object. I never said I was, but I guess I was a little desperate. She's right. I assumed that is all she wanted from me, and strangely, she didn't seem at all fazed. She didn't want me. Or she did, but I expected her to be like any other man I've heard about. But she isn't, nor is she a man. I'm like, yeah, I'm worried about the manipulation and the, oh, I don't know. And there's so much insecurity because, again, 2009, that insecurity was bad. But like, oh God, this could have happened to me, but I would have been 15 and I would have been even worse. Anyway, I would have been even worse, I promise. I know it's wrong of me to even be thinking about her in this light. She's a woman. What does that make me? Am I gay? I don't even know what I am, but I know that when she pulls me close and tempts my thoughts, nothing about it feels disgusting. It feels so unbelievable natural. So unbelievably is what you meant, but okay. Looking back, I don't think I've ever found boys hot. Not ones I've seen anyway, and the most I've spoken to a boy was in a queue for my morning coffee. I was so taken back. It's a back, but okay. I was so taken back by his words, I almost dropped it. He told me I have nice eyes, and that was a compliment, right? But I hated it. Yet she speaks of me like I'm a gift. I can physically feel my cheeks burning. I've spent my entire life around girls due to being at an all-girls school and college, but only now am I realizing that this attraction, this thud in between my legs every time she looks at me, it's not unfamiliar. It's only unfamiliar because I've tried so long to deny the way I really feel. A feeling that's been there way before she walked into my life. Or should I say forced her way into my life. Yeah, you know, this was actually kind of relatable. Honestly, I was not attracted to guys. I'm attracted to masculinity, obviously, because I'm into butches, but like, I'm not interested in men. So like, I really felt this in my soul. Parts of it. She's still off her rocker, but broken clock is right twice a day, as they say. She's then thinking about how she's always been so envious of Casey, but like, she starts describing like the way she looks, and she's like, oh God, am I really attracted to women? Now that I think about it, it makes this so much more terrifying. Does it even count? I mean, Hayes is basically a man, so now I'm just entirely confused. Okay, she's not, and I'm sick of this. Butches, studs, masks, they're not basically men. And that's something that used to happen to me so much when I was first coming out, and people would ask me, because my now going to be ex-wife she wasn't presenting as butch then, and they were like, well, why would you want to be with someone who's basically a man? And my answer was always, even before I understood that I was attracted to butches, was because they're not men, they're butches. And I still stand by that. I mean, some trans men, it's complicated. I'm not saying all of them, but for me, I'm not attracted to men, so it doesn't matter because they're not men, like the ones I'm attracted to anyway. And that also just kind of eliminates the nuance of gender and like identity. It makes things really, really weird because people refuse to acknowledge nuance. So, little butch rant over. She's watching Hayes try to fix her bike, and she's like, you'll be dead by the time that thing's fixed, which fair enough. She's like, not if I can help it, give me a hand. She's a femme. Why are you making her do anything gross? No. Don't make me touch gross textures, future wife, okay? No. And if you bring macaroni and cheese near me, I will vomit. I'm sorry. You'll have to eat it away from me. And then she asked her to hold something for her, and she's like, hold it for me, puppet. She's like, are you sure I should be in here? I don't want to mess anything up. It's like, okay, whatever. Anyway, blah, 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 bikes. I don't care about this. I don't know. And then Alora's dumb and is like, because Hayes is trying to charge the battery, and she's like, I thought bikes ran on engines. And I'm like, oh my God, this dumb bitch should not be having sex. She needs to go back to like elementary school or something. Like, cars and vehicles have a battery and an engine. I don't know anything about cars except that I want a Subaru really bad because it's a lesbian car. I said what I said. And also I have a lot of dogs, so you know, gotta fit everybody in. But even at that age, I wasn't that dumb. And she's like, oh, baby girl. And I'm like, ugh. Reminds me of like that 365 days or whatever. Ugh. And then she explains that every motor needs a battery, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, we know. I mean, we know, but she doesn't. And she's like, do you want to give the bike a go? And she's like, in her head, I don't even have a license. Girl, you've been kidnapped. Get on that bike and go. Go until you crash, bitch. Like, and she's like, what do you mean, like, ride it? And she's like, no, like, turn it on. The palm of my hand hits my forehead, contemplating my IQ right now. Math was my thing. Bikes, not so much. I don't believe math was your thing. Wasn't writing your thing? I don't know. This is dumb as hell. And she has her turn on the bike, and Alora gets really excited. It's like, oh my God, you did it. I'm like, well, I would hope so, but okay. Anyway, Hayes is like, I think this calls for a beer, because beer is the answer for everything, apparently. Alora looks at her abnormally long lashes and her disgustingly gorgeous smile on her face. I'm like, okay, I could just only imagine Pennywise now though, so I know she's hot, but I'm like, in moments like this, I can't see it. I don't know. And then she's like, Alora, are you coming? But she notices that there's a door, like, again, that's locked. And she's like, okay, I guess. And she's like, yeah, sorry, I'm coming. But she goes in the house and closes it behind her. Chapter 38. We are back with Hayden. Hayden is keeping an eye on Alora, and Alora asks where this door goes, and she's like, I will say this only once, stay away from it. Do I make myself clear? And Alora's like, you said no more secrets, Hayes. She's like, this is different, it has nothing to do with you. She's like, just trust me, it's to protect you, I promise. And Alora says, okay. Alora says they need a new sofa, and she's like, do we now? And I'm like, okay, we're getting a little too domestic for this kidnapping situation. She's like, well, if I'm living here, don't I get a say? I'm like, well, I mean, you were kidnapped, so I know she's blurring the lines, okay? This isn't your fault. However, and she's like, what, pray tell, would you like? Also, Hayes is smiling beneath the surface, but I won't show her that. Why? I don't really get what it matters anymore. Laura's like, now you're spoiling me. And she's like, this place needs a lot of TLC. And I'm sure it does based on how just even the bathroom is described. Hayden is having a hard time with this in her head though, because she planned to just leave this place like untouched because of like, you know, trauma and all that. She states the obvious, and I shake my head staring around the room, realizing how I vowed this place would stay untouched. It's battered and ugly, but it was what she wanted, and I left it exactly how she did. But I also never intended to end up in prison for 6 years, meaning this home rotted with the apparition of them inside it. This place is all I have left, but she's right. Things need attention, and I've been so caught up in my lust for revenge that I didn't notice how dead this house is. It's a coffin for the life I lost, but she makes me want to tend to it, like putting flowers on a tombstone to give it color. Things that I wouldn't have thought twice about until meeting my little color. But little and color are capitalized, and color is spelled the British way. I can't with it. And Alora's like, a few coats of paint, maybe some plants. And Hayes is like, I bet she'd like that, like talking about her mom. And then Hayes is like staring at her lips for too long or whatever. And then she's like, I'll see what I can do. Somebody please. Some hot butch who likes some nerdy shit. Again, animation, books, especially the Lock 2, D&D. Come kidnap me and do all of this for me. But you have to bring the dogs, obviously. I'm not leaving without them. And then Alora grabs her journal and starts like writing stuff. And Hayes is like, are you ever gonna tell me what you're writing? She's like, if you tell me what's behind that door. And she's like, Alora. She's like, I'm kidding, sorry. Because what else is she gonna say? Because she doesn't want this to turn into a freaking thing. If you're gonna kidnap me, by the way, please don't be this moody. I need stability. I have really bad panic attacks, leave me alone. And she's just like, I've never shown my writing. And Hayes is like, why not? It's like, because it's not worth reading. I want to throw her against a wall and smack her ass for doubting herself. Huh? See, like, this is my problem, is that it's not really kink because no one's getting consent and she actually like wants to hurt her, and it doesn't necessarily feel sexual. You know what I mean? Again, it's just the hypocrisy. It's the hypocrisy of the matter. And Hayes is like, how will you know unless you don't like let other people see it? She's like, I bet you've never read a book in your life. And she's like, do mechanical books about engines count? And yes they do. Yes, they do. She's like, you're the last person I'd let read it. She's like, ouch. And Hayden is like creeping towards her, like on the couch, I think. It's like, Hayden. And then she's like trying to keep it out of Hayes's reach. It's very like cutesy domestic teasing, except that this is a kidnapping. She's like, just one page. There's a lot of taunting. I'm not gonna read any of that. Page break after that little section. Alora is sleeping like a normal person, you know, but Hayes is glad that she hasn't had night terrors for a while. Hayes can't sleep though because her thoughts are going in a loop of like how she could have prevented all of this. Yeah, I think that's fair. I do. I think that's fair. She's outside, she has a cigarette on top of her mom's old car and then gets off. Part of Hayes' new little nightly routine that helps her feel more mellow, which is good. We love seeing coping skills. Except then she's staring at Alora sleeping again. Oh, but then there's this. I forgot about this. My fingers find her back, tracing her velvet skin down to her spine, and I don't even realize I'm doing it until she moves slightly, whimpering on instinct. Even asleep, her body is yearning for me and my groin twitches. Oh, I don't need to know about that. You keep that to yourself. She keeps like running her hand on her body while she's asleep again. We're in creeper territory. However, I don't really know what to do about it. Like, again, it's just the hypocrisy. Like, I enjoyed this book as like kind of like a potato chip of a book. You know what I mean? I didn't have to think too hard about it overall. I mean, I did anyway, because that's my whole MO, right? But like, what are we doing? Like, Alora's moving Hayden's hand to touch her down there, you know. Yeah, that's what happens. And then she's like, is this what you want? And then she's like, words, innocence. It gets really repetitive. And she's like, yes. And there's things like needy little puppet and whatever. And there's like good girl and like all the, I'm not gonna go over it. Also, there's juices. This is the part, it says submerged in her juices. That's not how that works. Okay, like your whole fingers are not submerged in like a tub of her juices. What are we talking about? And she's like, I want to hear you. Again, we're always telling Alora to shut up until it's like a sexy situation. And then she's like, the only release she will be gifted is on the end of my fucking tongue, where it belongs. I want to taste that first time like it's my last meal. Damn, she doesn't get any say in this? That's nuts. Chapter 39, we're back with Alora. We're still going. It's just, yeah, it's just like outside DJing, you know, like, but she's also wondering like what's wrong with her. Probably a lot of things. We gotta be real. And then Hayden just like stops and she tells her the only way you're getting off is on my tongue. And are you prepared for that? And I'm like, okay, I guess that you can consent to only having that happen on one certain body part, I guess, but I don't love that Alora doesn't really have much of a say, because it's either you do that specifically or you get nothing. And I'm like, well, that's not exactly like a consensual back and forth, is it then? And she's like, well, you know what I said, and I will happily wait. You're a delicacy, Alora. I want all of you when you willingly surrender yourself to me. Okay. All right. It's like, what if I'm never ready? She's like, then I'll wait. Another page break. There is a big old thunderstorm happening and everything is like drenched. Alora is petrified of thunderstorms and she's hiding under the blanket with Shep. And Hayden has tried to turn the power back on, but nothing's happening. And Alora's like, great, as if I wasn't bored enough already. And Hayden is like, I'm sure we can kill time. What is it, puppet? Are you scared? And she's like, I don't like thunderstorms. You've dealt with scarier things, love, capital L. Fun story, my dad got hit by lightning twice, but it actually was like a really great timing somehow, because he was an alcoholic and he was being terrible, and it was not that long before my parents were getting divorced and my grandpa died, and I was really upset with him. So after it happened the second time, like I didn't say it the first time, but after the second time I was like, that was grandpa getting your ass. And he was really mad about that. But also my dad stabbed his own dad, my grandpa, that grandpa, with a fork at one point. So I'm like, it's even now, I think, personally. She's like, you're not funny. Lie again and I'll shove it back down your throat. Okay. I just feel like Hayes is always too aggressive. I feel like the problem, like, and that would be okay. I guess it's part of the kink, right? But like, it's not for me, because it doesn't sound like, okay, I guess it's because of multiple things. Because number one, this is like, while Alora might like all of this stuff, this isn't really like a safe, sane, consensual situation at all. But also, again, they didn't like agree to this kind of stuff. So it's like really hard for me to like, I don't know, be on board. Whatever. And Alora says, I'm not lying. And he says, and I'm a saint. I'm like, yeah, okay. Is that what you tell yourself? No, that's what you tell yourself. So you feel less guilty about that pulse between your legs. And then she squeezes her legs together. Calm down. Are you ready to swallow that? And there's another thumb in the mouth. Oh my god. And they're on the bed, I'm pretty sure, and her legs like fall apart or whatever, and she thinks of Hayes as my nightmare. And then Hayden's like, you take me so well, doll, except like you've never called her doll before and I'm sick of all the nicknames. Pick a couple at max. Honestly, I'd prefer 0, but if you have to, pick a couple at max and then we'll be done. Oh. So Alora kisses her after the thumb debacle, and it's described as everything else in this book is. It's insane. It's like, I feel this gravitational pull. It's sucking me in like a tidal wave. Like there's a lot of similes. There's a lot of nonsense. And Alora has decided, you know, she's been dipping my toe in the waters. I just want to do it. I just want to do this. And she's also like rationalizing it herself by being like, not all villains are born that way. Well, yeah, that doesn't make it any better. Anyway, they're making out a bit and Alora's like, please, and Hayes is like, tell me, I want to hear you say it. And she's like, I'm ready. Chapter 40, Puppet. We're still with Alora. And I'm just gonna scan this quick. There's a lot of stuff going on. Before we even get to the sex is part of the problem. So she doesn't want Alora to hide from her. Eyes on me, blah, blah, blah. She's like, you will scream for me so loudly that the thunderstorm will fear you, love. I think this is worse when you accidentally keep imagining it in a British accent because you know a British person wrote it. So it's like, I will scream. You will scream for me so loudly that the thunderstorm will fear you, love. Like, I can't take it seriously. Which is good. That makes for a better time for me. And then she like blasts her with her tongue, you know what I mean? But again, her tongue is two halves with piercings on it, so I don't know about that. Also, I feel like, I mean, this book doesn't have this problem, but there's always like a lot of penetration stuff kind of quickly, and I'm like, don't you want to like make sure that it's all right before? Apparently no. But like another thing I don't understand is that she's like talking to her a lot while she's like doing the mouth stuff, and I'm like, how? I mean, I guess if you're like taking slight breaks every second, but how is that effective then? It's not. Anyway, Hayes loves eating that cookie and is like, you know, it's that last piece of cake or whatever, and I'm like, okay. And there's possessive shit that's like mine, but then she's like, relax, puppet. I'm like, well, which is it? Which is it? There's a billion nicknames. Stop it. It just keeps going. There's so many pages. I'm just gonna, oh boy. And she's like, I want your my name on your mouth when you know, reach the finish, puppet. And I'm like, okay. There's been a lot of nicknames in this sex scene that I'm ignoring, and it's because I don't want to go over all of them, okay? I'm tired of this. And she's like telling her to let go and get there, you know, and all that. My entire anatomy locks, jamming like a scratched record until my entire upper body lifts, forcing out an overwhelming sob to rattle my throat, letting go of my fear, my purity, my everything. At this very moment, I'm thriving in this sickness she stained me with. What the fuck? Anyway, she screams her name when she does. Woohoo. It's like, feel it shatter for me, innocence. And I'm like, oh my god, stop. It's just an O. They're great, but like, it's just an O, my guy. Like, why are we, whatever. So, I'm just gonna read it. Her wet mouth, smothered in me, works its way up my stomach, smearing me in my own arousal. She wipes the excess off her chin as she pushes my legs apart to accommodate her waist, so wide it makes my muscles stretch. I pinch in an ache as her mouth crashes against mine, tasting myself on her tongue without consent through breathless kisses, clawing at my throat recklessly, unable to catch a break, laying in our mess with no thought. Oh, so like, I'm not trying to like amount shame. It's just like, I feel like a lot of these authors, like with the moisture level, go so incredibly hyperbolic that like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's too much. It's like an ocean, and I don't need it to be an ocean. Also, I hate the without consent shit all the time because, like, again, it's just rubbed in your face that, like, Hayes does whatever she wants, but at the same time, like, in her own brain, she's, like, kind of moral in a way and believes that she is trying to get consent, but instead all she does is use a bunch of manipulation tactics to get what she wants. I don't... Again, erotic thriller, I wouldn't care if, like, either the hypocrisy was studied or if there was no hypocrisy. Anyway, Hayes is like, listen, you have all the power, but I want to do some other stuff. But she's also like, you didn't think we were done, did you? And I'm like, well, you said you have all the power, but then you're saying that, so I don't know. And she's like, what are you going to do now? I'm gonna read it, but I don't want to. Just so you all know. I'm going to fill you up. No, I'm gonna... I can't even do it. I'm going to fill up your desperate, tight little hole with my cock, princess. Okay. I feel like we're going a little fast for Little Miss Virgin, but okay. Chapter 41. We're still with Alora, thank God. I am no expert when it comes to virginity, but am I wrong in thinking that is literally impossible? See, she's too stupid and too naive to be doing this shit. Anyway, she's like, what? And they're kissing again. It's a whole thing. She's like, my sweet, precious little innocence. Let me taint your pretty little mind with thoughts only the devil could deem acceptable. Hey, okay. I know that this is like the Midwest in 2009. I've never been to the Midwest, especially not in the year 2009. But like, I don't like when books kind of like make strap stuff seem like extra forbidden or whatever. It was something that was in Captive in the Underworld. I kind of understood what we were going for there because it's like ancient Greece, whatever. It's not as common or easy to get or as safe probably as what we do now or whatever. However, you're a lesbian who's been out for a really long time and you're almost 30. It's 2009, sex shops exist. I don't believe that you are still like, this is so extra sinful. Why? Why do we always like measure what is sinful against like penetration? I don't like that. It makes me feel icky. It makes me feel like a lot of authors think that like P&V sex is still like the most sex to ever sex. You know what I mean? Doesn't matter. She promises to be gentle. I'll believe it when I see it. She asks if it will hurt. I can't deny I'm nervous. I know how sex works, but I thought I'd grow gray and old and be a crazy cat lady. I only really know of sex through Casey, which isn't exactly the best source. Yeah, that's bad. Also, we're acting like people didn't have the internet in 2009. I didn't really, but you did. What are we talking about? She also thinks that Casey tried to explain it, but that she wasn't really interested until now. I'm like, oh my God. You are in college. Your parents never gave you any kind of sex talk. Nothing. They need to go to jail. I mean, I know they're dead, but like, and Hayes says it will to begin with. That is, that's not necessarily true. So that's like a really odd misconception. I know that we're always educating on this channel or whatever. For some people it hurts every single time. For some people it doesn't hurt at all. So my first time, which wasn't with a man, by the way, didn't hurt. It didn't. I mean, I didn't like it, but like, because it was the man, not the whatever. No one needs to know about that. It doesn't hurt for everyone, and it wouldn't have killed the author to just say maybe. And then Alora's like kind of excited to do this, and she's like, can I ask you something? Do you think I'm pretty? Huh? And she's like, you're beautiful. No one has ever called me that. I just don't believe you. I don't believe you. I hate this all like, you don't know you're beautiful. Just like, girls who are pretty usually know. Just so you know. Just like girls who are not that pretty, my experience, aka me, we know we're not pretty. So it's fine. I'm not fishing for compliments. I have accepted that I'm not conventionally attractive and I will not die. Just wanted to put it out there. Again, there's more of like, tell me like a good little puppet, be a good girl and use those words. And I'm like, ugh. And she's like, I want you, all of you. I'm like, okay, let's read this because this is insane. My credence deceives me, startled at my own truths. This isn't just about sex anymore. This is about us. This is about how through all my pain and grief, through all my suffering and captivity, her kindness has prevailed. The last fraction of my life resides inside of her. And even if I did one day manage to find a way to be rid of her, a sick part of me would find a way to miss her. Because in the end, I found refuge in our catastrophe. Is this love? Is this utility? Maybe it's delusion. I finally lost my mind, but at least this way I don't feel judgment. I'm not judging you too hard because you are the victim in all of this, but at the same time, this is crazy edgelord behavior from 2009. Also, a lot of these sentences for that paragraph are fragments of thoughts. Like they're, oh, I tried to read it more like what I think it would sound like, but this is, oof. Hayes wants her to beg, so she does. So we don't do any prep. We just start with the item. And I think that that's bad. Like, of course you think it will probably hurt if like you're just shoving it on in there. I know she already got off once, but like it's a muscle, right? And if you haven't worked out in a long time and you try to do something really hard, it's going to be really sore. That's kind of like this, but even worse because you can wreck it forever and it can be really hard to fix it again. We are not great at science that has to do with female bodies. I don't like saying female, but you know what I'm saying. People who have like a vagina, okay? We're not good at science for that. So you would think that you would try. Also, because Hayes is the owner of one also, you would try to like not damage it forever, but what do I know? It's not real, but whatever it is, it's penetrating my dignity. Ugh, I think it's just penetrating you, but okay. There's more good girl crap. You're doing so well for me, baby, blah, 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 blah. Like, I know it hurts, I know that. Well, if you had done fingering, it might not have. Hayes tells her to like do the DJ booth, and she's like, I wouldn't even know how. And again, we should not be doing this. We should not be doing this. I don't. That's it. Feel me. Let me worship you. Let me in. I'm like, oh God. Again, you could have just like done appropriate prep. I mean, you could have even done it at the same time as the mouth stuff if you were good at multitasking, but what do I know? Eventually, it's no longer uncomfortable after doing all that. And then she gets off pretty quickly. We have a lot of use of the word crippling though when we get to the O, and I just think that's a really weird word to pick. I don't know how I feel about it. And she's thinking like, I'm finally impure, and I'm like, we are making a really big deal about virginity, like even a bigger deal than I made about it in 2009, and that's, well, 2010 actually. I was wrong, but still. And then, you know, she like carefully pulls out what have you, and then Hayes asks, how do you feel? Dirtied. And I'm like, I know that this is part of the cake, but I'm just not liking it. Let's just read this paragraph so that you can also feel the ick I feel inside. I've always been under the impression that sex is something only sluts and jockeys did behind shower blocks in college, but that wasn't dirty. It was raw, passionate. She didn't fuck me. She made love to me in the most disgustingly beautiful way possible, and I'm still coming down, finding it hard to focus on her as my eyes adjust to the room. So first of all, I think you mean jocks. We don't call jocks, you know, the people who are into sports, jockeys, at least not anymore. So I'm assuming that's a British thing also, but okay. She's like, you better get used to that. Next time I won't be so merciful on your body. I'm like, ugh. But Laura's like, I know she won't, but part of me loves it, and I don't know why. I'm like, okay, I think you're just a little bit freaky, and that's fine, but like, damn. She's like, you took me so well, blah, 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 and Laura thinks it's gonna ruin me. I'm like, okay. Chapter 42, we're with Hayden. Yay. Hayden is really worried because she's like, this isn't me. This isn't like me. Why did I do any of that? But I shouldn't have done it. What was I thinking? I let my own selfish desires get in the way of my actions, and now she's lost her virginity to a monster. Hey, I don't know how to tell you this. That's kind of like a common occurrence for most lesbians. Oh, she should have lost her virginity to a silly little writing nerd with glasses, straight A's, and a degree in how to be a good boyfriend. But I know that's unrealistic. And how can I count on the fact that she would have found the right person? I'm not the right person, but at least this way no one can break her heart. I will break her heart, and I've already done that, so it won't be difficult for her to get over it. She should hate me anyway, so it will only solidify what she should be feeling towards me all along. I'm fucking selfish, and now I don't think I will ever be able to let her walk away. I'm a fucking idiot, but it felt so right. She felt like home on my fucking tongue. She belongs here with me. There was so much back and forth. There was so much back and forth in all of that. She's like shooting bottles with a gun. Fun. And Alora's like, damn, was it really that bad? She's in the doorway. She's like, very funny. But she thinks Alora looks like she's glowing. Again, we're gonna have her, like, I feel misreading Alora a lot in the rest of this book. That's my opinion. Like, she's clearly glowing, she's happy she did it, and Hayes is like, I'm fucking selfish, she shouldn't be with me. And I'm like, what? You're the one who did it, and she liked it, so like, what is the problem? I mean, all of it's the problem, but and she's like, can I have a go? And Hayes is like, can you even fire this thing? Ouch, I will have you know, I have expertise in the matter. Like, Hayes is like, I wonder if Daddy gave her lessons to protect herself. I'm like, well, I hope so, because he had you after him. So, and she gives her the gun, and her arm drops, and she's like, I forget she's 3 sizes smaller than me. And she gets behind Alora and tells her to concentrate. She's like whispering in her ear, yada yada. She's popping the bottles off with the gun because she can shoot a gun. And Alora's like, this mag is full this time. I could kill you right now. And Hayes in her brain, like always, is like, clever girl. She's like, she could, but she won't. She just wants me to put her on her knees. I'm like, okay, if you say so. I feel like there should have been more communicating if that's true, you know, to get that across. However, you don't want to communicate because you don't want to give her a chance to say no. I said what I said. She's like, was that a threat? She's like touching her ear with her lips or whatever. And she's like, maybe. She like grapples with Alora to get the gun away and is like, threaten me again. And I'll make sure I don't hesitate next time. Innocence. And I'm like, this is so dumb. It's fun, but it's dumb, you know? She wants to believe I wouldn't, but she is also not stupid. At the end of the day, I am still a ruthless killer, and I've not exactly had my fix lately. She doesn't need to know her existence subdues the monster inside of me, but I have no problem letting out my murderous tendencies on her delicious cunt. Oh my lord. Do you guys feel for me yet? I do this all for you. You guys don't know Xana. You don't know me. She's like, you know, technically you can't call me that anymore. Why? Because you had sex. You're still only like 19. You're still innocent as fuck. What are we talking about? She's like, what would you prefer, my dirty little whore? It's like, all right. We have to read this paragraph too because it's insane. But they're all insane. What are we gonna do? I dirtied her, smoldered her in my thorns, but she doesn't seem to mind, and that's exactly what I wanted. She opened her petals for me, and now I will pick them one by one until the only thing that remains is the skeleton of a flower that once bloomed. She will find beauty in things people deem ugly, like me. A flower with no petals will not get picked, left to decay until the dirty soil consumes her. But her petals were falling long before I came along. They do not grow back. You have to learn to love this new version of you, like she has to learn to love this new version of herself. Why don't these people ever have a normal thought? Why? But she's just like, yes, I would prefer to be called that. But Hayes is like, I know she's sore, so I'll be nice this one time. I'm like, why can't you be nice more than once? Why? Like, be careful what you wish for. Let's learn to walk before we can run. And Hayes doesn't have her appendage with her, but she's like, I feel like I have a hard on. Yeah. And we're using some gun stuff in the sensitive area. Guns are made of metal and they don't have like nice edges, but okay. She's like, I thought you liked it when I ran. She's trying to coax out the brutality in me, and I'm fighting everything in me not to ram this barrel into her tight little hole as I pull it to her mouth. Slick with her honey, running my tongue along the inside of my cheek. And that there's just, you know, it's some gunplay. And then there's some front spanking, if you know what I mean. And there's some mouth gun stuff going on. And Hayes at one point says it's good that we're alone. I don't like to share, which fair. And then Alora's like, no one would want to do me anyway. And I'm like, why are you saying that shit to someone who is this unstable? And then she like, Hayes puts her hand on her throat with the intent to bruise it if she keeps talking up that talk. I want to throttle whoever indoctrinated her with that crap. Some stupid boy, no doubt. I'm like, well, I think just maybe, how do I put this? As somebody who didn't date for quite a while, I mean, I did in high school, but like, didn't really help my self-esteem, I gotta tell you, because I was a lesbian. Anywho, it's pretty normal to kind of come to your own conclusion if you haven't dated that it's because you're ugly, it's because no one's interested, and that's not necessarily true, but it was really common, especially in that time period. So like, I don't know why we're getting so mad that she's insecure. You decide to bang a 19-year-old, that's on you. She's like, I'll watch your mouth out. Careful, princess. She's like, I'm going to shower. And then she like storms off. She's like, just for them, I'm going to show her how wrong she is. I'm like, I'm sure you will. I'm sure you will. So she follows her. Whoa. She's like, she left the door open on purpose. I'm like, maybe she was mad. I don't know. But maybe she was trying to get you to give her stuff again. I don't know. It's like, she knew this wasn't going to end well for her anyway. And I'm like, you just said she did it on purpose. So did she do it on purpose or what? Like, she clearly wants that if she's doing it on purpose. But if she's not, what are we talking about? Like, she like restrains her in the shower. I'm not exactly sure how. I don't know if it matters to me though. And then she's like waterboarding her and like putting her like under the water, and she's like, I want to do you. I'm gonna censor some of this because damn, if I had it my way, I would F your tight, swollen little C on every surface of the house until you couldn't walk just to hear your pathetic little whimpers down my ear. Down your ears. It's... What? You dumb little girl, do you realize just how effing perfect you are? How many men would be lucky to take your body? And so help me God, I'd like to watch them try. Because as long as I'm still breathing, you belong to me. Do you understand? And she like keeps holding her under the water for a little bit longer. It's kind of crazy. And then she like lets go because she's like, I don't want to kill her. I just want to like mess with her. And I'm like, oh God. And she's just like, yes. And she's like, what are you, Alora? And she's like, beautiful. And I'm just like, I know that you guys are like horny, but we need to calm down. Chapter 43, we're back with Alora, thank God. The God I'm not sure I believe in. They argue about whether mashed potatoes and baked potatoes are the same thing. They are not. They are texturally different. They don't use the same ingredients. They're different. Anyway, they argue about it. Stupid. Anyway, they end up like holding each other in the kitchen or something, whatever. And Alora feels great because she's like, she showed me I'm wanted and I feel great about everything. I'm like, she killed your parents. What? I mean, good for you, I guess. Whatever you have to do to get through this, get through it, girl. Get through it. And she's just like, Spain sounds nice to me. Hayden lifts Alora up onto the counter and she's just like, I love wearing practically nothing. She can't keep her hands off me. I'm like, yeah, because she's a pervert. Glad you enjoyed it though, girl. Hayes says a bunch of stuff that's like, I would love to travel the world with you, but you know that's not possible. I'm like, yeah, because you kidnapped her. Although theoretically, I thought of a solution to this. You could just drop her off somewhere and she could say she doesn't know who kidnapped her or like what area she was in, or then like make up what the suspect looked like, and then you could run off together, but that's too smart of a solution for these characters. And Alora asks if her and her mom ever traveled and she's like, no. Also, I just realized another thing. Okay, remember she had a jersey that said, or like a sweater or something that was like she was on a soccer team like in Chicago. This house is in the middle of goddamn nowhere. It's not in Chicago. What? Whatever, we're moving on. I think that people in Europe think that if it's a city they're not as familiar with, that it must be in the middle of goddamn nowhere. And that's not how that works. It's not. Chicago is a big city. She's just like, where did your mom want to go? And she's like, Aloe, I don't want to talk about this. And she's like, please. And then of course the author put England. Oh boy. Also, she wanted to travel to other states in the US. Well, that's not that hard, but okay. And she says that's what like the trailer was for. And Alora's like, England, that's definitely an interesting one in her head. Is it? I don't fucking think it is. And then they're arguing about the terrible paint job that Alora did again for the freaking trailer thing, which I'm assuming they mean like a RV or something, or like a camper of some kind that like hooks to the back or whatever, because like we don't really like a trailer, at least in the part of the US I'm from, okay? I just want to preface by saying that that's a mobile home, or like they'd call it like, I think, a caravan in the UK. So it can't be that, because you can't just like bring one of those everywhere around with you. It's way too big. It would be so expensive and it wouldn't make any sense. So I don't know. We're just gonna pretend it's some kind of camper or what have you. Alora tries a little bit of Hayes' cigarette and she obviously starts coughing and it's awful. And Hayes is like, you really suck at being a rebel. And then they go back to talking about potatoes. But she's like, I might head out and get us takeout. And Alora's like, Wendy's? And I'm like, why is everyone in this book obsessed with Wendy's? I have never had anything from Wendy's that I like, so, except for like their lemonade. So what the hell are we talking about? Anyway, she says that she won't be long. She's barely left the house recently and I desperately want to go with her, but I know I can't. It's not just me involved now, it's her too, and being found equals her going to prison. I don't think I could live with myself if she ended up behind bars again. I know morally she deserves it, but maybe now I'm the one being selfish. She hadn't taken my parents with her. I could completely look past the other people she's taken for good reason. But my parents are different, ... My father, not so much. But it's still taken me 5 months to come to terms with my mom's death, and I still quietly cry at night when she thinks I'm asleep. Okay, I'm sure she knows that you cry, but whatever. Also, like, it's so interesting that she's like, if it wasn't for my loved ones dying, this would all be fine. I'm like, I don't think that it would be. I'm like, you can't, like, okay, so look, I hate the government more than most people, okay? But I don't get in trouble for this. I don't really care. I would love like actual communism or some kind of socialism, something where like regular people actually get money and like resources and they don't have to work all the time and it's not as like devastating to people, right? You still shouldn't go around acting as judge, jury, and executioner. Now, I know the systems we have right now are colonial and they don't work. Again, love that she's taking direct action. I understand. I do see the appeal of that being a little hot, okay? But it's not really moral, because what if one of these people didn't actually do this and she tortured and murdered them for no reason? And I think being like, other than my parents, well, my dad, but whatever. She literally tortured your mom just to get back at your dad and then killed her. So I don't think that's like a good person. You know, I think the morality of this book is odd. I'm not saying it has to be like clean or like we have to agree with everyone's POV in every book or whatever. I'm just saying, I think that we're doing some real mental gymnastics to make this okay when it's not. Is what I'm saying. Anyway, she keeps thinking about how great Hayes is. She can't be this perfect or as perfect as a serial killer could be anyway. When do you ever hear about a hostage becoming their kidnapper's side piece? Never. That's not true, number one. A lot of victims do that to survive. I'm not going to bring up cases because I think that's cruel and inhumane to do to these people who survived actual things. However, it does happen. And also, she's not as perfect as a serial killer could be because she's not Eileen Wuornos. Lesbian queen. Well, she decides to go to that door to the basement and pick that lock. So this won't end badly. She is able to pick the lock and she turns the light on. So when she's first looking down in there, it looks like a regular man cave and she's like, I don't really get why she would not want me to see this. And then she's like, oh, I think I've just found it. Chapter 44, we're back with Elora still. She finds the torture chamber that Hayes' dad tortured her in. So I can't believe that she's decided to leave the house, like all of it, including the basement. I would have like trashed that basement. I don't get it. Anyway, Hayes pops up behind her like some kind of boogeyman and puts her hand over Elora's mouth. And Elora starts thrashing and she just like hoists her up and she's pulled out of the door with her feet dragging across the floor, and then she slams the door shut. And Elora's really scared because she's like, she's never laid her hands on me in this way, and like I can feel her aggression and her malice and I'm really worried about it. And Elora says, ouch, you're hurting me. And she's like, what did you expect to find? Bodies and dead bodies and organs and shit? A memorial for all the people I've killed? I mean, that is kind of popular amongst serial killers. She does let go after this, but then she's like smashing her palms against the door. Again, this is all very intimidating, weird behavior. And Elora thinks this shit. We betrayed one another again. I should never have gone down there. I didn't realize how angry this would make her. And Elora's like, I was trying to find reasons to hate you. I'm like, you have plenty, girl. You didn't need extra. And she's like, do you hate me now? And she's also like, I could give you plenty of reasons to fucking hate me, Elora. She's right, she could. But I don't want to believe she is a saint. I want to find something, anything that tells me I am wrong, that she is a monster, that all of this is delusional, that she is far worse than I can see, so I can stop trying to fix her. Stop seeing the good I see in her. Girl, you saw your parents' dead bodies. You saw her trying to light the house on fire. She hit you with a bat filled with nails and kidnapped you. She paints her face with other people's blood. You have enough evidence that she's evil. I don't get why we're doing it. What are you so afraid of? What are you hiding from me? And Hayden's like, stop fucking pushing. And she's like, what could you be so afraid of? What aren't you telling me? She's like, if I told you you'd never look at me the same again, leave it the hell alone. And I'm like, well, I mean, think of all people, she's entitled to your tragic backstory. But Elora's like, that's the problem. I need to know who I'm sleeping with. It's like, how can I see you any differently if you don't tell me? And I'm like, why do you need to see her so differently right now? You should be trying to use this false sense of security to get out, but you won't because you're stupid. You see me for what I fucking am, Elora, a monster. There is nothing more to it. It's how it should be. She's like pissed the hell off. I don't believe you. And Elora's like, we haven't argued like this in so long, like in her head. And I'm like, oh my god. Oh my god. She's like, you should be afraid of me. We keep going over the same thing over and over. And she's like, why aren't you afraid of me? Because she has like way too much empathy. That's the problem. She's just like, I don't know. And Hayes finally says something that actually makes sense for once. I'm bad for you, Elora. ... I'm broken. Do you hear me? Don't do this to me. Don't make me show you how broken I am. Don't make me open that door. It will kill us both. Why are you doing this to me? Yeah, you are bad for her. Finally some good food. And Elora's like, because I need to know what kind of person I'm falling in love with. Girl. Anyway, Hayes grabs her hair and is like grabbing it tighter. Great, yay. And she's like, don't say that, Elora. You can't be in love with me. And Elora thinks it's too late. I'm just like, okay. She's like, why? It slips from my mouth as I try to find the answer behind the guilt so clearly protruding on her face. Because I will never love you back. My heart sinks, releasing my grip on her shirt, dropping my shoulders with vanquish. Okay, you don't use vanquish that way. You can be vanquished. I think you meant anguish, perhaps? I'm not certain. Holy hell. She's like, then never, I'll wait. And Elora just thinks things like, she's too scared to let me in, yada 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 yada. It's the same shit, different day. Also, she licks her tears off of her cheek and, oh, not for me. good for you, I guess, if you're into that, but no thanks. And Alora's thinking like, there is no beauty without consequence, no happiness without pain, no love without hate. Doke. And Hayes goes over the whole crap again. You should be terrified of me. Is that what you want? For me to be afraid? For me to hate you? She's like, yeah, it would be easier that way. There's also like, they've started kind of making out, and then Alora's like, F me like you hate me then, Hayden. Oh God. And then she thinks this, I love that she can't function unless she's inside of me where she belongs. And it's like, you two people do deserve each other, I fear. You're both a little too freaky. Okay. So they have, I'm not gonna go into too much detail, okay? They have very kinky sex against the door. At one point the door is opened because Hayden is a weirdo, and she tells Alora to like trust her and like let go of the door frame, and she does, and then she catches her or whatever. There's also just like a lot of derogatory shit like, you're nobody to me, you're my plaything, yada yada yada. It's a lot of strap stuff. Again, like if you're interested, potentially read this book, but I think you should try to get it through like your library or something. I can't justify $7.99. If it was cheaper, I'd be like, fine, but it's not $7.99 for the ebook. No. Yeah, anyway, she gets there. Huzzah. And she's like, I will be her plaything if she wants me to. I will be anything she wants me to be. All she has to do is ask. I'm like, okie doke. Chapter 45, we're back with Hayden. My favorite. I lay my head back into the sofa, chain smoking away my thoughts. I've never stopped thinking about her idiotic confession, and I'm so angry. Angry at myself for letting her get this close to me. She should not have told me that. I will never be able to say it back. I don't have that in me. I am incapable of loving anyone. She's merely an obsession, and things have gotten so out of hand. Yeah, I mean, you did this to yourself. I don't know what to tell you. Anyway, Alora pokes her head out of the shower, like not the shower, the bathroom, God. And she's like, do you have any more plugs? I crane my neck, thinking of all the vulgar ways I can continuously corrupt her body. She is far from innocent now, but she certainly hasn't seen it all yet. She's had sex like twice and had a couple other slightly sexy encounters. I don't know what we're talking about. And Hayes makes a joke like, if you wanted me to F you in the A, you know, all you had to do was ask. She's like, oh my God, not those kind of plugs. I'm like, okay, you don't know how to like do things to yourself, but you know what a butt plug is. I don't understand this. She's like, I'm messing with you. You're too baby for that. Hayes thinks that like them having sex has been great and it's not an issue, but Alora's still mad about the whole basement situation. And Hayes does tell her with the plugs. I don't know what kind of plugs we're talking about, but okay. But they're on the top shelf, and Alora's like, I can't reach that. And Hayes is like, what do you say? But she's like already starting to get up. And she's like, please. And she gets her the box, but again, I don't know what we're talking about exactly. She like grips the back of Alora's neck, and like Alora likes this, but again, it's just making a lot of assumptions. And then, okay, we're just gonna fast forward through this part too. Okay, so Alora says, hey, I'm on my period. Maybe we shouldn't do that. And then Hayes is like, no, I absolutely want to do that. But I'm on my... I encase her mouth with my hand, cutting off her sentence because I don't give a shit. And you think a little blood is going to stop me? It's just blood, puppet. I'll be honest, I've not tasted the sweet stain of someone's insides for over a month. I've not killed for her. I'm attempting to be a better person, but I'm biting at the bit to tear a C's life away. And oh my God, oh, it's because it's cringe that I don't like it. I don't think there's anything wrong with like sex during that time of the month. I don't have that anymore. Getting a total hysterectomy was worth it. But I used to have them 3 weeks out of the month for like 3 whole years because I didn't know that that's not what's supposed to happen, because during sex ed I got my first period, so I missed the entire thing. I'm not even kidding. Literally insane. I just hate that like this is like framed so weird. But Laura's like, it's gross, it'll go everywhere. I'm like, this is the same woman who puts strangers' blood on her face, so I don't think you need to worry about that. And Hayes is just like, that's the point. Haven't you wondered what it feels like effing your most sensitive parts, reaching that peak as you look down at the mess you've made? I'm like, I don't know. And Laura's like, I'm not a murderer, ... I have no interest in watching myself bleed to death, but I am, and I will happily watch her bleed out for me, whilst a heavy pulse still keeps her heart beating. I want her to see how pretty death can be when executed correctly. Let me do it for you as you finish. all over my fingers, puppet. She goes to speak, but my hand has her tongue tied, rubbing against the red velvet between her warm thighs as she whimpers like a dream. Let me show you how I rearrange guts. It feels good, I promise. Oh, it's okay. Oh, all right, whatever. Anyway, we have finger action. I'm just gonna keep going. Alora's like, you're sick and you F this sickness like a drug, baby, so who's worse? And then she's like, drugs are an antidote to pain. I'm like, not necessarily, girl. No, they're not, but okay. And she's like, is that what I am, baby, your antidote? And I'm like, oh, why are we doing these long-winded metaphors? Anyway, and then she's like, bleed for me. Like, well, she can't exactly stop it, so I don't know what she's meant to do with that. She's like, you're not fighting this very hard. Let me bleed you dry, baby. And I'm just like, can we stop? And then Alora at least asks for something and is like, choke me, and then that's fine. Except she uses her belt for that, so okay. And then she tells her to kneel, and then there is strap stuff with the blood. You can imagine what that's like. And I'm not gonna read all of this because I did highlight a bunch of stuff, but there's a lot of like die for me. Like, it's very much like a weird murder kink we're having right now, and I don't get it. But like, okay, I get it a little, but not like, this isn't my favorite part of the book, I suppose. And then at the end, after all that, she's like, see, murder can be beautiful. She's like, I hate you. She's like, those are music to my ears, like in her head, and she's like, good. But then she like pulls her up to her on, you know, cradles her a little bit. She's like, the harder you hate me, the harder I'll F you, or whatever. I'm just like, okay. I'm like, again, I get that it's kind of a kink, except the problem is that it isn't. Because this is like it's not safe, sane, and consensual, is it? No, it's not. Chapter 46, we're back with Alora, thank goodness. She's been in and out all day, lugging God knows what back and forth. I have no idea what she's doing. I felt I needed space after the last few days. She violated me in the best way, and I'm still beating myself up over it yet again, giving into my weird compulsion to fall into her arms like a helpless princess. Even after everything, I find myself aching for all of her sick and twisted desires just to please her. It pleases me, but sex is not the answer. Like, yeah, I agree. I'm glad that at least she really like enjoys it, but yeah, sex isn't the answer. Anywho, she's like, I'm stuck in the same house as her. I can't avoid her forever, and deep down I don't want to. But she's also like, I know it's unrealistic that she'd like hold me, and of course she can't love me. And I'm like, I just think that this is like a lot of like you taking the probably most unreliable person you know's words at face value, and I don't think you should be doing that. But she's checking Hayes out in like her black shirt or whatever, and she's like, what's the occasion? And she's like, I want to show you something, get dressed. And so she gets into a turtleneck and a frilly skirt, and they go outside. They have like a metal guard dog sign, which is fun. I don't know, but Shep isn't scary. She's like, I could never see Shep being scary. I'm like, yeah, I don't think he is. I don't think he has a lot of brain cells going on, which is good for him because that means he's not suffering. I turned to see her waiting for me on the bonnet of the rust bucket sat in the front yard, a cigarette hanging out her mouth as she hops off it towards me, and my body stiffens, swallowing my want to run into her arms. She smiles softly at me, and my insides knot, walking around me as she closes in behind, making me hitch with curiosity, encasing my eyes with fabric, restricting my view, and tying a knot to keep it tight, but I can feel this is not malicious or ill-willed. So we don't call whatever part of the car that they're calling a bonnet a bonnet. I know I'm being nitpicky because this person's British, but I still kind of stand by, like, as we go through the book, this author didn't research, and I do think that that's a problem. I do think that it makes it read weird. Honestly, I don't know why they didn't just make this take place in the UK, because I was thinking about The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo. I hate that book, but I was thinking about it because I made some TikToks talking a little bit about it, and that takes place in Sweden, which is where the author is from. So the author obviously knows Swedish laws and Swedish culture much better than United States stuff, which is great. So like, you would hope that you would either do a lot of research or you would just make it where you're from. She's like, Hayden, what are you doing? And she's like, just trust me. She's like, is this where you kill me? And Hayden's like, I already did that. I'm like, oh my god. Anyway, she has her close her eyes. Her trailer sits amongst tall grass with a small gravel path leading up to the little steps, smothered and fairy lights looping the roof, extending off into the bushes. A small bench sits in front of the window with snacks and beers. She finally finished it. She tells Hayden that it's beautiful and says that Hayden's mom would have loved it. And Hayes is like, yeah, she would have. And they're both just kind of standing there awkwardly. And Hayes reveals that today was her birthday. And Laura's like, well, this is a pretty epic birthday present. And she thinks about how this is all for somebody that isn't even with them anymore, and that Hayes is capable of love. I just want to tell you something quick, okay? So aromantic people exist, right? They don't love people romantically. That doesn't mean they don't love people, period. Now, I think we're trying to go with the whole like psychopath, sociopath thing, which isn't really what it's called anymore. Let's keep it 1,000. It's antisocial personality disorder. I think she thinks that that's what's going on, and therefore that's why she might not love her or whatever. That's not, I mean, like, that's not really how that works either. Like, it's very complicated, and I fear we're losing the plot again. Laura wants to know which one is the terrible panel she painted, and Hayden points to it. He's like, are you gonna give me the tour? This is also dumb. Let's get to it. She finishes the last straw, crushing the cigarette in the palm of her hands, and I shouldn't have found that as attractive as I did. She has absolutely no fear of pain, and I find myself wanting to know why more and more each day. She just put a cigarette out with her hands after that whole speech to Alora's dad about how hot cigarettes burn and how painful it is. Dumb. She's like, are you gonna keep avoiding me? Like, well, she should. But she's like, oh no, she noticed. I'm like, yes, obviously. She's like, Hayden, I'm not, you were. You literally said you were. And she's like, you're hurt. And she's like, yeah, I guess so. I feel so silly. She must think I'm absolutely ridiculous falling for her in these circumstances, but it's not exactly like she's pushed this possibility away. We had sex. She's been inside me. I thought that was meant to mean something. I pushed this to the back of my mind. Now is not the time to be arguing. Today is about her mom. Girl, casual sex was definitely a big thing still in 2009. Maybe not for the age group she and I were a part of, which is the teenager group, but it was still a thing that was happening all over the place. What are you talking about? She's like, well, think of this as an apology or whatever. And Laura's a dumbass, so she's like, starting to like apologies. Page break. The sun had finally set, and we sat there for hours bringing up old stories, reminiscing on happy memories, and the handful she had anyway. I had a few, but we are more alike than we like to admit. Okay, if you say so. You haven't killed anybody though. You haven't killed anybody. You didn't kill her parents. Whatever. Also, I would have liked to see some of the actual bonding, but did we get to see most of that? No. This is 600 pages. We can't see what they like about each other so much. Apparently not. And then she's still checking her out again, like staring at her face and being like, and her tattoos. She has one over her eyebrow that says exile, and I'm like, why are we doing this edgy shit? Hayes like jumps on the trailer's roof and she's like, what are you doing up there? And Hayes wants her to come up with her, and she's like, I won't even be able to get up because I'm so teeny tiny. We know. Shut up. She helps her up though. I fully prepared to land on my ass until her hand grips my wrist, hoisting my body weight up like it's nothing. Her strength makes me ache, and I don't mean my heart. Yes, I know. I know. We've all been here, trapped in both of your heads. God. This is one book where I'm like, where's Casey's POV, for fuck's sake? And then Hayes is like, lie with me. And then she talks about her mom and how she hates astrology, but her mom loved it. And she just like talk her ear off about it. And she's like, now I would give anything to listen to those mind-numbing conversations again. My face contorts, finding peace in this happy memory, but mourning for the little girl inside her, so desperately trying to find peace after all these years. I don't think she's trying to find peace. Hot take. I don't think any of her actions speak peace, but here we go. And then she like points out like constellations and shit. Then they decide to talk about if they think aliens exist, and then they like kiss. Woo. And then she asks about the exile tattoo, and she's like, that's what I am, princess. Okay, we're being too edgy, but like, I'm banished from this life, from my home, from my heart. I've been exiled, or more, I've exiled myself. And Laura asks why, and she's like, because I simply do not belong. And I'm like, I just think that I know that it's clear that being in prison from around 99 to 2000 something, that messed her up real bad. She's very stunted. She has not grown as a person, but this is still ridiculous. Still ridiculous. It's like she like rounded up all the emo girls who were emo and in high school from 2009 and she siphoned the edge out of them. I'm just saying. And she's like, so where will you go now, or we, if you'll have me? Oh, Laura. And she's like, how am I supposed to travel with someone who's missing? And she's thinking like, there are ways around that. I'm like, girl, you are being really weird. She's like, I'll wear a wig or I'll change my name or something. And Hayden's like, are you serious? And she's like, deadly. And she's like, I don't think so, puppet. That is no life for you. And this is where we start with the whole Hayes has decided she knows what's best for Allura and no one else, including Allura, could possibly know what is best for her. Allura even thinks, who is she to dictate my life? She's like, and what is exactly this? She's like, no, and I've already told you when I sort my shit out, I will get out of your hair for good. You'll be free, you'll live a normal life. I don't know why she thinks after she experienced so much trauma herself that Allura will be fine and dandy when she's experienced a ton of trauma now. I don't get why she thinks that. She's like, I don't want a normal life anymore. Yeah, that's because she has nothing to go back to except Casey and a house you were gonna light on fire that had dead bodies in it, where she found the dead bodies of her parents, and where before that she was basically kept as a prisoner. Why would she want to go back to nothing? Like, and she's like, what is normal anyway? Working a 9 to 5 with responsibility, pouring out your ass. And I'm just like, girl, I actually do agree with this. I do actually agree with this. Why would she leave? She doesn't have to pay any bills. I'm just saying. I mean, she might miss vegetables for sure, but like and she's like, Allura, you have like this whole life to go back to. You're so smart. You have so much ahead of you. I don't want to ruin that. And Allura's just thinking something that doesn't involve her. But I can only focus on the negatives right now. I have no life to go back to. Go back to court cases, people calling me names, conspiracies of the girl I once was. And where I've been, being plastered all over the news, I would prefer to stay in the clouds here with her. I don't get why she doesn't get to have a say after all of this. It makes me sad. We're gonna keep going over it because that's the theme of the rest of this book, just so you know. But yeah, she's like, don't I get a say? You're starting to sound like my parents. And Hayes is like, I'm trying to do what's best for you. And that's not me. She's like, well, that's for me to decide, not you. Allura, I care about you. I do. But you need to leave it alone. Is this what dating a fuckboy high school varsity jock is like? Because if so, I really didn't miss out on much. This is exhausting. You just expect me to ignore the fact you made love to me. You took my virginity. Everything writing her expression is screaming the words I dread to fear. I shouldn't have done it. And then like her mouth Allura's mouth gapes open because she's like, also, like, again, we're back to the whole, like, making a virginity really mean something when it doesn't necessarily mean jack shit. So, like, I don't know why we're doing that. She's like, you told me when I was ready. I was ready. I was ready to give myself to you. Was this all just part of your sick, twisted ego, your quick fix? You told me I wasn't an object. And she's like, you're not. And she's like, then why do I feel like one? And she's like, aloe. And then that's how the chapter ends. But I will say I kind of agree with Allura. I feel like you making all these big decisions for her when she doesn't want that is treating her like a doll. It's treating her like a toy that you can throw away whenever you want. And I think that's awful. Dear Lord, we still have so much to go through. I thought it would be faster because we're going through the sex, but whatever. Chapter 47. We're with Hayden. Hooray. It's because she's not an object that I cannot bring myself to harm her further. She's been avoiding me, and for good reason. I want her to resent me, but there is a part of me yearning for this life she so desperately sees with me, and I don't understand what she can see. And then, like, she's like, logistically, we would never work, which is true. And then she's like, she needs to let it go. She needs to let us go. There is no us. That sex meant more to me than I will ever admit to her because it keeps her tied to me. She needs to fear me, hate me, the way she used to, but I don't know why I am struggling to treat her the way my mind intends. Yeah. This is, anyway, Allura jumps off the roof of the trailer, and Hayes is like, I should probably run after her, but that's not me. And I'm just like, I don't agree with that. I think that you have kind of been chasing her this whole time. And then she, like, gets in her truck to go to the nearest bar. She also lights a cigarette on the way again and crushes it in her palm, and I don't understand why we're doing that when she made that whole big thing about, like, her dad burning her over and over and over. I understand people make bad coping choices, but this is just, like, weird. Anyway, she's rude and she slaps some money down on the bar when she gets there. Then she like talks to the bartender who's like a hot woman or whatever who gets her a drink or all that blah blah blah. And the waitress is giving her the business and being like, you look like shit. And she's like, whose heart did you break? She's like, what makes you say that? Only people as handsome as you, who are drowning themselves in JD and wallowing in their own egotistical pity at midnight in the middle of the week, are pining over a stupidly pretty girl they can't win over with their dick. Okay. And Hayes is like, ouch, remind me to never ask you a question again. She's like, what can I say? I've been here for a long time. She's like, and you were a fool and didn't wrap your tool, because she's another person assuming that Hayes is a man. And Hayes is like, sorry to break it to you, mine's detachable. She's like, I wasn't talking about what was between your legs. I was talking about what's in your chest. And Hayes is like, it doesn't work. It hasn't worked for years. That's why it doesn't matter what I do. This will never work. We would never work. I was built to destroy, not mend. And she's like, it does work. You've just got to find the right part. And again, she's just here to be freaking like an instructional mystical figure for her. I don't know. It's like, what if it's broken? She's like, everything can be fixed. I ponder her optimism, wishing it was that simple. But then I relive everything I've done to her, and suddenly it doesn't look so easy. I can't bring her parents back. I can't give her virginity back. I can't give the last goddamn half a year back to her. What if you stole her parts to try and fix your own? Taking the bottle, having a swig. And she's like, then I suggest you stop being a selfish C-word and make up for being a jerk. And this woman's fiery spirit makes Hayes smile, I think. Or is it Alora's? I don't know. I think it's hers though, because she's like, that mouth will get you in trouble, you know that? And then we get to this part. We're gonna try to speed through, because again, this video is gonna be like insane. I have looked at the hours for the footage I've just imported so far. 4 hours. 4 hours. I need to hurry up. There's a guy, he comes up, he's like, this low life messing with you, baby. And Hayes is like, you're paranoid that someone's gonna steal your girl? Anyway, Hayes gets in a fight, crunches that man's nose. He like slams his face into the bar, I think. Yeah, and there's apparently like a snap in the wood. You're gonna have to pay for that, ma'am. And he gets some in, she gets some in. He calls her a freak. This is who I fucking am, and she needs to just get the fuck over it already. The quicker she does, the better, because this nice act is only making me restless for blood. Okay. And then Hayes is like, hit me.
Hit me!
And then he like keeps going a bit.
Come on, hit me! And hit me again!
She's like, does he think his little love taps are gonna work on me? And then she like beats his ass. I'm not gonna read it. There's too much of this book as it is. We haven't even hit 400 pages yet. We're not even there yet. But then the adrenaline is wearing off and she's thinking this. The past few days she's literally tried to avoid me and it's been agonizing. This distance and silence is getting to my head. I said what I said so she'd hate me, but it backfired heavily because now I'm the one getting hit the hardest. I bet she's over this shit by now. Probably watching TV or asleep or something while I grovel like an idiot. Also, this is right after we have to read this. I glance over at Ellie, the bartender, gawking back at me, but not with fear, with spiritual excitement. I just beat her man to a pulp and she liked it. Sucks for him, but at least I could be entertainment as usual. Girl, I'm sure she would bang you too, and that would be more appropriate. And she's like, have a good rest of your evening, sweetheart, and like leaves with a wink. I'm like, why are you winking? Then she thinks more about her dad and how it was like, he was never satisfied. And she also thinks that she was just a fucking kid, which is true. She also spits on this guy. She hasn't left yet still. And she's like, next time pick on someone your own size, jackass. And I'm like, okay. I mean, but you're so big and Alora's so tiny. Are you not bigger than him? Or is he so small that this wasn't fair and you want him to pick a smaller person? Let me know. Anyway, she gets in her truck and she's thinking about, this is why I don't drink, because then I think about my mom and I can't handle the grief and blah, blah, blah. And then she whispers like, happy birthday, mom. Chapter 48, we're back with Alora. She hears Hayden come back. She had passed out. Shep is like scratching at the door to be let out. And she pokes her head out and she says, Hayden. She sees that Hayden got a little bit beat up and she's saying like, mom, like really mumbly. And she's like, oh my god, your face, what happened to you? And she's like, are you drunk? It's like, yes, obviously. She's trying to help Hayes and Hayes is like, get off of me, get off. And she's like, hey, look at me. She's like, stop. And she's like, what did you do? What did they do to you? And Hayden's like, what's it to you? But she's drunk. So she's like, stop being silly. Let me look. She has like a gash on her lip. Laura thinks about kissing it. But what's wrong with me? A lot. She's like, I don't need your help. And she's trying to fight, but she's like not good at it right now. She's like, you're bleeding. Sit down. She's like, I'm fine. I was like, sometimes I wish I could beat some sense into her. Maybe this is a good thing. A lesson on stupidity. I don't think she's gonna learn anything. It's like, where did you go? How did you get home? Did you drive? Like, she's very upset about this. And she's like, I flew. Like, she's fucking drunk. She's like, Hayden, this isn't funny. And Hayden is like, 'tis a little. Everything's funny when you're drunk. So Hayes starts laughing and she's like somehow pushing Alora down with her weight. And Alora's like, I think she forgets she's 3 times the size of me. You're 5'4". Are you a tiny pocket woman? How can she be 15 feet, 12 inches? Isn't that another foot? That's 6 feet, right? Am I losing it? My math's probably bad. Leave me alone. And she's like, easy does it. I'm small. And then they're like on the sofa somehow and Alora's like, let me look at you please. And she's like, yes mom. But then she's like starts getting really upset and she's like, I'm sorry mom. And she's like, forgive me. And they're holding each other and Alora's getting weepy and Alora's like, why were you so stupid? And she's like, because I am. Okay, helpful. She's trying to tend to her wounds but it's not working. She's like, no, you're careless. There's a difference. She says she's sorry again. And she's like, for what? And she's like, I get it. You hate me too. I do hate her, but only because she makes it so easy to love her when I really shouldn't, when I really don't want to. Right now, I should be sitting in a police station, filling out forms and trying to escape this drama, escape her. I've had so many opportunities to walk out that door, but I'm still here. Doesn't that tell her something? Isn't that enough? I don't think that like, that's true. I don't think she's had that many opportunities to actually run. So what are we talking about? I don't know. And then Hayes is like, I didn't use you. She's like stuttering and a little slurring though. She's like, I'm just afraid. It's like, afraid of what? And she's like, who I'll be if I let you in. She's like, I can handle it. I'm like, I don't think you can handle anything, girl, but okay. And then they're like kissing again and it's about to devolve into sex, okay? I know we shouldn't. I know this goes against everything I'm trying so desperately to hate her for. She said it herself. Sex means nothing to her, but the way she's clawing at me like I'm her oxygen is driving me beyond insanity. She's insatiable and I'm foolish enough to give in. Yeah. Anyway, they do strap stuff with Alora on top while Hayes is in the chair. There is no prep. She wasn't super mega horny before this. So like, I just feel like that would be really uncomfortable and like dry and chafing, but I guess what the hell do I know? Nothing apparently. And it's like, ride me, show me how you hate me. It's so dumb. Like, I kind of get it, but I also don't. You know what I mean? Like, I'm like, I get it, but also, okay, here's my thing. Let's have a little soapbox moment like we all love to do, right? I understand why people would like this because I kind of liked it. I get it. However, I think we deserve well-written books. I think just because something is dark and edgy and there's a lot of smut in it doesn't mean that your book should be poorly written. I said what I said and I meant it. I just think that it's we deserve better. My main point, okay? We deserve to be horny and be horny with quality, I suppose. Anyway, that keeps going until, you know. But Hayes is like, don't you dare like get off until I tell you to, but she does anyway because she's like, I'm gonna do what I want. I'm like, yeah, I mean, take advantage of her while she's a little vulnerable. But then it's like well, first of all, she's like, fuck you, and then she's like, oh. But Hayes is like, you shouldn't have done that. And then they, you know, switch who's on top. And there's more like, you want to hate me, like scream it, blah, blah, blah. It's the same shit. And you know, it's so good but also emotionally upsetting that Alora cries a little bit again, and then before she gets there, Hayes is like, you are the reason I breathe. I'm like, okay, that's a little hot. It's a okay, I'm sorry. I wish someone would say romantic shit to me. We're going through it in this house right now. God damn. Don't worry, I'm in therapy. Like, comment, and subscribe so I could have more of that because he doesn't take insurance anymore. But I don't want to re-explain my character lore to someone new. Anyway, then she's like, get off or whatever, and she does. So let's read some of this from Alora because, oh my god. Her anger consumes her, only making us both squeeze tighter on each other's airways through a patchwork kiss as I finally let go of everything, screaming into her mouth, letting her consume my fury like an entity, making her absorb it, feed on it. Her love language is suffering, so I'll make her suffer. I'll push her until she realizes she needs me just as much as I need her. See, I don't want to be with avoidant people anymore, so that doesn't really do it for me. The weird things you learn, by the way, on TikTok after you're going through like the worst breakup of your entire fucking life, and suddenly TikTok knows about it and is giving you all these freaking things about being avoidant. Crazy. Chapter 49, we're back with Hayden. Yay. She is kind of feeling sore and tired, and she's like, well, I guess the prick did get one good hit. I'll give him that because it hurts. She barely even remembers going home, and she's like, I know someone's gonna be mad at me. And I'm kind of like, yeah, this whole thing is very dubious because she was drunk, and also Alora's a kidnap victim, so it's very dubious on all fronts, but whatever. But Alora left a note in Painkillers and was like, think you'll need this, idiot. Hayden is amused by this. And then she thinks that she vaguely remembers them having sex and she feels really guilty, and I'm like, you were the one who was drunk. This is like the only situation in which I can actually kind of really defend you. And she goes to Alora and she's like, may I? And she tries to say it calmly, but Alora wasn't expecting her, so she still jumps up off the bed. And Hayes is like, I need to push her away so she can let go, but I don't even know what I said yesterday. And Alora's just like glaring at her and she's like, are you sober? And she's like, yeah, I'm fine, puppet. She's like, does it hurt? And she's like, no, I'm accustomed to the pain. I'm like, that's not what you said earlier when you said he got a good hit in, but okay. And he's just like, what's wrong? She's like, nothing. You don't think I know you by now. Okay, so now Alora's like, remember when you said you're like broken the other day or whatever? We get this really ableist shit again, so here we go. I was born into a broken body, Hayden. Nothing about me is fixable. So what's different? Why won't you let me in? What's different? Everything is different. She didn't have a choice. I had a choice to be a better person. I chose pain and vengeance. I chose this life. I chose to be the worst version of myself to appease my name. I could have bettered my life once I stepped outside of that prison cell, but I didn't. I went straight to the horse's mouth and I shot him right between the eyes because it's who I fucking am and I like it that way. You clearly don't like it that way because you were clearly chasing some kind of weird redemption with Alora. You wanted to let Alora know what's wrong with you so she would understand, but I don't know why you would want that if it didn't matter to you. If you didn't care that people would look at you like the villain and like a bad person, I don't know why you did all of this then. Make it make sense. Like, I was born into a dying body, Hayden. She's like, we all are, puppet. And I actually agree with this. I think that the fucking weird internalized ableism about the diabetes that never goes anywhere is odd. I think it's odd. I don't see why we're acting like people who are disabled can't have like fulfilling lives. Stop. I mean, mine's not very fulfilling right now, but that's not the problem. It's not the same for everyone. It's like, but we're both still here because you're fighting for something. I'm like, okie doke, whatever you say. Then they're arguing again about Alora being like, why are you telling me not to care about you? And Hayes is like, do you think I like wearing these memories? Like, that's not what I meant. And she's like, they don't define who you are. They are a graveyard of loss, but every grave is dug because something that once bloomed has died. I mean, sort of. Not exactly. She's like, I may not wear my pain, but I'm certainly not perfect. And Hayes is like, she is perfect to me. I'm like, oh my god. Love is not the solution. I see her eye line spill silver. She's so fixated on, am I in Hayden's POV? Who the hell's fucking POV am I in? I'm in Hayden's. Jesus. See, this is why you shouldn't write 64 chapters. Love is not the solution. I see her eye line spill silver. She's so fixated on feeling nothing but empathy and love for people that do not deserve it. I do not deserve it. She's like, then what is it if not love? I hate this, Hayden. She's like, I'm ready to love you broken. I mean, touch you and hold you. I'm like, girl, you know what? I was looking at the dating apps again because I was just like curious. I'm not ready. I'm not ready, obviously. I'm like really like still cryy and upset, and I still live with my soon-to-be ex, obviously. But I was looking at the apps and you know, it truly is that abysmal. There's like no butches where I am. None. Zero. Nada. So I kind of understand why she's trying to build a butch right now. He's just like, enough. Why can't you even let us try? I know you want to. And Hazel's like, because you deserve better. I don't want better. Don't you get it? Why do you punish yourself like this? It's like, yeah, she really is trying to like prevent herself from being happy, but at the same time, maybe she should. She killed a lot of people. She's like, because Allura loving me is a death sentence. I'm like, okay. And then she thinks about how everyone I've ever loved is dead. And I'm like, that was only your mom, so. I mean, I guess that is everyone. Kind of crazy. Not understanding you is killing me. I need to understand. Please help me understand. I know there's so much more to you than this month. Rude. More to you than this monster you try to let control you. You need to stop blaming yourself for her. Like, I mean, yeah, you didn't kill your mom. Allura's dad did. God. But Allura's words cut through my heart like her bullet wound. What bullet wound? She didn't get shot. What are we talking about? And she's like, don't. And Allura's like, let me in. Let me in. What is it gonna take for you to let me in? She's like, do I have to break that door down myself? And I'm like, girl, you should have been fully in there figuring out like you're freaking Carmen Sandiego, but you didn't. Let's read this. It's so fun. She's thinking about her dad's words, which is, once people realize how worthless you really are, they will see you the way I do, an abomination. People do not play with broken toys, baby girl. They discard them. And then Hayes is like, this is your funeral. Don't expect a burial. I grip her wrist, crushing her with my demons, heading straight for the door. Chapter 50. I believe we still have so much. Oh my god. I can do it. I can make it. Hayden, and again, Jesus, of course it's with Hayden. And they get into the basement because Hayden decides not to lock it. She just busts it open with her foot. And I'm like, why? To be dramatic, I guess. Dramatic lesbian. Hayes is feeling a lot of anxiety about Allura seeing all this stuff from the torture room. And she thinks about how she hasn't been in this room since he died, which makes sense, honestly. That was the other thing. Either you should like destroy that room or you should never go in it. That makes a lot of sense. And Allura freezes and she's like, I don't understand, like, you do this to people? Because she's like looking at the torture stuff and Hayes is like, no. But she's like, of course that would be her first thought. I have kept it from her after all, so she's bound to assume the worst of me. Exactly like she should. God, stop it. She's like, oh my god. And she's just like looking at her in disbelief and she's getting really cryy and she's like, Hayes. And like, she's like, I don't want her pity. I don't want her sympathy. I don't want any of it. She pushed this. She wanted to see my demons in the flesh and now she can sink in her fucking guilt. You couldn't just leave it alone. That's what she says. And I'm like, oh my god. And Allura's face is like painted with shame, but I'm like, why? You didn't do it. I don't get why you're ashamed, but go off. She's like, I'm so sorry, Hayes. She's like, a bit late for that, don't you think? And she's just like, show me, Hayden. I want to feel it. I want to harbor your pain. Don't be fucking ridiculous. I want to understand your suffering. You think experiencing just a glimpse of my suffering is going to fix things? I'm not laying a hand on you, Allura. And then she has like a flashback of like, you're a clown, baby girl, a circus act of disappointment. I'm like, why is this what you focused on? I just want to know, like, what more do you want from me? And she's like, Allura, you need to get out right now. She's like, no. And she's having like flashbacks of like shit her dad said. I'm not going anywhere. I want to feel what you feel. If that is the only way you'll let me in, I'll do it. And Hayes is like, you just won't quit, will you? And like, do you realize what you're asking? Like, it's literally, I agree. It's literally crazy for someone to take you to their basement torture dungeon where they got tortured by their dad and then be like, I want to feel your pain. You're asking her to torture you in the basement where she got tortured as a child by her dad. That's insane. This is the one Allura thing I can't defend. Okay? And Hayes is like, she's pushing my fucking buttons and she's like, hurt me. Because she's like, do it. I'm like, oh my god, you're literally whatever. But Hayes is like, she's gonna run away after I do this, if I do anything, which I don't want to. So like the past needs to stay buried. And I'm like, I think you could just talk about it instead of showing her. I don't understand why we need to show people. I'm not understanding it. But for some reason, suddenly her life means nothing to me. I'm like, great, love it. Anyway, Hayes backhands her, hooray. And then restrains her in the chair. And then she's continuing to have flashbacks during this, which is exactly why we shouldn't be doing this at all. This is insane. And then she's like, this is love, Allura. Let me show you why I will never love you. And I'm like, I don't understand why when your mom was pretty good, except for the fact that she didn't help you get away from this man. I'm trying not to victim blame, but at the same time, I'm like, this is egregious. And she worked for a police department. You're telling me she didn't even try? Anyway, but like, I don't understand why she thinks that this is love when she had her mom who wasn't abusive to her. I don't know why she's so fixated on the daddy issue stuff. Like, I understand because she was tortured, but I don't understand why that's what you're defining as love. You know, I never wanted this. I never wanted her to get this close. I never wanted to care for her. I never wanted to feel to be a fucking hero. I never wanted this. I never wanted her to get this close. I never wanted to care for her. I never wanted to feel to be a fucking hero. I never wanted her to see this part of my life, but she will not stop. She wants to think that she is curing the sickness inside of me, but she's not. She never will. And then she continues to have like flashbacks. Oh, and she's like, she starts whipping her, but it's not sexy. So it's really sad. And Hayes is like not holding back. She continues to like hear things that her dad has said to her. She goes until Alora is unconscious, which is literally insane. And then she's like, what have you done, Haley? Like, oh no. And then she's like, oh my god, Alora, I'm so sorry, baby. I'm so sorry. I mean, she literally did ask you to do this. So like, I don't know. I mean, that's wrong and bad and you shouldn't have done it, but at the same time I'm like, she did ask like 72 times, so like hopefully she got over the edge. And she like, you know, grabs her and she's like, I got you. And then she's immediately like, I need to let her go now, today. Like, she needs to be away from me. This is not good. And I'm like, yes, I agree. My light. She has no idea what she's done to me, but I care enough about her to let her find her own light, a life she deserves, a life without me. Again, like, she did do something really horrendous and awful, but at the same time, I'm like, I hate that Alora gets no say in anything that happens to her at all. I hate it. And Hayes does throw up in the toilet because she's disgusted with herself, you know, and I think she should be. I don't know why she did this. I do understand she was experiencing some like very intense flashbacks, so I do want to have some empathy for her, but at the same time I'm like, damn, this is nuts. And she thinks that she's truly become what she feared most at the end of the chapter. Chapter 51, we're back with Alora. She's woken up to like the sound of smashing like china, it sounds like, and Shep is like licking her face, and she's really broken up kind of from what happened. So I'll just read. I squint at the forceful pull on my back, realizing I have been patched up, but the harm still remains, stinging the incisions she left on my body, and every part of me wants to scream and cry and hate her for this, but I can't. I pushed this. I asked for this. Now I understand her more than I thought I ever would. I'm bearing her suffering like I wanted. We are in this together now. It will do everything I can to help her realize that the little girl stuck inside of that room is worth more than the clown her father painted her to be. Again with the clowns, I'm not sure I understand. Whatever, but she feels violently ill and she doesn't know how much like whipping she endured, but she didn't mean any of it. I'm like, okay, but she did it, and I think that's very concerning. And she creeps out of the bedroom. Impressive that she can get up, but okay. And there's just tons of stuff that is just like smashed the hell up. And she's like, Hayden, and she can tell when she sees her that she's been crying. I've never seen her cry. And then it's like playing an F song. I'm like, oh, stop it. And she sees that there's so much guilt on her face. She doesn't deserve to look at me, and it's breaking me. Girl, you did this. I mean, you both did. You both did it together, but like, like, this is my fault. I pushed her to face her demons, and she warned me there would be consequences. I didn't listen. I was selfish. Like, I mean, yeah, but she also shouldn't have done that to you. I have CPTSD. I've never whipped anybody. Like, I don't understand what we're talking about. And Alora says, I'm sorry. No, sorry, it was Hayden. Hayden says, I'm sorry. And they like embrace, and she's like, it's okay. Everything's okay. I'm right here. She spent so long being strong, pushing down all her hurt, never giving herself a chance to face those closed doors. But she's not doing this alone. She has me. I don't know if that's a good thing. You're a barely 19-year-old who doesn't have any formal training. I think she needs to go to a hospital. I mean, those don't really work a lot of times either. And this was 2009. So maybe she should just, I don't know, go on some kind of spiritual retreat. And Hayes is like, I need you to do something for me. And she's like, okay. And she like, listen carefully. And she's like, you're scaring me. She's like, I need you to walk out of that door. Do you hear me? And she's like, what? She's like, I need you to run. And I don't want you to look back, okay? It's like, I'm not going anywhere. I'm staying right here. But she doesn't need to be fixed. She just needs someone to love her the way she is, to care for her the way she has cared for me. I'm not giving up on us. And I'm like, girl, I think that you guys aren't right for each other for a lot of reasons. And I just think that this is bad. I think that you are kind of like delusional, and I do think she needs to be fixed. I do. I don't like saying that about my fellows with disabilities, but she is literally an edgelord who's running around murdering people because of like objectively terrible things that happen to her. But at the same time, like, what are we doing? And she's like, this is not debatable. You're gonna walk out that door and you're gonna forget about me. I need you to do that for me. And she's thinking like, is she crazy? This has been the last 5 months of my life. I'm like, yeah, that's like nothing, girl. She's like, Hayden, please don't do this to me. And she starts weeping uncontrollably. She's like, I want you to be happy and I can't give that to you. I agree. I agree. She's like, she has it all wrong. I'm like, I don't think she does. She's like, I'm happy we're here with you. And I'm like, oh God. And then she just keeps telling her, I need you to leave. Get out. And it keeps going, and she's like, I don't want you here. And she's like, you don't mean that. And she's like, get out. And she's like, why are you doing this to me after everything? You're just letting me go. You're letting go of us. She's like, there is no us. And I'm like, okie doke. If you do this, Hayden, that is it. I'm gone for good. Do you hear me? Don't come for me. Don't look for me. And then I'm like, it's just and Hayes is like yelling at her, get out, get the fuck out. And she points at the door, and Alora does decide to leave, and she's like, I've lost her, if you say so. Chapter 52. She packed a bag of her shit and then walked out the door. She's really mad. I'm tired of grieving for the absence of people I love. Does it ever get better? Is this what life is like? How many times will I have to deal with this? Yeah, life sucks. I don't know what else to say. Life is the worst. Anyway, she's already missing Hayden because, of course she is. She wonders if she'll tell them where she's been. She doesn't want Hayden to get thrown behind bars, and she doesn't want to face her in court. She's thinking about that too. She's like, do I rat her out? Do I pretend that like I don't know anything? What do I do? And I'm like, I don't know, girl, but I don't know. Remember how much you loved your mom though? Maybe you should, like, I don't know, avenge her, get some justice. I don't know. But she's already out of breath. She didn't think to take any food with her. Not smart. She feels like she's gonna throw up. She's terrified. I begin to think of all the awful things that could happen to me out here, getting even more frustrated that she would just let me walk out on my own. Was this another lesson? Was this punishment? Does she want me to die? What is wrong with her? Yeah, it's just gonna go from bad to worse. So a guy pulls up and says, do you need a ride? And she lies and says she's visiting family. And he's like, there's no house for miles. And at first it's like, he's like, are you sure that you're okay? She tries to be like, I like to walk. He's like, with a bag like that. And he's like, I can't bear to leave you out here on your own. And she's like, I am fine. And he's like, the nearest town is 10 miles from here, which is a lot. She thinks to herself, 10 miles, I can make that before it gets dark. I don't know how early in the day this is supposed to be. That's roughly a 2 to 3 hour walk. Is it? I don't know. I don't have any good, I don't know. And he's like, do you just want some food and supplies maybe? Like, I have it in my trunk. And she's like, I guess that won't hurt. And he's like, yep, they're in the trunk. And then yeah, we're just gonna skip over this. So he tries to rape her, and he starts kind of like assaulting her a little bit, but he's also like cartoon villain, like, don't you know not to take help from strangers? It's like, oh my God, stop. And she's saying like, you know, don't, the usual. I'm not going over an assault. It's, but one of the things she thinks is ridiculous, which is she doesn't like to share. I wonder if she would even touch me if I was touched by another man. Another man? She's not a man, first of all. Oh my God. And then not long after that is wishing I died on her cock when she'd asked me to. And I'm like, we have lost the plot. Anyway, she's dissociating, but don't worry, Hayes and Shep are here to save her. My nightmare is becoming my knight in shining armor as she pummels mercilessly into his thick skull until he's merely conscious. I think you mean unconscious. Anyway, hanging lifeless as she holds his dead weight by the scruff of his tattered flannel shirt, now caked in his innards as it spews from his nose. And I've never been so relieved to see someone hurt, suffering at the hands of my puppeteer. She's not even wearing a mask. And you're like, okay. And Shep isn't helping. By the way, Shep is just like, Alora. And I'm like, this dog is useless. I love him though. Yeah, she kills him. Yeah, and she like carves up a smile on his face too, so. But Alora for once feels no remorse, no sadness. Well, I would hope not. He just tried to like sexually assault you. So, also, here we go again. Hayden smears his blood over her face. I swallow my distant arousal creeping in, now understanding all her symbolisms and only wanting her more. What symbolism? This is so dumb. Like, anyway, her eyes are pleading sorry, so I guess it's okay. And then she does actually apologize. She's like, come here, baby. I'm so sorry. Like, I got you. It's fine. And she holds her and she smells like home. And I'm like, oh my God, stop it. Sorry, she feels like home. I bet she smells like home too, though, because of the blood. A very coppery smelling house, I fear. I never said anyone else could hurt you. You're my innocence to harm. She's like, never do that to me again. And they're like squeezing each other tighter. And she's like, never. And there's kissing. She's like, I also told you I would stop at nothing to hurt anyone who tried to take you from me. And I'm like, well, no one had been trying to take her from you until this. What the fuck? And then Alora's like, she was following me. And then they're kissing. Woohoo. Alora loves it. She's like, this is enough. She doesn't have to say she loves me. This is enough. I'm like, okay, if you say so, girl. Chapter 53, we're still with Alora, thank God. They are back at the house. She's like, why did she let me go? Why did she come and find me? And now she's having like a PTSD kind of response to what happened to her. And Hayden's like, baby? And then she's like, I just want to forget. I just want her to consume me, fight away my nightmares. She saved my life again. And Alora's also like, what if someone finds him? She's like, I've dealt with it. And then Hayden shoots her with her insulin. And then Alora's like, make me forget. I'm a prisoner in love with a killer. I don't think this is exactly far-fetched after the months I've had. Trying to like rationalize whatever the hell she was thinking about. She's like, innocence. And I'm like, we all know you're gonna do it. Shut up. Let's read this paragraph, shall we? Innocence. She warns, and I know how weird that sounds, but I don't even understand why I want her, but I need this. I'm still buzzing on adrenaline and shock. Maybe this is a coping mechanism for my trauma, but right now, all I can think about is how I want her to ravish me and strip me bare of the innocence I may have left. I want her to show me how filthy I am for her, how much I desire to sin for her, defy God and worship the devil for her, obey her every command for her, unwrap all my layers of insecurities and make me trust completely in her, say words only to fuel my submission for her, corrupt my imagination for her. You know, it's really worded dumb all over the place in here. I kind of get it. I don't know. Don't ask me. Don't ask me. I want her to make me touch myself in ways that would make ancestors turn in their grave. I want her to feel how deep inside me she can get until I can't feel the air around me. I want to feel the blood rush to my head as she breaks the last of me. She clutches to my throat like I'm someone she loathes, pushing me closer to hell with every thrust. Okay, I feel like we do a lot of conflating with like rough or kinky stuff is like hatred. Like you have to hate someone to do that to them, and I think that's kind of fucked up and toxic, honestly. I think that we need to talk about it because like real kink relationships are supposed to be safe, sane, and consensual, and this isn't that. So to like equate kinkier or rougher stuff with hatred is kind of bad. Whatever. I know that this is a thriller and that this is just the opinion of these terrible characters, and the author made that very clear in the disclaimer. I get that. However, you still wrote it, and I'm worried about it. Like, I want you to make me yours. I don't want you to hold back. She's like, you're unbelievably foolish. And she's like, why? Because when I'm done with you, there will be nothing left to save. I'm like, I don't think there's much left as it is. I don't think there was much to begin with. I feel bad for her, but she's dumb as a box of rocks. But then she's like, do you trust me, Alora? Like, with every breath I breathe, or take, or whatever, who cares? But that makes Hayden's face light up, and I do kind of get that. That's kind of cute. It's kind of... She chains her to the bed, and she's kind of remembering being chained to the bed like all the time, and I'm like, oh, I don't know about that. Finally, at page 427, Hayes just like, pick a word, any word, and if you say, oh my god, dude, I can already tell this is gonna be a 3-day film. This is ridiculous. Anyway, she finally chooses a safe word. It's sunflower, and she's like, just say the word, I'll stop. It only took until page 427 to decide to maybe put a safe word in here. Okay. Also, she apparently dismembered him. Which, fair, I guess. Monsters are real, puppet, but luckily you have one who'd kill for you. I gape, blinking in shock, but part of me aches at the thought. All this because he put his hands on me, because he touched what belongs to her. Shut up. Also, she calls her clown, says, give me a smile. I don't know why you're doing that when your dad did that to you. I think that's kind of weird. I do. Anywho, it's like, you're foolish to love me. Yeah, I agree. And there's, you know... There's some grinding, then there's a switchblade. I'm going to shatter every perfect inch of your body until you break for me to fix. Okay. You could just not break anything, but whatever. She's like, fix me, Hayden. I'm like, oh my god. Do you ever wonder how we get here in life? How like reading becomes your hobby again after it was your hobby all through middle and high school, and then you take a break because college is really exhausting, and then you finally start reading queer books, and then you end up here? Yeah. What is the switchblade for? Oh, I forgot the switchblade was for like just ripping off her bra and top. You're gonna have to buy new ones then. You're gonna have to complain again. Clothes are expensive, okay? You touched my goth wardrobe like that, you'd be floating down the river, fam. I have some really expensive pieces, okay? That I saved for. No. There's choking. Of course there is. You'll be the death of me, Laura Blackthorn, and I'll happily die right with you or whatever. It's the same shit. There's more kissing. She's like, beg for it. You know, the usual, it's the same. She's like, only I can make you feel like this. Do you hear me? Like, well, I know how this ends, so I think that's fucked up. But okay. Anyway, she gets off. And there's like, oh my god, there's a scene while they're doing it or whatever. And like, well, I mean, it's a whole scene, but I mean, like, there's a part where she's like, what are you, Alora? And she like grabs her pockets and is like, you're a bitch. God, the stupid prison stuff is back. Oh Lord. And then she lets her get off, I guess. I don't know. I don't remember exactly what order. Does it really matter? No. It doesn't. I don't think there's anything more attractive in this world than a woman who is simply so adorned by you. I think you mean adored, but okay. That she can feel pleasure purely through your body and not her own. I actually didn't hate that because hell yeah, stone tops are really underappreciated. They're shamed a lot, and so are pillow princesses, honestly. I'm neither of those things, but I am in touch with my own community, and I know that a lot of people make it seem like it's selfish when really it's just boundaries. It's just boundaries. So like, I do love that she's appreciating Hayden in this kind of a way. You know, hi, it's day 3 of recording this nightmare. We're back to bed rotting. It's only 20 degrees in New Hampshire and I want to be with my heated blanket and my dogs. They're all trying to be in my lap at the same time though. Anyway, chapter 54, we're back with Hayden. I'm just gonna read this edgelord paragraph at the beginning. After years of searching for a reason, a purpose, constantly a means to an end, chasing my revenge to fuel my ugly appetite, I never stop to admire the beauty life captures when you're not looking, how it grows and is constantly changing. You cannot grow if you're stuck in time, dwelling on shit that cannot be changed. This can be changed. And suddenly I'm ready to sacrifice everything I have to be by her side until the day I leave this godforsaken world. I tried to do the right thing. I tried to be selfless and it almost got her fucking killed. I almost lost her and now I realize that pain. It doesn't ever leave, no matter what road you try and take, no matter how deeply you try to avoid it. Even letting go leaves a gaping hole in your heart. I refuse to feel that kind of pain again, so I'll be selfish and I'll give her what she wants. Me. Okay. Anyway, Hayes is like, run away with me. And Alora's like, but you said, and Hayes is like, I changed my damn mind. And Hayes admits that she almost lost her today and that she hasn't felt so frightened since her mother died, which is really sad. I realize now that I can't breathe without you. And I'm selfish. I want this. I want us. I want you. I was just afraid you would run when you learned the depths of my past, so I pushed you away before you could hurt me first. And in doing so, I hurt you further. I was wrong to ever let you go. I was wrong to push you away. I was wrong to hurt you like I did, Alora, and because of me, you were almost, and she's like choking back the words a little bit. I'm like, this unfortunately doesn't last that long. She doesn't really care what Alora wants. Like, not really. So we'll get there. She's thinking about what would have happened if she hadn't been following Alora. Well, I mean, we know what would have happened. It would have been awful, but okay. Alora says it's not your fault. I'm like, yes, it is. All of this is her fault. All of this. Even broken, you continue to find something in me worth fighting for. Even after everything, you look at me like I'm somebody. Oh, it's a little cute. I don't know. It's awful, but it's cute. And Hayes is like, I will never let you out of my fucking sight. Do you hear me? She's like, okay. And then Alora's like, where would we go? And Hayden is like, wherever you want. And Alora's like, I just want to be with you. And then that just evolves into sex again. So yeah, I don't get this sentence, which is, we'll read you the 2 sentences because I don't get what we're talking about here. I need her in my mouth. I need to show her how sorry I am with my tongue. I want her to suffocate me with her pleasure as she rides my jewels. What does that mean? Jewels? Like, is it a British thing that means something on your face? I couldn't tell you. And I don't want to look it up because I'm tired. My life is going to shit, so... Anyway, there's more of the usual. It's like, you're so needy for me. Good girl puppet. Tell me you're mine. And it's just the same shit. Different day. Yeah. And then, you know, she gets there in the end. Okay. Page break. If you guys want to read the smut, just like, again, find somewhere to... I don't know. They're now in the bath together. Hayes thinks to herself, though, that she's not exactly the romantic bath type, but this is as romantic as she gets. Oh, look, I'm swooning. Alora asks while they're in the tub if Hayes's tattoos hurt. Someone with tattoos, yeah. No shit. Of course they hurt. What is wrong with you? And Hayes is like, no, but maybe they would be for you. And I'm like, I understand that different people have pain tolerance, but even as someone who has had like extreme chronic pain for a hot minute, since I was like at least 10 probably, tattoos still hurt. It's just a different kind of hurt, but okay. It's like, how did you stay so sane in prison? I'm like, have you seen her? She did it. And Hayes agrees, is like, you think I'm sane? I'm like, exactly. I think you're damaged but fixable. I've never met anyone quite like you. I smile into her wet mane, finding an ugly beauty in the way she perceives the person that I am. But there is no one like me, baby. I growl into her neck before pushing and pulling, mocking her slightly with my words, plus the fact you've barely met anyone else. Which is true. And Alora's like, hey. And then she asks what one of them says. Like, go on, puppet, what does it say? Why can't you ever just give a straight answer? Why not? It's dumb. And then she's like, the tattoo says daddy, okay? The tattoo says daddy. We already knew it was gonna be something ridiculous. My bangs are pissing me off. She's like, remember that when you call out my name. And Alora's like, I'm not calling you that. And Hayden thinks, oh, she will. It's like, you won't have a choice. You've said it now, puppet. I want it bleeding from your mouth. And she's just like, why would you want that anyway? And I'm like, and then there's some weird, stuff about the whole daddy kink thing a little bit, but obviously like not enough for someone like Alora who doesn't know anything about this shit. So her subconscious is melting into me, finding comfort in my protection, finding solace in my ability to keep her safe in my arms. I will be her rock, her provider. I will show her what it means to be truly vulnerable, how freeing it can be when you no longer have to fend but live, because nothing will harm her ever again. It's like, you do most of the harming, so I think you might want to work on that. I know I've said it before, but I'm gonna say it again. However, if this was a different character, I could appreciate that. I could. She's like, if you even think about trying to run away now, I will F you until you can't feel your legs, puppet. I'm like, well, she didn't even want to leave. You were the one being a tool. Like, and Alora's like, I forgive you. And Hayes is like, you shouldn't. She's like, I feel as strong as I've ever felt, but I wouldn't be without you. You've shown me that pain is strength, not weakness. No, it isn't. As somebody who has been fucking traumatized to the moon and back, I mean, I guess I understand why people would want to romanticize their pain, but like, it's not worth it, fam. Like, it's not strength. I guess like chronic pain and also like mental health problems, which I have both of. Like, I guess you can say people who survive through them are stubborn, but I don't think you can say that it's like strength necessarily. She's like, where do you see yourself in 5 years, puppet? I'm like, is this a job interview? She's like, well, this house needs upgrades, but we have to do that together. And Hayes is like, Alora, you can't stay here cooped up forever. She's like, I said we'll figure something out. You have to be careful what you do. And Hayes is like, you're crazy. And she's like, for you. She wants to try to be better for Alora, but she says in the last sentence of this paragraph, but I don't exactly have expertise in moving a girl I've kidnapped across the world. And yeah, obviously. Chapter 55, we're still with Hayden. Ugh, just my luck. She cooked for Alora. Alora's real excited. It looks amazing. Woohoo. And oh my god. Laura's like, oh my god, mouthgasm. I lean back in the chair and observe her childlike nature, watching her enjoy these moments. What? Stop comparing her to a child when you're banging her. Knock it off. Hate it. But also, like, I still can't believe that she knew what an O was, but she didn't know, like, about any lesbian sex really at all. Even I knew some about that shit. And he's just like, if you had 5 things you wanted to do, what would they be? And she's like, anything at all. She's like, well, but I've always wanted to dance in the rain. And Hayes thinks she's so simple it pains me. Yeah, a little bit. I'd love to go to the beach. And Hayes is like, she's never seen the beach. And she's like, or drive a car. And Hayes just keeps thinking like, damn, they really did keep her locked up. And I'm like, yeah, exactly. And Hayes is like, think bigger, please. I don't know. I exhale slowly, saddened to see how deeply her gift has been hidden from the world. Her gift to bring happiness and something special to any room, town, or country she steps in. A girl capable of amazing things if she wasn't so sheltered. You know, like, this is sad. Hot damn, it's sad. But then she's like, publish a book. And Hayes is like, are you ever actually gonna show me any of your writing? Or do I have to read it while you're asleep? And Laura's like, if you even try, I'll run away. Ouch. She's definitely writing about how good I make her feel when I'm between her legs. I'm like, I don't think that's probably the first thing I would be worried about her seeing, but whatever. And she's like, how can you publish a book if you won't even let me read your writing? And she's like, it's not happening. And then Hayden starts teasing her by being like, Hayden's tongue felt so good against my, and she's like, oh my god, no. And she's like turning like beet red. It's really dumb. Like, how do you know I won't? Won't what? Run away. Aren't you afraid I might? I'm terrified. There's a possibility that tomorrow she may wake up and realize how crazy this is. She might miss normality. I don't think she has a good grasp on what normality is. So I'm not too sure you have to worry about that, my guy. My luck has run out, puppet. If you do, then that only solidifies how delusional I am about you. Then I guess we're both delusional. I'm like, okay, you are both delusional. Glad that we all agree. Okie doke. Page break. I've managed to get through to some contacts who know their way in and out of the country. It isn't exactly legal, but what do I ever do that's legal? These contacts really don't show up for the rest of the book. Like, they don't really help her. They don't really do anything. It's a big nothing. Okay? I want her to experience life the way I never could. I owe her that. I think you owe her a lot more than that, but go off. Her night terrors are back, only this time I can't stand to hear her cry, and my blood boils below the surface at the thought of his body against hers. She is usually in a state of paralysis I have to desperately shake her out of, and it makes me feel so helpless. Every wrongdoing she's encountered is by my hand, and sometimes I don't even feel like I deserve to touch her. I know I got there in time, but what if I didn't? What if I was too late? What if I had been stubborn and ignored my gut? She'd probably be dead at the bottom of a ditch somewhere, and I'd be none the wiser, and that thought alone makes me want to die. It's just like, I feel like she is trying to like think about Alora and Alora's safety, but to me it also at the same time feels like, how can I make this about me? Right? She's like shaking her out of her nightmare, and Alora yells her name, and she's like, come here, come on, wake up. And then she's like, I got you, I got you. Even dismembered and burnt to ash, his face still haunts me. I dread to imagine how this is affecting her. Death was too kind. I thought slicing him up would have relieved some of my fury, but still now I hate that even in death he's still ruining her, dulling her spark that I refuse to let her let go of. I don't like the word ruining there. I've been candid on some of my other videos about being a victim of rape, you know, and you're not ruined. You're not ruined. Like, some things might take a really long time to fix, and some things might be harder, but you're not ruined. And I don't like that word usage at all. Anyway, Hayes has her like breathe with her and like holds her in her arms and says, no one's gonna hurt you, no one. I'm like, well, you do, but okay. I've never wanted to protect something so deeply in my life. Like, she is the reason I'm alive, my reason to keep going, to scare away all the darkness that wants to harm her. Get fucked, Shep. Chapter 56, we're finally back with Alora. Thank God. So Alora's very excited because she's driving the truck, or at least Hayden's teaching her how to drive the old truck. There's some banter about like, is my dirty old truck not good enough for you? And she's like, no, it's fine. I just don't care about it. There's a lot of laughing and her being like, I can't do it, and Hayden being like, I didn't train a quitter, is a standard, which can be hard to learn. I know how to drive them though, so I'm hot. Some butch carry me away with my dogs on my back, obviously, and all my goth stuff. I don't want to leave that. I paid a lot of money for it. There's also a lot of Hayden thinking that Alora's dumb because she's like, you've not even started it yet. And Alora's like, maybe driving's not for me. I'm like, okay, girl. Like, maybe you should stick to driving. And then she has a flashback of that guy trying to assault her, so yay. I also just want to say that I don't feel like that stuff really mattered that much to the story. Like, obviously she's a bit traumatized by it. However, I think that this shouldn't have been in here. I think that this didn't serve any purpose. I feel like this was also supposed to like set Hayden aside from like a real rapist, and I'm like, well, the max I feel for most of these sexual encounters between her and Alora is Dubcon. So like, I do feel like it was just on purpose to be like, see, she could be a disgusting rapist man. And I'm like, well, women can do that too. okay? And the power imbalance is not fair, and it's a very stark difference. So, and then Hayden like tries to bring her back, and she's like, look at me, hey, look at me, it's okay, it's gonna be all right. And she's like, no one's gonna hurt you, okay? I'm like, I mean, she's still with you, so I don't know if I believe that or if she should believe that either. They do the breathing thing again. Alora's like, don't ever leave me again. And Hayes is like, I'm not going anywhere. I just feel like Alora's really bonded by trauma at this point. Hayes says she has to go and drop something off once Alora is calm, and she says, I won't be long, I promise. Are you going to be okay? You have Shep with you, are you gonna be all right? She's like, I'm okay, go do your thing. She's like, and when I come back, if you'll let me, I'll have dessert, which she means you know what. So, and then Alora's like, yes, daddy. And I'm like, oh, I don't know. Like, I do understand why people like it, but in this context, oh god, again, it's an erotic thriller, so I'm trying to like adjust how I feel about it, obviously, because I'm like, it's not dark romance, it's not the same, but at the same time I'm like, it just feels like dark romance called something else. I don't know how to feel about it. Page break. Alora decides she's gonna make cookies, which she does, and Hayes comes home and is like, what on earth? I was only gone for a couple hours. The hell? Like, she's like, well, I got extremely bored, but now you're here and you can help me. Baking isn't really my thing. I'm like, baking and cooking are sisters. I don't know what we're talking about. It's like, oh, come on, it'll be fun even if they taste terrible. I'm like, no, that's not fun then. I don't I want to eat the damn thing. I barely even want to do that, to be honest with you. She's like, my dessert is meant to be spread over this island with her legs open. I'm like, can we shut the fuck up at any point? She's like, we're making cookies and then you can have your dessert. I'm like, ugh. She's like, yes, boss. I'm like, okay. The banter, I don't know. It's crazy to think I have someone as hauntingly terrifying and disturbing as her wrapped around my little finger, and I intend to keep it that way because when she is carefree like this, it is one of the most attractive things in the world. And I'm fighting the temptation to forget about the cookies and let her dine away when she touches me with such delicate force. I just feel like Alora has like this illusion that she's in control and she's not. So, and I feel like that's because of Hayden's manipulation, but whatever. But I'll be honest, I don't know what we are, if we are even anything at all. I could say we are merely coexisting, but that would be a lie. Yet I don't know how relationships work, so I guess the knowledge that I am hers is more than enough for my paranoia niggling in my ear, telling me I mean nothing to her. I feel like we've gone through way too much for you to still be like, she doesn't care about me. Do I think she cares about you in like a healthy, normal way? No. Do I think she cares about you at this point in the book at page 455? Yes, I do think she does. I do think that. Anyway, they argue about who gets to mix and who gets to eat the chocolate chips. It's, who cares? And Alora's like, did you drop off what you wanted to drop off? She's like, I did. She leans against the counter next to me, and the combination of petrol and leather makes my head fuzzy. It is this normal to be almost intoxicated by the scent of somebody's aura alone? I think you meant is it, not it is. Because it is like a statement, but you tried to make it a question because there's a question mark. I don't know why I'm critiquing this. No one cares. But I hope you guys are having a good time, all right? She's like, what did you drop off? She's like, that's for me to know. And for you to ... And Alora's like, you're a pain in my ass. And she's like, I can be a pain in your ass if you want. And I'm like, oh my god, good lord. She barely knows anything about regular sex. Maybe we should like pump the fucking brakes. And Alora's like, absolutely not. That would hurt. Like, who would enjoy that? Well, you'd be surprised. And he says like, I'll claim it one way or another. And I'm like, that's not consent, bro. It's not. I'd say in your dreams, but so far I've given her everything she's threatened, and I've given it willingly. So I huff in annoyance, watching her work her arm as she stares at me like a naughty schoolboy, drooling over her artwork that I daydream of at least 10 times a day, wishing she'd wrap it around my throat again. I'm like, okay girl, I'm glad that you're enjoying it, but I think real boundaries and real safe words, like the safe word just got added, and like real consent would be nice as a treat, you know? I don't know. She's like, how long have we got after they're like put it in the oven? It's like, about 20 minutes. Why? Hayes is like, good thing I can make you get off in 10. And then there's sex. I'm not gonna describe it to you. I'm done. This is a 64 chapter book. I'm done with this. There's more daddy shit. This is the first scene where it's like actually really used in a sexual context. There's mouth stuff, there's finger stuff, you know? And they're doing like a countdown to see how close to like 10 minutes they can get it. And it was 6 minutes and 32 seconds. Good for Allura, I guess. Except like after Hayes is wiping Allura's stuff off her face and it says, "My ovaries buckle." They what? They what now? And then Hayes is like, you know, still being a little bit sexual and being like, "Don't burn the cookies though." And then she's like, "I'm gonna shower." And Allura's like, "Fuck you." And Hayes is like, "I'll fuck you later, don't worry about it." And she's like, "She's lucky I have to watch these cookies." I'm like, girl, what are you gonna do? Okay, then we get to this point where it says, "Dear reader, please don't spoil the ending." I'm gonna do that anyway. I don't care. It's a request. I don't care. And if you really want to know how this book ends, you can do it yourself then. You can go and read it. But like, I'm gonna spoil it. I don't care. We're getting somewhere. Dear Lord, okay. Chapter 57, it's Hayden. She's finally got the bike up and running after like months of working on it. She's like, "Hey puppet, do you want to go for a ride?" She's like, "You mean like," she's like, "Yeah, I do. Let's get on the bike. Like, sit on the back and hold on." And she's like, "Yes, just give me 5." And she's like, "Hurry up or I'm leaving without you." So romantic. So thoughtful. Allura's really excited to leave and like get out of the house for quite a bit. And he's just like, "Listen to me carefully. Are you listening?" And she's like, "Yeah, I'm listening." And she's like, "I need you to keep this helmet on until I tell you otherwise. And you need to wrap your arms around my waist and put your feet on the metal bars or whatever." She's like, "Don't I need a suit or something?" And she's like, "Don't you trust me?" I'm like, I wouldn't, but she does. She does. She's like, "Oh, and you might need an extra pair of pants." She's like, "So where are we going?" And she's like, "You'll see. And don't you dare start saying, 'Are we there yet?' Like, I really am not into the weird, like, child kink almost. It feels gross. They get on the freaking bike to go somewhere and they stop underneath a giant bridge. There's like a dead end or something and she's like, "Come on." And she's like, "This is it, isn't it? This is where you actually kill me." "Yeah, I'm gonna chain you down and throw you in the river." Even after everything, she still bulges at my statement. Like, I still might change my mind, but I kiss her to ease her worried little head. She doesn't realize I'd be chained too because fuck being here without her. "Where are we?" And she's like, "Follow me." So it has like the perfect view of the lake that's near Chicago, and Allura's like, "Wow." I've never seen her eyes in the sun like this. They are like balls of molten magma. Like, okay, she's giddy in half, apparently. They go to like the edge of a dock, and Hayes has to make this depressing and say that this is where her mom's ashes were spread. And then she's like, "She would have loved you." And Hayes is like, "I would have loved her too." And Hayes is feeling like very weepy. All right, we then get this. This is gonna take a minute. All right. She used to tell me this story about happiness, about how at one point in her life she couldn't find it. And she was told one day by some jackass that it didn't exist, that it was a myth, that happiness never amounted to anything. Although she kept fighting, looking for it. She knew that this couldn't be it. There must be more out there for her. So she looked him dead in the eyes and said, "Then never, I'll wait." And she did. She waited and waited, and then I came along. She used to tell me this because I was her happiness. And she told me when I couldn't find it to hold on, because one day you'll find it in the most peculiar way. I squeeze her fingers between mine, struggling to catch my breath, but her little fingers reach for my face, forcing me to face her, wiping my cheeks, and I'd swat her hand away if she didn't look so sweet. She was absolutely right. My words bring her to tears, and I guess that is as close as I'm going to get to saying the words I know she wants to hear. Maybe one day I'll say it, but just not today. "You, Allura Darcy Blackthorn, are my goddamn fucking happiness." Her eyes scan mine, full of questions, like how I knew her middle name, but I answer before she has a chance to ask. I did some digging. Turns out there is some information if I have your name. So see, she didn't research that hard then, did she? No. Whatever. And Allura's all like, "It's beautiful here." And Hayes thinks it's not amazing, but it's enough. Besides home, I'm close to her here. I guess this is sort of a goodbye, but a goodbye I know she'd want. Finally wanting to do something with my life hasn't exactly been easy, and she knew that more than anyone. And Hayes is like, "Dance with me." It's just like a little slow dance, rocking or whatever, but it's as much as I'll allow. So we slow dance and consume each other like the world is going to end tomorrow. A moment I wish I could relive on a loop. And he's like, "What do you see?" And she's like, "Us in Spain, drinking pina coladas and eating coconuts as we slow dance in the sea." And I'm like, I think you're confused about what's in Spain. I'm concerned. Guys, let me know if coconuts and pina coladas are like a Spain thing, because I don't think they are. They're going back to the bike now. Hooray. Chapter 58, we're back with Allura. They pull up to an empty car park, which is not what we call that here, but okay. I know it's nitpicking, but I do just think it's kind of lazy. I'm just saying what I'm saying. She almost falls off and Hayden catches her and she's like, I thought you said you'd let me fall next time. She's like, I'd rather your pretty little face stay intact. Her compliment disguised with an insult makes me flush. Some things never change, but I'd never change her witty nature. It's what got me in this mess in the first place. Witty? You think Hayden is witty? I would not use that word to describe Hayden. I said what I said. You're like, last one's a rotten egg. They're still having a good time. I don't really know what they're doing now, but whatever. Oh, Hayden, I forgot, dumps her in like fully clothed into some water or something. Yeah. And Allura's like, no, no, no. And she's like fully clothed and she's not happy about it. Yeah, I wouldn't be either. That's not my thing. She's like, guess you're gonna have to take those off. She's like, only if you do. And I'm like, oh my God. There's a lot of looking at each other with the undressing or whatever, but there's actually no sex this time. Allura's like, the water's cold, blah, blah. Who cares? Like, best warm up then. And I don't know. They play like they're little kids in the water or something. And she's like trying to run towards the sand and Hayes like pulls her back in and they're making out and it's whatever. She's like, how crazy are you feeling? And she's like, why? She's like, stay here. And then there's this like thinking about the sea, but you're not at the sea. You're in Chicago. It's fucking a lake. What are we talking about? It's a man-made lake, damn it. Like, it's the one I'm thinking of. I don't know. Correct me, you guys always do. Again, never been to the Midwest. Not really on my to-do list. Sorry. I don't know, Allura's just floating there for a while and she like sees Hayden watching her. I feel like I'm drooling as I gaze at her, sat on the bike with a cigarette hanging from her mouth. Her wet hair forms gentle curls that fall loosely in front of her face as I try to suck in a grin at how adorable her hair looks when it's natural. I'm understanding now why she gels it back. She's glowing in the depleting sunset as it reflects off the bike, creating something of a dream. Okay, we get it, you're into her. I mean, I've seen the drawings of her though. I did block the author on TikTok, but I had kind of creeped on her TikTok before this to look at the art, and the art is nice, so I get it. And then Hayes is like, get on the bike, trust me. And she's like, if we die, I'm haunting her in hell. And I'm like, okay. I mean, you're not haunting her because you're in hell. Hope that helps. They're doing some motorcycle shit. I don't care about it. I'm just gonna say it. I'm suddenly afraid of dying, and I hope that I find death before she does, because I fear an empty, hollow world without her in it. Now I finally understand what it means to find an entire universe in one person. That's really unhealthy, girl. It's really unhealthy. Although I do kind of get it, because I was always like to my, guess going to be freaking ex-wife, whatever. I was like, I hope I die before you, because I won't be able to handle it. And now I'm like, well, I definitely should have done that. I'm fine, guys. I'm in therapy. I'm on meds. Leave me alone. Chapter 59, we're back with Hayden. Watching her dance away all her worries, and in this moment, love and guilt dance hand in hand around my head, staring at something greater than this, something with potential to change the world. I can't explain it, but it's sat in my gut, and now I realize that I no longer want to be selfish anymore. I want her to live a life better than this one, a life where she doesn't have to hide in the shadows and can spread her little wings, where she chases her dreams and doesn't have to live in fear. She doesn't belong here with me anymore. She belongs out there, making the best of how special she is. I'm tying her down, and it's not right. It's not fair. None of this was ever fair. She's still caged, and it's not enough. I cannot give her the life she wants. I know that now. I clung to this hope that maybe we could work, but seeing her like this alive, I'm just like, oh God. So here we get to, you know, we're in the end portion of this book, and it's Hayden making a lot of messed up decisions for Allura that Allura doesn't want. But okay. And she has a little tear about it or whatever. Here's where it starts to get crazy. Let's do it though. Okay, ready? I need to do my time and pray she'll be waiting for me on the other side. She hasn't settled down with someone else by then. I'll wait the next 20 years if I have to. I exhale a deep, defeated sigh, staring at the next 20 years of my life, swallowing my pride, knowing it isn't going to be pretty. But for her, I'll do anything. I'll do this for her. She will live her life with or without me. I'll make sure of it. Girly pop, you murdered your dad already, and if you go to prison, even just for killing Allura's parents and kidnapping her, it's either going to be life in prison or you are going to be on death row. Those are the options. The options are seriously either you go to prison for the rest of your life or you get executed by the state. That's how it works in the United States. And this is the part where you can really tell that this author is so aggressively British. So aggressively British. I'll suffer punishment worse than death if it means I get to love her. I pause for a moment, realizing that is the first time I've admitted the word to myself, and it terrifies me. How could she say it so carelessly? How does she even know the meaning of the word? But then again, how do I? I don't. But I know that I want to be by her side for the rest of my miserable life, and I can't do that until I'm free from my sins, my burdens, my wrongdoings, something I cannot escape or run away from. It's never going to go away. I need to face this head on and take responsibility for my mistakes. I need to do good by her. She is my beginning for a better life. I need to cut this rope and set her free so I can heal, work on bettering myself for her. This change is needed for both of us. Did we forget the part where you've murdered 14 people? And if we don't include your dad or her parents, that's still 11 people. We'll go over it because the time frame lessens. I'm not even kidding. I'm not. Hayes is having a hard time keeping her emotions in because she's like, oh my god, I'm in love with her. And Alora's like, are you okay? I'll be okay when she's running into my arms a decade from now, telling me everything she's achieved while I've been gone. A decade. See, we shortened it to a decade for pretty much the rest of this book, just so you know. She is a serial killer. Even for just Alora's parents, because she's already gone to prison for manslaughter. She would not spend only 10 to 20 years in prison. Who are you talking about? You could have easily researched the US prison industrial complex, sentencing guidelines, the way our courts work, but you were lazy and you didn't do that. You were lazy and you didn't do that. And I think that's really crazy. I think that's crazy town. Also, she would probably have federal charges also because of the kidnapping and transporting the kidnapped person over state lines. And also she whatever and Hayes is like, promise me something, and she's like, what? And she's like, promise me no matter what you'll see it to your 21st birthday. I'm like, that's not very old, homie. She's like, why are you saying it like that? She's like, just promise me. And she's like, I promise. I'm like, girl, I wouldn't promise that. She's like, don't get all sentimental on me now. I'll think I'm not enough. And I'm like, girl, that's not what this is about. Goddamn. She is more than enough in this lifetime and the next. I hope I find her so I can tell her over and over again, so I can find myself inside her like a magnet to my soul, the karma I needed to see sense. I rubbed the softness in her tender cheeks, still wet with salty water, brushing her oily strands from her face. She's like, Alora, you drive me to do unspeakable things. Everything in the last 8 months I've done for her. My entire existence has been purely for her. So what's another 10 years? I'm like, I don't think you killed her parents for her. I don't think you kidnapped her for her. Whatever. Live into Lululand. Oh my god. And then she's just like, it's more edgelord nonsense. Anyway, I'm gonna read this sentence because it's ridiculous, okay? She's consumed it as I look into my sunflower, capitalized, soaking in her balls of paradise as I melt into her soft pools of honey. Okay, I think that we need to stop comparing eyes to balls and pools and orbs, and it's too much. It's too much. Stop it. And she's just like, what now? She's like, let's go home. But she doesn't mean it. But all right. When they ride back, Hayes notices a 24-hour gas station that has a CCTV camera, which again, I just want to say is pretty lucky because out in the sticks, that's not very common in, at least not where I am in the United States. In a lot of places in the United States, CCTV is not the norm. It's not a thing that we have, really. And when we do have it, it's overall used to like either hyper police traffic laws, or it's used to protect businesses from like robbery and that kind of stuff, even though it doesn't really. It just shows evidence sometimes. It's like, you can take off your helmet now. And she's like, well, but won't someone see me? And she's like, the neighborhood is dead. Besides, we're hours away from Indiana. The news is not as updated here. I lie. I'm like, what happens next is insane. Anyway, she goes to like pay and she grabs a Hershey's bar for Alora while she's there. And when she's in there, she sees Alora's missing person poster and the guy's like, sad, isn't it? I hope she's okay. Anyway, is that everything, sir? Is that everything? She's like, shit, yeah, sorry. Because she's trying to get caught. She's trying to get caught, okay? Like, we know it. She's just hoping that he sees Allura outside and she looks familiar. And he's like, that'll be 23:45. And she's thinking like, I know what I'm doing, but everything about this is wrong. And I'm like, okay, so why are you doing it then? She doesn't want this. It's about to get worse, don't worry. She's like, thanks, keep the change, have a good night. And then it ends with her being like, I'm found only if I want to be found. I'm like, yeah, okay. Chapter 60, we're back with Allura. She scoffs down her chocolate. And Allura's kind of freaked out because Hayes has been kind of quiet all the way back. Do people talk when they're on motorcycles? I don't know. Let me know. Update me in the comments. Today has been a lot for people who never venture out of the house, but it felt so incredible to feel the water wash away all my thoughts for a while. Although I'm now in desperate need of a shower, I feel the sand in my hair as I run my fingers through it. It's gross. How did you get sand in your hair? Damn. They're back home and it's raining, and then they're making out in the rain. And then they're getting drenched and she's like, Hayden, stop, I can't breathe. Then she lifts her like a koala. Hooray. And she walks them inside and Shep's just curled up on the bed. And then Hayden gets really territorial and weird again. Is like, you're fucking mine. Do you hear me? Tell me, Allura. Fucking tell me you're mine. I need to hear you say it. And there's like taking her underwear off and all that. She gets figured. Okay, I don't know what else to say to you. She's like, you'll live for me. Do you understand? And then she's like, do you understand me, puppet? I'm like, oh my god, stop. Shut up. And Allura's like, I don't know what to think about any of this because she, let's be real, she talks like an edgelord 1,000% of the time. So it's not like she's acting that different. And then she's like, yeah, and like, she's my forever is what Allura's thinking. And she's like, I'm not going anywhere. And she's like, promise me. And she's like, why so many promises? She's like, promise me you will stay right here. And she's like manhandling her. It's like, of course I will with you. And Hayes is like, you need to know that whatever happens, you made me a better woman. I would agree with that, I think. But it wasn't a hard bar to pass over. And she's like, what's wrong, Hayden? As they're like still finger blasting, you know? She's like, nothing, I just wanted you to know. And I'm like, we all know that's not true, but okay. And they're kissing, whatever. And Hayes is like, a life without you terrifies me, Allura. She's like, well, I'm right here and I'm not going anywhere, I promise. And they're still making out and like touching each other. I pushed my legs apart, inviting her to find her salvation in me, clawing at the contorted bones that make up her face as I kiss her deeply, letting her work her way around my mouth. Contorted bones? I don't think her bones are messed up. I think it's just the like skin and muscles, right? Like, that's crazy to say. Like, be my grave, baby girl. I'm like, oh my god, shut up. And then there's another line of like, let me bury myself 6 feet deep in your you-know-what. And I'm so sick of it. You can't. She's only 5'4". Stop it. Anyway, there's some squirting. I guess good for Allura. I don't know. And then she's like, you made a mess for me. Do it again. And I'm like, okay. And then yeah, it happens again. It's just, it goes on for a while. But Allura throughout this whole thing knows that something's wrong, and she tries to be like, Hayden, and she's like, tell me tomorrow. And that's how the chapter ends. No, it doesn't. Sorry, I'm just kidding. God, I thought it did because it looked like it was, you know, about to be. No. Anyway. Page break, I guess. My subconscious wakes before my eyes, feeling my face rising and falling for a moment before I realize I'm lying on her chest. Your subconscious is it, you're not conscious of it. So I don't understand. Whatever. This is all I've wanted for months, and she's finally comfortable enough to let us cuddle. Dare I say, like a couple. Like, oh, honey, you got a big storm coming. And then while they're cuddling after a while, Hayes is like, he was a monster. And she's like, is that why you were so sad? You're thinking about him? And she's like, no, I'm just defeated. She's like, talk to me. And they're like cuddling, you know, spooning. I spent my entire life trying to fill a void, and in doing so, I've become what I feared. It never made me feel better. It only left me more alone. I isolated myself by being destructive, believing I was doing the world a favor when really I was only destroying myself, depriving myself of happiness and a chance at a new beginning. I ruined it and now it's too late. And Allura's like, no, this is our new beginning. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be great. And Hayes tries to be like, it's not that simple. And she's like, sure it is. Being here with you is like breathing. And I know you feel that too. She's like, of course I do. And she's like, what are you afraid of? And she's like, God, you make this seem so easy. Yeah, because she's 19. And you're 29, but apparently you don't know how the US courts work either. She's like, you just have to trust me. Do you trust me? She's like, this is love, Hayden. Let me show you why I will always love you. And she's like climbing on top of Hayden. Yeah, woo. She's like kissing all of the tattoos. So nice. Blessing her battle scars with a pretty kiss, and I didn't realize just how many she had coating her body, hidden beneath all her tattoos. Makes me want to weep. Yeah, I mean, you saw the torture chamber, so 2 + 2 = 4. And she thinks that he really was a monster, but she was not. I mean, she killed 14 people. So a lot of them deserve to die, sure. But damn. And Laura's crying a little bit, and then Hayden wipes away her tears, and she's like, no tears, okay? The life beyond these walls would call me crazy for the way I feel about her, and I guess I am, but I'm not afraid to admit it anymore. I just think that you need to see a lot of therapists and psychiatrists after this. There's not a day I don't think about what she did, and I've mourned my parents in my own way. Sleepless nights and nightmares, vomiting and neglecting my health. But they are all things she was there by my side for. Holding my hair and holding my hand for, and it's twisted. It's messed up. I know that. But my empathy runs so deeply that I see through my own pain to reach hers, and I understand. Like, I can finally tell she is understanding that everything she made herself was wrong and distasteful, but it was to survive. She was just trying to survive. No, she wasn't. You don't kill 14 people in these exact circumstances just to survive. What are you talking about? She's like, when this stops beating, and she like pushes to Hayden's chest, and she's like, so will mine. She's like, you promised me you'd live to your 21st birthday. It's like, you talk as if we won't get that far. It's not that far away. And she's just like, promise me that you will last until at least your 21st birthday. I'm like, 21 is not old. And she's like, why is this so important to you? It's like, because I want you to experience normality, get out, get drunk or something. Because you couldn't. Like, I went to prison at 19, but I was stripped of normality long before I was thrown behind bars. You have the chance to live like any other, and I want that for you. It's like, okay. She's like, well, on my 21st birthday, you can say that you did it for me, and we can dance in a random club somewhere. And Hayes is like, okay. And she's like, okay. Chapter 61, we're back with Hayden. I've not been to sleep, glaring up at the ceiling as I caress every perfect inch of her skin in my arms, and I've never felt so at peace, taking in this blissful moment, knowing it may soon be over. How do I tell her I want to walk away after last night? Every word she spoke was so full of hope. I think it really will break her. I'm all she has left. I contemplate my decision, and even if I wanted to retract it, it's too late. I've put myself out there. Now it's up to my fate. For once, I'm doing the right thing. So why do I feel like I just made the worst mistake of my life? Why do I feel like this betrayal will shatter her until she cannot find any pieces of her inside me? Because you didn't do anything that she wanted. And that's something that pisses me off about this book. I just have to talk about it for a second. You did all of these horrible things to her. Horrifying. Truly. And you are now in love with her, and she's in love with you somehow. Miraculously. You feel bad about it? And now you're like, what if I did something she didn't want me to do again? What if I didn't respect her choices or her decisions or her wishes, and I just fucking did what I think is right and what's best? You were treating her like a child. I hate it. I hate it here. Knowing she will do something good in the world. Maybe she needs to loathe me so she can move on from me. From me. I'm like, I don't... Newsflash, she is not gonna move on from this, but okay. I held my tongue and promised her forever without words. Now she needs to trust me, wait for me. I hope she forgives me for this. Again, she's just like so convinced that she's gonna go to prison for not that long, and then they could be together. And that's delusional. That's delusional because it doesn't understand how the United States works as a place. Then she can hear like the doors slamming, and she's like, my time is up, and she doesn't move or flinch. And she's like, I deserve this. Maybe not even for the lives I've taken, but for her. I deserve to serve my time for her, for not just destroying her life once, but twice. And I'm like, I think that you definitely deserve it for killing all those people. Again, like, just because they were bad people doesn't mean that you get to be judge, jury, and executioner. And also, Alora's mom didn't do anything to you. Or to anyone, actually. I mean, she did isolate her kid, but that's technically not illegal. I don't think so. Anyway, she's like, in another life, maybe things would be so much simpler. And she's hears like 3 hard knocks on the front door, and then it's Chicago PD open up. And Alora wakes up and is immediately like, Hayden, what is going on? And then she's like, you need to run now, Hayden. You need to go. I'd rather go with them than run for the rest of my life without her in it. At least this way I might see her again behind a glass window. And Hayden's like, no. And I'm like, all I could do is say sorry for not doing this sooner. When she hated me, things were simpler. When I was not in love with her. When she could have walked away and forgotten all about me. And Alora's starting to freak out and she's like, what does this mean? They're gonna take you away from me. And Hayden's like, let me do this for you. And she's like, no, I'm not gonna let you do it. And then Hayden's like, listen to me right now. She's like, let me serve my time and we will finally be free together and we'll be able to live without fear and you can have the life you deserve. All I ask is that you wait for me. Can you do that? And she was like, you said you could only be found if you wanted to be. She's like, was that what yesterday was when you made me take my helmet off? Trying to out yourself? And she's like, no. And she's like, well, not like the original trip, but then and then she's like, liar, you're lying to me. It's very melodramatic. She's like, please understand I'm doing this for you. She's like, you knew this whole time, didn't you? That's why you made me take my helmet off, isn't it? Why were you acting so strange? Why you made love to me, made me promise, let me in. And then there's more banging. And she's like, please don't do this. And I feel bad for her because she doesn't want this. And no one cares about what Alora wants. And then they're like, we're giving you 60 seconds to come out with your hands up. Maybe this was more trauma than it was worth. She doesn't deserve any of this. I'm like, yeah, no shit. I'm so sorry. And she's like, look at me, promise me you're gonna be okay. It's the same shit. We're just gonna start skipping some of it because it's the same argument. She's like, they may never let me out, but if they do, I hope you'll be waiting. But they've been saying that they think she's gonna get out in 10 to 20 this whole time. And then she's just like, then never, I'll wait. She's just like, you are without a doubt the best thing that has ever graced my entire existence. I got to be loved by you. Shown I'm more than just a monster. Shown that love can be beautiful. And it's so fucking beautiful. You brought Haley back. And I will happily do whatever it takes to give you a better life. Do you hear me? And then it's already been a minute because they've been arguing. No shit. And they're like, you need to step away from the girl, Miss Moore. And she's telling Alora to let go because Alora is like aggressively holding on to her and she's like, you need to hold on to Shep. Please just let go. Like, he needs you. And she does, and she lets go and she's glaring at the cops and she's like, I love you, Hayden. And they lock Shep inside the bedroom, which is good. And Alora is begging and she's like, just let me go. We have to like do this now. It's over. Like, it's done. And Alora's trying to be like, hey, like, she doesn't deserve this. Please listen to me. Just listen to what I have to say. She killed 14 people, my guy. And she's like, I need her. You can't take her away from me. I feel bad about that. And they're just trying to like, you know, they're all like, let go. But these cops are obviously also corrupt. So even though she's clearly the victim, it doesn't really matter because she's ignoring the cops and they don't care. And they go to shoot Alora because she's being like hysterical, but I mean, she's not hurting them, so it's kind of crazy. But Hayden jumps in front of her and uses her body as a human shield. And she says, I love you, Alora, and gets shot. And she's bleeding out and Alora's freaking out and being like, please don't leave me, stay with me, Hayden. And Hayden dies. Hayden dies. Like, straight up just dies. So
She's dead!
She is. These are the moments that make life worth living.
yeah, anyway, 46 hours later, chapter 62, we're with Alora. And she's being interviewed by police and they're like, were you aware that she was planning to transfer you to another state? And Alora feels really numb. She doesn't feel really anything. And so she isn't answering great. And she doesn't know where Shep is. And they've just told her that he's in a kennel not that far away. And she's really worried about it. And she's like, if they touch a hair on his head, I will find a way to sue them. And I'm like, okay, that's fair. That's also very American. And she's just like, no. But she thinks, I don't know why I'm lying. She's no longer alive to protect, but I lie anyway, thinking about her dead corpse in my arms. He asks if she harmed her in any way. She says no, which isn't true. She's also thinking about how Hayden wouldn't say she loved her until her last dying breath, which, yeah, that's oof. They ask if she touched her inappropriately. She says no. And he's like, you can be honest. And she's like, she never touched me. And he's like, did you have any sort of relationship? She's busy though, thinking though, like, it should have been me. It should have been me who's dead. And she also says no. And she thinks she used to feel safe around cops and now she knows that they're corrupt and bad and she doesn't want anything to do with them. And he's like, are you aware why she killed your parents? And she's like, yes. And like, how does that make you feel? And she just doesn't answer because she doesn't know exactly. And then he's like, it says that you intervened during the time of the breach. Like, could you tell me why? And she says, I'm not sure. And she's like chewing her hoodie or whatever. Was it even love, infatuation, a bond by trauma? Did I just think I was because I had no one else? These are good questions to ask. Unfortunately, she doesn't really ruminate on this very much, but she also says no. And then he pulls out like a tape recorder and it's all this like shit. And he's like, that doesn't sound like you never had romantic feelings, which like is kind of crazy to say someone who's a victim or whatever. And he's like, you told us to hear her out, now I'm listening. No one knows her story or the suffering she endured, only me. I'm the only one who can fight for her, the only one who can let her voice be heard, her betrayal be known. But at what cost? I cannot beat the system. I have no power here. Everything I say can be twisted. I realize that now, and I will not be painted as a villain. Then someone else comes in and it's her journal, and they're like, does this belong to you? And she's like, no. And he's like, you do realize you may end up behind bars. Now, how that can be true is it, I don't understand. Again, I don't think this person knows what the criminal justice system is like here. You documented everything dating back from Christmas of 2009 and information even before that date. We need you to be honest with us or the court will see to it that you aided in criminal activity. So aiding and abetting is not a thing that is necessarily done in every state. So there are some really messed up laws in the US where like if you were even just at the crime scene in the car when you were like planning to do a robbery but it ended with a murder, that means you're guilty to them. So I don't know. Like I'm like, but I don't think enough research was done. And he's trying to be like, Laura, this doesn't look good for you. Do I make myself clear? And she thinks perfectly fucking clear. I never aided in any murders. I was a victim. And then he like scoffs at her. Is that what you think, Miss Blackthorne? This woman murdered your parents? How do you think that will look for you? The night they died, you just so happened to go missing, found 8 months later untouched with a clear indication you shared a romantic interest in your kidnapper. You infiltrated her arrest. I mean, she didn't infiltrate it because she was there. She was just there. So I don't really understand what you mean by that. I think he means that she was like trying to like not let Hayden get arrested. Whatever. He shows her pictures of all of her victims. But for some reason I'm not horrified anymore. This is no longer the Hayden I know. The Hayden I coaxed out. The Hayden that was ready to do better. Like, okay. And then she just keeps going. Let's go. Now I know the real danger is out there. The man she dismembered for putting his hands on me. People who deserved it. People like her father, fucking animals. I glare at them, sifting through the pictures, clearly a tactic to try and weaken me. So I don't like the comparison to animals. I don't know about that. Oh, I'm sorry. She's up to 15 murders. Might be. She's like, how do you know those were her doing? And they're like, the mutations were a metaphor. And I'm like, that doesn't necessarily be, like, you have to have actual, like, evidence. Then you would also know that all those cases were all men in your records whose cases had been forgotten. Have you ever considered the possibility that they were deserved? Cases you left cold? Did you ever stop to think about why she finished what you couldn't? And he's like, she murdered in cold blood. Again, I don't think she murdered in cold blood because she was very into it. It was hot blood, if anything. And she's like, what, like your officers did? And he's like, did your father and mother deserve this? I refuse to answer any more questions until I have a lawyer present. Yeah, you should have done that first, girl. I don't know what you're yapping about. Page break. She's released on bail and Casey and her family come to get her. But she thinks she dreads to think about what Casey has been putting up on social media for the past 8 months because she's an attention whore. Rude. My time away made me realize she really isn't a friend at all, but her family welcomed me with open arms and lent me the spare room until my court case. They also promised they would find Shep and bring him home safely, which eased my panic slightly. He is all I want right now. The only part of her I have left. So they go back to Indiana because remember they were in Illinois. I died in that house alongside her and I don't think I'll ever get me back. I'm just like, oh girl. The rest of this book is depressing, just so you know. Casey's parents at least treat her really nice and have everything all set up for her. They're happy that she's safe. I want to believe that, but in the grand scheme of things, no one really even knew me. Not the real me anyway, and I'm sure they all jumped on the sympathy bandwagon once they caught wind of my disappearance. There is one thing I've learned. It's to see through the bullshit. I don't know about that, girl. I think you went from one isolated experience to a different one. That's what I think. Anyway, she really misses Hayden. She doesn't want to like erase her touch, so she doesn't want to take a shower, but she does need one. She breaks down sobbing and is like cradling her own body, and she wants to die quickly, but she knows that she can't. Not until she says her piece in court and tells everybody that Hayden was not a monster. I'm like, okay. Page break. She finally takes a shower and it's not going well for her. She's very upset. She feels like this is the worst pain she's ever felt. This is the worse grief, worse torture. And I'm like, I don't see how that can be true, but okay. And then she tries to like go to bed and she thinks this is gonna be a long night. Chapter 63. We are so close, fam. We're obviously still with Alora. Now I will just say I kept thinking Hayden was gonna pop up and not actually be dead, and one of her contacts like helped her hide from the law so that they can like run away together. This is not true. She's just dead. It's now time for the court hearing. Casey is with her and is like, how you doing? And I'm like, okay. So I'm gonna skip through a lot of this because it's dumb. Also, she's barely eaten anything and she's probably slept a total of 6 hours in the last 5 days. Court does not go that fast. Court does not go that fast in America. It is not that speedy. You have a right to a speedy trial or whatever, but that doesn't mean they ever give it to you. You know? Alora is upset that Hayden like made love to her or whatever after kind of betraying them and not doing what she wanted. Anyway, Casey and her mom are being super mega nice to her. It's really not that exciting, but they did find Shep and they're bringing him home from the kennel tonight, which is very exciting. She thinks that now all she has is the ghost of her. Page break. They're there now at the freaking trial thing. And she has a lawyer. So she got a lawyer in 5 days. This is not how this works. Especially if they're trying to charge her with like aiding and abetting a serial killer. You need like hard evidence. It takes a lot of time. Like the court system in the United States is broken for sure. But like it takes a long ass time. I don't even know exactly what I'm going to say, but the cycle of child abuse ends today. I will serve her justice with or without her here. This is the right thing to do for her and the millions of other kids suffering. If I end up behind bars, so be it. But logistically, they have nothing on me. I should be okay, right? I'm like, I don't, girl. Anyway, they are like, please be seated. It's not really how that works either. So I guess she's actually on the witness stand, not sitting down, but okay. And you know, they ask if she's telling the whole truth, blah, blah, blah. She's like, yeah. And she answers the questions and he asks her why she got in front of a gun to protect her own kidnapper. And she said, because she didn't deserve to die. And then he's like, by this statement, I feel like you're romantically involved with her. Was that like true? And she's like, yes. And they ask about whether she was sexually intimate with her and like the evidence is the journal or whatever. And she's like, yeah. They're like, do you understand why you're in court today? And I'm like, I don't understand why she's in court today because no one has said what she's being charged with. I know that the cop alluded to charging her for like aiding and abetting, but we haven't seen anything else about that, so I don't know what the hell they're even trying to convict her with. And he's like, also, this is not how this works. Like, the judge doesn't just like sit there and question you and you answer. Like, that's another thing that I don't understand about this. This isn't how this works. But they're like, did you help her with her criminal activity? And she says no. And then the lawyer's like, objection, because parents were dead and they were intimate and like it raises some suspicion. I'm like, okay, but you don't have any proof that they were together before this, so like what are we doing? And she's like, I didn't have anything to do with my parents' death, Your Honor. Like, are you not aware as to why they would have spared you or whatever? And she's like, I am aware, Your Honor. Everything is in that freaking notebook. And they're like, you said Miss Moore didn't harm you. And she's like, yes, she hit you with a bat filled with nails, so that's not true. And she's like, I was drugged from what I can remember. And then there's more fucking objections, but then the judge is like, shut up. This isn't how court works. This isn't how America is. And then she's just like, she's not a monster, Your Honor. She's like, were you aware of the victim she killed? And she's like, yes, but I only knew the number, not whom or how, Your Honor. And they're like, did that frighten you? She's like, if I am to be truthful, Your Honor, I am more terrified of the monsters that walk among us in plain sight than I was of her. I trusted she would not harm me even with blood on her hands. She never gave me reason to fear her. She only ever tried to make the situation more comfortable for me, Your Honor. And he's like, okay, but from that long list of victims, I find it really curious why you didn't think that she was a threat. She's like, do you know why she killed my father? And records state they had relations. And she's like, because he killed her mother. They're like, objection, that was self-defense, blah, blah, blah. She's like, and I bet that is what Miss Moore's killer also claimed. Don't tell me. And the judge is like, elaborate. And she's like, Mrs. Moore's murder was intentional by my father. And then they just go over and over and over about that stuff. And the judge is getting like pissed off because the prosecutor keeps interrupting. And maybe if this worked like an actual US court, that wouldn't be the case. But it's not running like that. What are we talking about? And yeah, they explain that whole situation and they're like, were you aware of your father's involvement in Mrs. Moore's death? And she's like, no, not until I was informed by Hayden. She's like, do you believe this is like justified though? Even though it was your father and mother? And she's like, I believe it was justified, but it was not okay. She was failed by the system, Your Honor, but she did everything she could in the time that we had to try and make things right. I don't think so. I don't agree with that. Then he's like, explain. And then she talks about all the abuse from Hayden's father in a room full of people who preach the safety of women and children. People who were meant to be there for her and her mother and listen to her words when she explained why she took a life. Yet my father walked free because he claimed self-defense wearing a badge. Well, part of that is justified. Because he was a cop, he got privileges. No one ever took Hayden's allegations against her father seriously after his death. You have to understand it was her words against your father's. What does that tell you, Your Honor? Power has priority. My father lied through his teeth whilst Hayden rotted in a cell for 6 years. Tell me, would you settle for that? Will you silence me now because I have no one to speak for me? If my father told the truth, would the consequences be reversed? Would my father pay for the death of Mrs. Moore? Would he be plastered all over the news and called a monster? Or would that ruin their reputation? And he's like, we understand this has all been difficult for you. And she's like, please do not belittle me. She took the lives of monsters as horrid and as ruthless as her father. Cases turned cold by CPD. Cases that could be protecting children like her. She was doing what you could not do. Is that a villain or a hero, Your Honor? I think we need to bring up about your mom, though. Again. And then she's like, the fucking prosecutor again is like, objection. She literally admitted to helping with the murder of that guy in the woods. And she's like, he was trying to assault me and she was saving my life and I had no participation in that shit. And if she hadn't stood up for me, if she hadn't protected me, I would probably be dead. She's like, where do we draw the line? Where is death acceptable? And they're like, do you believe her sins are irredeemable? The court of law doesn't care about that. The court of law doesn't care about it. I don't, what? And then they try to be all like, objection, murder is murder, whatever. Like, I don't get why they care what her perception of Hayden is. What are we talking about? And then there's this whole like crazy, like moralizing crap. And then the entire room is saying they like object or some shit. I'm like, that's not how that works. Like, that's not how the US court system works. But anyway, they're pretty much all like, well, it was bad, but who cares? They're like, you're right, that corruption was really bad. I conclude that the Crown has not established this case beyond reasonable doubt. Ms. Blackthorne, I will ask you to stand now. Again, the laziness. We don't have a king. We don't have a crown. We don't have anybody. So like, it's really weird to say that shit when you decided to write this in America. I don't understand. Like, especially when this book has like such a deep connection to the corrupt justice system. You didn't actually write about the corrupt justice system because you don't know anything about the US justice system at all. And you didn't even bother to look it up. It's really annoying. You could have done basic level shit. You wrote a 600-page book without even thinking about how court stuff works. That annoys me. I'm sorry. I'm so ready to be done with this. Anyway, he finds her not guilty, but again, that's also not how things work in the United States. So unless you waive your right to a jury of your peers for like certain things, or if it's like civil things that aren't really the same, a judge doesn't say, I find you not guilty or whatever. Haha. Like, that's not how that works. Anyway, she's really happy she won. Hooray. 2 years later, we're at the epilogue. So I'm just gonna really sum this up, okay? She's been living with Casey and Casey's family. Everything's been great. Casey has become a better friend, blah, blah, blah. She gets a letter from Hayden telling her how much she loves her and to like live her life or whatever. There's a couple different letters, I think. I'm not reading them to you. They're like nice, I guess. I don't know. She goes back to Hayden's house, which she inherited from Hayden dying. I guess Hayden had the presence of mind to contact a lawyer. Crazy. Anyway, and she and Shep are gonna live there. They're gonna fix it up and they're gonna live there. Casey went with her. Casey really wants to know the tea about the sex, and that's not her business. Anyway, but she's just like, I'm home, baby, yay. And then we get 12 years later, and this is where shit gets really upsetting. Shep dies of old age, but like, are you serious? Like, that's probably the worst possible freaking place to end this book, thank you. They said it's bittersweet. It is not. There's no sweet anywhere in it. We find out that Alora buried Hayden's ashes and she buried Shep next to him. She knows that Hayden probably would have wanted to be spread out across Lake Michigan with her mom, but she's selfish. I think she has a right to be selfish at this point. She's trying to keep her promise, but she just feels really desperate to reunite with Shep and Hayden, but she promised she would live for her. I think she might need to get another dog. But Casey's like, do you want to get ice cream? Anyway, Casey is getting married, I guess, but she's also pregnant, and they were like, we thought of some names, and she's like, please don't say anything stupid. Like, I'll bop you in the head. And she's like, do you know the gender yet? And she's like, no, but we've accommodated for both. She's like, oh. And they're like, how does Hayden and Haley sound? And I'm like, your baby after a murderer and a kidnapper? That's crazy. And then it's like Hayden / Haley Moore 1980 to 2010, and then Shep 2005 to 2024. So he was almost 20 years old. That's an old ass German Shepherd. And then it's in loving memory of the author's dog, which is really sad. That's really sad. I'm not going to comment on that. I lost my dog Daisy and it was awful. And then there's just the acknowledgements and we're done. Okay, I think you've all been waiting long enough for my conclusion. Shelby, how much did you hate this book? What did you rate it? It was basically unreadable in a lot of spots. The plot was like okay-ish in a lot of places, but then it went off the rails. The whole thing was a little bit of a mess, I suppose. I gave it a 3. I know that sounds crazy, but like while I was reading it, I was actually enjoying it. And I don't want to pretend that that's not true. All right. What did you guys think about this book? 64 chapters is a slog to record for. I can't even lie to you. Please don't forget to like, comment, subscribe. Put a clown emoji if you made it this far. This was a long video, I can already tell. Not sure when this one will be going up, but either way, I hope you really enjoyed it, and I will see you guys in the next one. Bye.